The wonderful adventures of the Warhammer elf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Unification of Pend. 1 month later. Cillian, welcome. If you are also a believer of the Lady of the Mist, then you are eligible to be treated with courtesy here. Looking at the grey-haired old man in front of him, even though Rohan knew that the other party was younger than him, he still had to prepare food and tea for him out of courtesy. After all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Looking at the beautiful elf maid who brought him tea, and Rohan and Isabel who showed goodwill, Adarian, as the messenger, felt anxious. As a duke who has been in the aristocratic officialdom for most of his life, he would not be naive to think that the kindness shown by Rohan really means that the elves welcome him. After all, these guys are the legendary bloodthirsty Durachi elves, and the human blood on their hands is enough to fill the entire lake. Although he also believes in the Lady of the Mist for some reasons, if his next words do not go as the other party wishes, who can guarantee that these elves will not chop off his head? As he didn't know what Rohan was thinking, Adarian didn't state his purpose at the first time, but said tremblingly, "Respected Elf King, on behalf of King Gregory of Ravenstern, I would like to express my greetings to you, as well as some issues regarding communication between the two races." Hearing this, Rohan couldn't help but flap his wings slightly, and then he leaned back on the gorgeous golden throne behind him, and joked with interest, "Is that really the case? I heard that you in Ravenstern seem to want to unite with Svein. Are you going to do something bad behind our backs? Well, after all, your army is invincible on the continent of Penda, which has led to some jealous people sneering at your record, which has had a certain impact on the relationship between the two races. As a noble with a long history, Adarian is naturally very good at lying with open eyes, so he would naturally not acknowledge the alliance. Unfortunately, Rohan is not an elf who likes to play tricks. After all, in the ruling class of Durachi, if you dare to engage in court politics with the Witch King, you are really tired of living. The reason why the dwarves were willing to sign the friendship treaty with the elves was because Malekith had established a deep friendship with the High King of the Dwarves, Snorri Whitebird. However, this friendship, which was cherished by the Witch King, was tarnished by the despicable conspiracy of the Phoenix King at that time, Bilshanna. Bilshanna deliberately publicized the non-existent friendship between the elves and the dwarves, but she did not consider that there was no in-depth communication between the two races except Malekith. After returning to Ulthuan, Bilshanna shamelessly used political means to take the political achievements that originally belonged to Malekith for herself, and claimed that the friendship treaty between the two races was concluded because of him. From the legend of Malekith, it is precisely because of this history that Malekith never allowed his men to beat around the bush or engage in intrigue. They just said whatever they wanted to say. As the captain of the guards, Rohan naturally inherited this excellent tradition of being straightforward. Looking at Adarian, whose face was full of hypocrisy, Rohan's smile gradually disappeared. He elegantly raised the wine glass filled with juice beside him, took a sip and said sternly, "Put away the hypocrisy of humans. I'm not the king of elves. As a fellow believer of the Lady of the Mist, I can give your king and nobles a generous treatment, but the premise is that you must surrender." Roar. As if sensing the anger in Rohan's words, even the silver dragons hovering over the hall roared at the right time, as if they were showing the majesty of the Dragon King. Seeing this, Adarian dared not continue to be polite. He hurriedly stood up from the chair brought by the servant and asked nervously, "In fact, I came here for this matter. King Gregory does intend to surrender, but I don't know what kind of generous treatment the elves offer." Hearing this, Rohan's face was filled with smiles again. Then he took the initiative to stand up from the golden throne, walked to Duke Adarian, took out a list, and said with a smile, "There is an old saying in my hometown, called Zixi material, wei junji. At present, the various conditions proposed by our elves will surely move your king's heart." Hearing this, Adarian took the list from Rohan with some curiosity, and then lowered his head to read it carefully. Rohan looked at the elder in front of him who was much younger than him with soft eyes, and did not bother the other party's plan, but waited patiently by the side. After a long time, Adarian put down the parchment in his hand, turned his head to look at Rohan in disbelief and asked, Is this really the condition given to our king by the elves? Why, do you think it's too little? The Khan of the Principality of Desha also has this agreement. If it's too little, I don't mind adding some more. No, this matter is too important. Please allow me to return to Stern Ravenland in person and hand this list to your king. Adarian's hands trembled with excitement, and his long white beard kept swinging back and forth, obviously very excited. It's not because the conditions given by Rohan are too bad, but because this condition is too generous. Although all earls are required to have access to power, they can get a manor in the city of Boshi, which is known as the paradise on earth, and 10,000 elven gold coins. Dukes and kings like him only need to provide Rohan with a fixed number of 1,000 young and middle-aged people every year, and they can still retain all their rights except military. You know, according to Adarian's original idea, although Darachi might accept their surrender, he would be skinned alive, even if he didn't die. Being able to smoothly transfer power like this was a victory he never dared to imagine. Don't bother. To prevent possible assassinations, I will have 3 silver dragon knights escort you back to Ravenstern. We will get the answer soon. Noticing the joy on Adarian's face, Rohan sat back on the golden throne with satisfaction, then waved his hand without any concern and said, You can hurry back. After all, our next target is Ferdsvane, and the army will set out in a few days. If we don't get a reply before we completely occupy Ferdsvane, then I can only regard you as rebels and let us fight it out on the battlefield. Please rest assured, I will handle this matter personally, and try my best to convince our king. Watching his servants leave the palace under the guidance of the elven maids, Adarian carefully put the parchment in his arms, turned around and muttered to himself casually, Hey, I hope our king can agree to this agreement, otherwise the tens of thousands of troops and hundreds of crossbows assembled in Portfall will have to deal with the elven army. It's good that you know. Let our distinguished guest go down, and have a good rest. We will set off again tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Rohan, who had just sat down, stood up from the throne again. Even Isabel, who was standing aside with a cold face, showed a bright smile. Looking at the figure of Duke Adarian hunched over and slowly walking away, Isabel raised the staff and laid with magic beans at Rohan's words, and whispered to the others back, Blood of the earth, help this thin and poor man. A green light instantly flew out from Isabel's staff, and the majestic vitality continued to flow into Adarian's old body, constantly nourishing his flesh. Feeling that his limbs that were sore and swollen due to old age were regaining vitality, and his grey hair and beard turned into the brown color of middle age, he opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at Adarian standing outside the palace, Rohan picked up the wine glass in his hand again, and shook it gracefully while reminding him, Go and have a rest. After all, you are the first noble of the Crowland who is willing to cooperate with us. The elves will not treat you badly, so remember to tell your king. Understood. Feeling the comfort that he had never felt again in decades, Adarian's eyes gradually flashed with a glittering tear, and then he quickly left the palace. As a childless man, he could feel a long-lost throbbing rushing to his dantian, and the familiar warmth was constantly washing over his brain. In this case, how could he take any time to rest? He must hurry back to the Crowland and make arrangements for his funeral. Seeing the old man in his 60s running around excitedly, Rohan couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly and asked Isabel, who was grinning beside him, Is it okay? This kind of magic won't do any harm to the elderly? Don't worry, my magic uses the natural vitality from nature, but after all, it promotes growth, so it's inevitable that there are some side effects. After putting down the one flashing green light in her hand, Isabel walked to the golden throne with a cat step, hugged Rohan's neck and said coquettishly, This side effect was originally an accidental product. At first, I planned to let you be a test subject, but I never found an opportunity. Isn't that inevitable? I'm also a chosen one. How could I need such external force? After pretending to glance at Isabel's wand with disdain, Rohan drank the juice, and then picked her up with Isabel's cry, and walked towards the depths of the palace. The big bed made of gold and the luxurious bed curtains wrapped with gold threads plus the fine velvet bed, are all new versions that Rohan has never enjoyed before. Shouldn't I, old pig, and Kihor experience this together? 1 week later, in the capital of Fadsfane, Fog City Dirty, Gregory, that son of a bitch, actually betrayed us. King Vidus on the city wall couldn't help but roar in anger as he watched the endless black dragon flags outside the city, which were joining forces with a familiar raven flag. The messenger who requested the formation of a military alliance had just left, and the next second, those damn elves were mixed in. What kind of thing is this? Exclamation mark. Looking at the dozens of flying dragons circling in the sky, as well as the thousands of elven troops and tens of thousands of Ravenstern soldiers on the plains, all the Fadsfane warriors had sorrow on their faces. Although the king had mobilized them in advance, they had never heard that there would be soldiers from Ravenstern coming with them. A sound of horse hooves came from far away. Vidus looked up and saw a knight in blue and gold plate armor riding on a warhorse, walking towards the city wall. Seeing this scene, Vidus, who was already irritable, glared and shouted loudly on the city wall, "Gregory, you, a human traitor who surrendered without fighting, how dare you appear in front of me? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm here to negotiate, Vidus. The human race on the continent of Penda is doomed. We don't need to fight such a meaningless battle anymore." Compared with Vidus, Gregory's face was not ashamed. After all, his current status was equivalent to the governor of the colonial world. What reason was there to betray? What's more, the current Ravenland still retains relative independence, and the lost interests of both the king and the nobles have been compensated. In addition, Rohan also promised a series of poverty alleviation plans, and the holy light of the Lady of the Mist also melted the ice of the Misty Mountains, allowing this world covered with ice and snow to show a rare green. As long as he can live a decent life, what reason does he have to resist the rule of the elves? *FIERDSVAINSWEARING*. Stop cursing, Vidus. If you choose to surrender, you may make more money than you do now as king. Even if you don't want to surrender, please consider your subjects. Besides, you don't have any deep hatred with the elves. Even if you win, you can only save your face for a while. Why bother to hold on like this? Looking at Vidus, who was still speaking rudely on the city wall, Gregory did not seem to be angry at all, but persuaded him earnestly. After all, Rohan had just told him that, if King Vidus still insisted on his wrongdoing, the elves would cover the entire city with artillery fire. Hearing Gregory's advice, the Fadsfane troops on the city wall, who were originally determined, could not help but whisper and began to think about the possibility of surrender. Indeed, as the westernmost country in the continent of Penda, Fadsfane has no inevitable hatred relationship with the older elves or the Dirichi. Moreover, most of them were not natives of Penda. As plunderers who had also invaded the continent of Penda, they had a lot in common with Dirichi. Even King Vidus was hesitant. His initial clamor was gone, and he couldn't help thinking about the current situation. Seeing that his words seemed to have persuaded Vidus, Gregory took out a list and launched a final attack on Vidus on the city wall. Let's put aside our prejudices and listen to this list. Vidus, if you choose to surrender, you can get the following benefits. A few minutes later, okay, I surrender. After hearing the generous treatment Gregory enjoyed, King Vidus had almost no hesitation and decisively threw his battle axe under the city wall. It's not that he didn't want to defend the last dignity of mankind, but the price offered by the elves was too high. In the sky, Rohan was lying leisurely on the dragon's back, looking at the dazzling sun in the sky. He couldn't help but use his wings to block his head, and then smiled. Today is such a good day. Chapter 252, Technological Innovation Driven by War. It has been several months since the unification of Penda, and the entire continent of Penda has finally ushered in peace after hundreds of years of disputes between kings and princes. Since Rohan regards the entire continent of Penda as his own recruiting world, all the robbers and rogue knights who used to be rampant throughout the continent have been eradicated. Instead, the number of renunciation camps under Rohan has begun to increase significantly, reaching an astonishing number of tens of thousands in a short period of time. These Penda people who were exiled for committing crimes must shave all their hair and beards, and swear allegiance to Lady Mist and Rohan to prove their loyalty. Not only that, these criminals must undergo the same harsh training as the elves, so that they are barely qualified to become a high quality cannon fodder. A set of simple iron plate breastplates and protective gear, as well as a giant sword made by a skilled craftsman, matched with the robes they wear for atonement. This is the new penance camp. Of course, in order to ensure that these guys will not do anything stupid like running away on the battlefield, Rohan still needs to prepare a layer of insurance for them. That is loyalty. Serene City, Mist Temple is a former base camp of the Lion Knights. The Mist Temple has long been transformed by Rohan into a military camp, built entirely of pure white marble. On the wide streets, 30,000 soldiers of the Atonement camp who had just finished the devilish training of the elves and received weapons and armor from the armory were kneeling on one knee with giant swords in their hands. After several months of transformation, those criminals who were unwilling to fight for the elves have been physically eliminated, and only excellent warriors are left. At this time, the soldiers of the Atonement camp all looked devoutly at the holy figure on the podium, and their hands holding the hilts trembled slightly, swearing that they were not at peace in their hearts. That was the chosen one of the Lady of the Mist, Lord Rohan. Most of these soldiers of the Atonement camp are disposable, and only a very few old warriors who can survive 10 battles are qualified to become officers of the Atonement camp. But it is precisely because of this that Rohan specially found those blessed war monks from the Silver Dragon Knights to serve as instructors for these cannon fodders. At this time, on the podium, a monk in a white robe put down the Bible in his hand that he used to praise the Lady of the Mist and said to Rohan with longing, "My lord, a total of 31,947 soldiers of the Atonement camp who have passed the trial are waiting for your inspection. Please go on stage to give a speech." Yes. Hearing this, Rohan slowly stood up from his seat and then looked at the soldiers who were waiting for him with their heads down and asked in a voice wrapped in divine power, "You used to be criminals, horse thieves, or rogue knights who made a living by plundering farmers, but I don't care about the past of you scum. I think you have heard from the monks that in the future you will be the death squad rushing to the front of the battlefield, facing enemies such as vampires, demons, and even evil gods. But the light of the Lady of the Mist will illuminate your filthy souls, and I will treat you as my own soldiers, but the premise is that you have not forgotten your accusations." The deep and powerful voice was transmitted to the ears of every soldier through the divine power, making their eyes reveal guilt and repentance for their past lives. They didn't know why they were standing here when they were so sinful, nor did they know that Rohan had added potions to their food to increase their sense of guilt. In the monk's words, the world after death is not a void, but a world controlled by various gods. The souls of all things will be judged under the control of various gods to determine their next belonging and punishment. Humans like them who have committed various sins in the mortal world will most likely be abandoned by the gods and eventually become the playthings of demons and evil gods. However, if they can bravely fight against the enemies of the Silver Mist under the guidance of the chosen one Saint Rohan appointed by the Lady of the Mist, then their souls will be redeemed by the Lady. Even if they die in the battle with the evil gods, their souls will go to the Mist Temple to avoid the horrible situation of becoming lonely ghosts in the future. Looking at the white-clad warriors kneeling in the audience, Rohan slowly spread his wings. A faint holy light shone from him, and he asked in a low voice, "What is your duty?" "Dedicate your life to the will of Lady Mist." "What is the will of Lady Mist?" "Fight the evil god to death." Looking at the increasingly excited soldiers of the redemption camp, Rohan drew the rune sword from his waist and pointed it at the sky. Orange-red flames immediately burst out from the sword, shining with blue light. Clang, as Rohan swung it hard towards the distant mountain, a flaming phoenix with a wingspan of tens of meters was reborn from the flames. Looking at the fire phoenix perched above their heads, the eyes of all the soldiers of the redemption camp also flashed with that brilliant light, illuminating the boiling hearts in their chests. Boom. With a loud noise, the fire phoenix in the sky turned into sparks and exploded, completely covering the entire fierce lion city. Sparks from the sky slowly fell, and finally attached to the armor of each warrior, forming a conspicuous phoenix rune, inlaid on their weapons and armor. All the warriors looked at the runes on their chests with surprise, which were as gorgeous as the wings of a phoenix. They could feel the powerful power contained in them. Looking at the fanatical eyes of the audience, Rohan forced himself to feel the unprecedented weakness in his body, raised the rune sword again and roared at them, "What is death? It is a duty." Every warrior couldn't wait to shout, obviously no longer afraid of the war and death. that was about to come. The long-term power of the monks, coupled with the blessing from the Chosen One, was enough to make these wandering warriors who once thought they were abandoned loyal to Rohan from the bottom of their hearts. Inspired by the spirit, they now only hoped that a demon crack would appear in front of them immediately, and then they would chop those evil creatures into meat paste. Seeing this, Rohan left the podium with satisfaction, and then came to a chair to rest. While recovering his exhausted divine power and physical strength, he looked at his system panel. Artifact Mission 1, Faith of Penda. As the favorite believer of Lady Mist, the host naturally has the obligation to spread the faith of Lady Mist to every corner of the continent of Penda, so that more humans under the shadow of the evil god can be reborn. Mission 1. Conquer and unify all countries on the continent of Penda. 5/5. Completed. Mission 2. Eliminate other gods on the continent of Penda. 7/11. Mission reward. Tears of the Goddess. Looking at the few remaining Penda gods on his system panel, Rohan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, obviously not caring about their threats. The remaining gods are nothing more than the 4 civilized gods without independent sovereign countries, the extremely cold land in the north of Ravenstone, the barbaric tribal civilization living in the snowy mountains, the misty mountaineers and their cat gods, the desolate desert in the east of Salian, the Jata nomadic tribe that is hostile to the Noldor elves, and their god of horse archery, the heretical demon army hidden in Salian that can open a portal to another time and space at any time, and their demon goddess. Finally, there is the evil existence created by the Cinder elves through forbidden magic, the female snake goddesses Adahaka and her snake worshippers. In the past, each of these great enemies of human civilization was a terrible existence with the power to destroy a country, and even if each country gathered its national strength, it would be difficult to eradicate them. But now, times have changed. Under the rule of the Druchii elves, the misty mountain wildlings, who lacked iron weapons, were almost completely reduced to grinding stones for training new recruits, and even their cat gods could only survive. Although the Jata people of the nomadic tribes had very strong mobility, they could only choose to venture into the black forest of the Noldor elves in the south under the siege of the dragon troops, becoming the victims of Rohan's fight against the Noldor. The heretics who were rampant in the past were not doing well either. As Dario's Inquisition was dispatched everywhere, a large number of hidden secret gatherings and sacrifices were discovered and almost uprooted. After all, when it comes to hidden underground sacrifices and sectarian activities, how can these poorly acting humans be opponents of Druchii who are deeply versed in this? As for the snake cult, it was even worse. Due to the long-term suppression and destruction of Rohan and the Lady of the Mist, they could only choose to hide in the mountains and wait for the fate of being extinguished by experimental helicopters. That's right, through the continuous deduction of the scientists of the Arsenal and Ensign for 2 years, Rohan's troops can finally use helicopters. Although compared to the dwarven helicopter, the experimental helicopter of the Druchii elves can not only not be equipped with too many weapons, but even the flight stability cannot be guaranteed. But this is already a small step forward in technology. With these equipment, the future Druchii warriors can even send out elite teams to use boarding tactics on the battlefield and conduct various harassment operations. After all, on the battlefield with magic, the Ash Dragon, who has not received the blessing, has shown its weakness and lack of flexibility in on-the-spot response. The addition of more weapons with new technology will inevitably greatly increase the combat power of his army, and even counterattack on the Chaos Wasteland is not impossible. You are Kaon want to invade the mortal world? I will directly block you in the Bipala portal and beat you. Looking forward to the possible glory of the future, Rohan silently licked the drool at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and then left the temple under the admiring gaze of the soldiers of the Atonement camp. It's time to completely end the artifact mission, and then go to the next new world with sufficient supplies, and waiting to be developed. A few weeks later, spring, misty mountains. With the arrival of spring, the mountains that once fluttered with heavy snow finally stopped their awe, and let the heavy snow melt slowly. The tender green leaves and pink flowers gradually replaced the boring white snow world of the past, making the misty mountain people feel warm in their hearts. Of course, they didn't know that even warmer warmth was waiting for them. Buzz, waves of movement that could cause PTSD in American soldiers kept echoing in the mountains, immediately making the misty mountain people hiding in the snow look up at the sky curiously. There were more than a dozen black dots in the air, floating in the sky in a way they had never seen before, as if they were looking for something. These strange things had no wings, and the 2 leaves on their backs were constantly rotating, making a huge roar. This was the latest experimental helicopter developed by the arsenal. Countless misty mountain people were attracted by these strange sounds, and walked out of the cave, not knowing how terrible the danger would be for their behavior. This is Unit 3. We have found a misty mountain tribe that has not been destroyed. Please prepare for bombing. In front of the hatch of a helicopter, an elf bombardier with a parachute on his back and a telescope in his hand was constantly looking at the misty mountain people in the distance with a grim smile on his face. In his hand was a strangely shaped plastic box from which came a vague and harsh voice. The lead unit has been received. All helicopters are ready for low altitude bombing. Don't make the mistake of being careless and getting shot in the knee like last time. Understood. After carefully putting the walkie-talkie in his arms, the bombardier took out an incendiary bomb from the box, fixed next to him, and probed towards the hatch. According to the great mechanic Anson, these walkie-talkies are old-fashioned products that cannot be mass-produced, and there is no way to repair them. It can be said that one less is one less, and Rohan even issued a death order. If any soldier dared to break the walkie-talkie, he would experience the feeling of having his legs chopped off for 20 years. In this situation, the elf warriors regarded these small black boxes covered with human patina and unremarkable appearance as the most real treasures. Speaking of which, we already have a magical machine like a helicopter. Why do we still use the most primitive manual bombing? Can't we install a cannon on the helicopter? After weighing the incendiary bomb in his hand, the bombardier looked at the misty mountain man below with some helplessness, and then threw the incendiary bomb in his hand. The driver looked nervously at the various handmade simple instruments on the helicopter. After hearing the sigh of the bombardier behind him, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "What nonsense is this? If you really want to install a cannon on the helicopter, I guess this broken machine will disintegrate directly in the sky. I'm just saying. Why are you so irritable? Be careful not to affect your lifespan, you short-lived species." The bombardier looked at the misty mountain man below who was wailing and fleeing in the sea of fire. It was hard to imagine that this quarrel would actually happen to humans and to Richie, but this was not surprising. After all, the number of human servants under Rohan was increasing day by day, and even the most arrogant elves had to temporarily put aside their prejudices. After all, compared to the past, humans and elves now believe in the same god, and everyone can see each other every day, so they can temporarily put aside their opinions. Suddenly, a hurried and joyful voice came from the bombardier's arms, and loudly informed all the helicopters, "Quick, report to the temporary airport, we have found the target cat god." Chapter 253 New God System. The scarlet sea of fire was spreading all over the mountains, and burning corpses were everywhere, and it was hard to tell whether they were livestock or human remains. The once snowy world of ice and snow had now turned into a hell on earth filled with flames, and the heat waves emitted continued to melt the century-old ice around. Even so, many misty mountain people still managed to escape the coverage of the flames, and fled to the mountains. However, the incendiary bombs made of ash ambergris could not have much impact on the ice and snow area. It must be the legendary cat god who appeared. Through the telescope, the elf bombardier could clearly see that the flames automatically extinguished after they came into contact with the ice and snow, so he could not wait to shout to the pilot, "Lower the plane, let me use incendiary bombs to force out the so-called cat god." No, it's too dangerous to do this. We should now report the news to the airport and make thorough preparations. Bullshit, now is our best chance to make a name for ourselves. Hearing the order from his comrades behind him, the human pilot shook his head decisively and then prepared to pull up the helicopter and evacuate the battlefield. Unfortunately, this human pilot was obviously dealing with elves for the first time, and he probably didn't expect that his disobedient behavior had offended the pride of his comrades behind him. Catcher, a sharp elf dagger suddenly pointed at the throat of the human pilot, and the pilot immediately stopped what he was doing and looked behind him in horror. I saw my elf comrade pointing a dagger at me, staring at a mountain cat looming below, and comforting him with a grim smile. "Relax, man. We will only attack him from above, and will not descend to the attack range of that little cat. But even if you say so, Lord Rohan's order is. Lord Rohan has always wanted to get rid of this wild cat. If we can weaken the strength of this cat god in advance, won't it help Lord Rohan?" After saying that, the elf bombardier raised the dagger in his hand slightly, as if he would stab it into the other party's throat if he disagreed. He didn't dare to really stab it in. After all, according to the military order issued by Rohan, his army strictly prohibited elves and humans from conflict, and those who violated the order would be severely punished. But there is still a reason to fulfill his desire for adventure in the name of intimidation, and it is a big one. Looking at the cold dagger, coupled with the other party's verbal promise, the pilot finally gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. "Okay, but if anything goes wrong, you must be responsible for your actions, understand? Don't worry, I won't let a short-lived person take the blame for me." As the pilot slowly pressed down the joystick in his hand, the helicopter began to break away from the evacuating flight formation and flew alone towards the mountains below. This action obviously attracted the attention of other helicopters. Not long after, the captain's angry roar came from the intercom. "What are you doing? This behavior is disobeying military orders. Come back to me quickly." "Don't worry, Captain, you don't want to make the first contribution before Lord Rohan comes. I hope to burn the kitten below and get the bonus." "Arsehole, I want to return to the temporary airport immediately. This is an order." However, facing the captain's anger, the bombardier just silently turned off the intercom and then poked his head out of the helicopter. Looking at the agile figure below that almost blended into the snow scene, the bombardier excitedly raised the incendiary bomb and then threw it down. Be burned to ashes by the flames. The incendiary bomb with sparks flew accurately towards the figure below. It seemed that in the next moment, this mountain cat that happened to pass by would be killed by the evil hands of the elf. Meow. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the mountain cat on the ground, which seemed to have no power to resist, screamed suddenly, then turned around and slapped the incendiary bomb in the air. The swift blow containing divine power directly knocked the incendiary bomb flying towards it, and then flew towards the helicopter in the air. "Climb quickly." Seeing the incendiary bomb he threw fly back, the bombardier was so scared that he hurriedly shouted to the driver who had not yet reacted, and at the same time, grabbed the joystick around him. Unfortunately, even if the driver who got the news pulled up the joystick at the first time, he still couldn't match the rapid rebound of the incendiary bomb. Boom. Watching the strange steel machine in the air being ignited by the incendiary bomb and then slowly falling to the ground, the mountain cat unconsciously revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Due to the long-term battle with the archer god, he had already developed extraordinary reaction ability and could even use his claws to pick up Ulved's arrows. Not to mention the incendiary bombs from people like this, he was not afraid even of artillery shells. Looking at the fireballs gradually rising from the ground, the commander of the helicopter squadron couldn't help but twitch his mouth and then secretly cursed, "This idiot. Everyone retreat. The news here has been reported to the airport, and Lord Rohan will come to support soon." Yes. After this, all the pilots became more vigilant and began to fly in an orderly manner towards the direction of Ravenstern City. The cat god on the ground obviously had no intention of pursuing, but looked at the wreckage of the helicopter burning with black smoke, with hesitation in his vertical pupils. As a benevolent main god, he resolutely regarded these misty mountain people who believed in him as his own children, and did not hesitate to bless them generously. But now, the entire misty mountains have been suppressed by a powerful force, causing countless of his children to die tragically under the flames. Although he could rely on his own divine power to fight against this powerful force, his fragile children did not have such skills. First, Ulvet died inexplicably, then there was an attack from a group of strange elves, and finally an elf with wings. It seems that he came prepared. The mountain cat suddenly spoke human language, and then looked up at the sky with a melancholy face, watching the figure slowly descending from the sky. Rohan looked at the wreckage of the helicopter that had completely turned into scrap metal and the flames that were still burning around it, and looked at the mountain cat in front of him and asked, "You are the ibis, the main god of the Misty Mountain people. Did you do this?" "Not exactly. There was an idiot who tried to throw a burning iron ball at me, so I returned it. That's it." Feeling the breath emanating from Rohan, the cat god slowly bent down and raised his back, and after a leisurely stretch, he began to communicate with the other party. He could feel that Rohan did not have much murderous intent this time. Maybe he wanted to talk before the fight. Looking at the mountain cat licking its paws in front of him with a silly look on its face, a smile emerged on Rohan's face. He simply found a stone to sit on and explained, "My people have told me the details. I'm not interested in revenge for a reckless idiot. Instead, I'm interested in you. Me. I've heard of you a long time ago. Compared with other gods in the continent of Penda, you have blessed and talked to your believers several times. You can be regarded as a qualified main god." Hearing this, the mountain cat couldn't help but glanced at the wings behind Rohan with a strange look, feeling the powerful divine power in the other's body, and started to complain. "Speaking of blessings, I think your elf goddess is very generous to you. You are not your goddess's lover, are you?" "Wow, of course not. I've just been following the Lady of the Mist faithfully, and these blessings are the rewards she gives me." Looking at his arms that had become strong and feeling the surging divine power that had recovered in his body, Rohan showed a gentle smile on his face. At first, he really just regarded the Lady of the Mist as an ordinary supporter, just like he treated Redand Kane, and he didn't have much piety in his heart. But as time passed, he gradually realized the quality of the Lady of the Mist that other gods didn't have, that is, she really treated her believers as her own. After all, which main god living in Ulthuan would go to a head-on conflict with the horned rat for a little Lord Tarachi who had just met him for a few days? Even Azurian, who was known as the Eternal King, only watched Ulthuan being invaded by various demons. Has he ever seen him fight against the Chaos God for this? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. It is precisely because he was once favored by the wings of the Lady of the Mist that Rohan naturally has a lot of good feelings for those gods who truly fight for their believers. After throwing the sword on the ground to indicate that he had no hostility, Rohan came to the side of the cat god, touched the other's soft back under the other's vigilant gaze, and then asked, "To be honest, our Durachi elves' pace of completely ruling Penda is unstoppable. The 5 major countries have been destroyed by us, and their main gods have also been destroyed. Of course, I'm not a completely arrogant and unreasonable elf, so before I completely tear my face with you Misty Mountain, I would like to make a suggestion. You can continue to be the main god of the Misty Mountain people, and at the same time, you can let the Misty Mountain people leave the cold mountains to live, but you must swear allegiance to the Lady of Misty. How about it?" After saying that, he took back his palm and patiently looked at the cute little cat in front of him, without any intention of taking the opportunity to attack. The cat god did not appear as angry as imagined, but lowered his head to look at the burning scrap metal in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. However, Rohan did not think that the other party would refuse his proposal. After all, for the current Misty Mountain people, the survival situation has become urgent to a very serious level. If the cat god is unwilling to accept his proposal, then he can only kill him with force first, and then seal up the entire Misty Mountain as a training ground. This is an obvious truth. The cat god doesn't want to fight this meaningless war with them, right? Sure enough, after a long silence, the cat god finally raised his head again, and said to Rohan with a firm look, "Your proposal is very tempting. I can swear allegiance to your Lord God, but my believers must return to their former land to live. This is their dream. No problem. From now on, your believers are my people, and I will treat them well like other people." Hearing this, Rohan reached out and touched the other's furry head until the other party kept roaring because of anger. The cat god looked at Rohan with a meaningful look, then jumped off the boulder and walked into the depths of the dense forest, while reminding him in a hoarse voice, "Since the agreement has been reached, the past will be forgiven, but you should stop those flying iron boxes immediately and ask them to stop bombing my children. Don't worry, I will stop them now, and at the same time issue a preferential policy to your children to compensate for the damage caused by the previous war." Rohan also flapped his wings and flew up. After saluting in the direction where the cat god disappeared, he flew towards the direction of Ravenstern. Seeing that the progress bar on the system panel really increased, Rohan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It turned out that the task could really be completed by conquering the gods. Since this cat god can be conquered in this way, then can the demon goddess Erida and the archery god Inver of Gatu also be conquered? If it can really be conquered in this way, then Rohan can completely create a new pantheon that is different from the Althoan pantheon, a new faction with the Lady of the Mist as the core. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Although Lady Mist can forcibly kill these gods to obtain the corresponding divine power, absorbing too much divine power at the same time can easily cause indigestion. At this time, you can ask other secondary gods to come to help and even fight against the Chaos Evil God together. This can not only enhance the power of your own people, but also improve the efficiency of conquering the world. It is simply a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. At that time, even if you need to be enemies with the 4 chaos gods or the horned rat, the chosen of the secondary gods can also compete with their great demons. Even if they may not be as strong as the 4 chaos gods, as Rohan contacts more worlds, more gods will join this system. Thinking of this, Rohan in midair couldn't help but raise his mouth. Looking at the Raven City that was about to arrive, he couldn't help muttering, "I'm really a little excited when I think about it. In this case, I'll go and talk to that heretic demon goddess first. Maybe there will be a good show of demons in the future." Although Rohan has never seen those demons, he still has a lot of knowledge about their rumors. As long as the price is right, and there are countless possibilities for cooperation in the future, what can't be discussed? Chapter 254 Demon Goddess. As the cold winter in the north gradually faded away, green forests and golden wheat waves reappeared on this permafrost land. Faced with this unprecedented harvest, the people of Stern Ravenland began to rejoice, and obviously had forgotten the shame when they announced their surrender. Although many barbaric Misty Mountain people suddenly appeared in their lives, they were still able to live in harmony under the management of the elves. After all, life is now acceptable, and the elves' taxes are not high. Who is willing to fight and kill like before? Of course, as civilians, they naturally don't know that Rohan never hopes to obtain enough taxes in the continent of Pendar. He just wants to take advantage of them. At the current rate of conscription, Rohan will recruit 5,000 soldiers from the continent of Pendar every year. This will be a very large army. Of course, the corresponding issue is the cost of training and equipment, so naturally, it is necessary to prepare to open a new world, to serve as a training ground, and the task is becoming more and more urgent. In a cave somewhere in Cliffrock Bay, I'm looking for your heretic goddess Erida. Could you please kindly tell me where I can find her? In the cave, countless heretics were looking at the blood-soaked angel in front of them in horror, holding their weapons and shaking their hands to express their fear. This elf is even more heretical than us heretics. After throwing the corpse whose head he had crushed aside, Rohan looked at the priest carrying a small box in the crowd and asked curiously, "I have heard of your way of offering sacrifices, which is to pass the soul of the sacrifice to your goddess through this small box. What do you want?" Facing Rohan's gaze, the heretic priest hurriedly raised the mace in his hand, as if such an act could bring him some sense of security. However, the hundreds of torn remains displayed outside the cave and the blood that almost flowed throughout the entire mountain range were enough to prove the powerful strength of the elf in front of him. This kind of enemy, I'm afraid only the legendary strongest demon, Egger the Devourer, can contend with him. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm not interested in you mortals. I just want to know where your master is. With blood on his face, Rohan walked towards the heretic priest with a kind face, seemingly not caring about the believers around him who were pointing their weapons at him. To him, the mortals around him were no threat at all. It didn't matter, even if he took off his clothes and let them chop him. After all, at the level of God's chosen one, let alone a few dozen fully armed soldiers, as long as there was enough time, even thousands of troops could be easily dealt with. Seeing that the heretic priest was still hesitating, Rohan simply put the sword in his right hand back into the scabbard, then sat down and complained silently, "Please, I have almost killed all the heretics in the nearby mountains. I just want to ask you for a favor. Can you at least consider the believers who follow you?" "Okay. Since you are not afraid of death, then I will fulfill your wish. Let the great dark goddess punish you." After hesitating again and again, the heretic priest felt the pleading eyes of the believers around him, and finally gritted his teeth, and put the mobile shrine on his back on the ground. Looking at this shrine with a head inlaid, Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin curiously, because he didn't feel any fluctuations of divine power from it. Is this demon goddess so much stronger than him that he can't feel the existence of divine power at all? In order to prevent the possible emergence of a powerful enemy, Rohan carefully placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and stared at the shrine closely. The heretic priest pulled out a dagger engraved with strange runes from his waist and then stabbed it directly into his chest, shouting, "Great dark goddess, please accept my body and soul as a sacrifice. Respond to the call of your devout believers and come to my side again." Then he pulled out the dagger in his abdomen without hesitation, letting his blood splash on the skull shrine. Buzz 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 as the priest's blood slowly fell on the shrine. The skull on the shrine immediately began to tremble, and a faint dark green light gradually emerged from the empty eye sockets. And the priest also fell to the ground at this moment, and the weird smile on his face made everyone present, except Rohan, swallow their saliva. "Who is it? Don't you know that demons also need to rest, not to mention that a beauty like me needs to take good care of her skin?" A lazy and charming voice came from the skull, accompanied by a whistling sound like the wind of death coming from the cave, as if the temperature around it dropped a lot. Realizing that the other party seemed to have no entity, Rohan retracted the half-drawn sword, but his palm was still hitting the hilt. After carefully looking at the shrine, Rohan slowly walked to the skull with green light and said with a friendly smile, "Excuse me, are you the legendary demon goddess Arida? It's not easy to find you. I killed at least a dozen of your priests before someone finally let me see you. Wow, are you a winged older elf? It's really rare. Are you interested in becoming my believer? I will bless you to become a giant knight." In the dimensional rift, a plump black-robed woman was looking at the handsome elf warrior opposite her through the crystal ball in front of her in surprise. Just looking at the back, it might be enough to make any mortal in the world feel their heartbeat speed up and be attracted by the other party's soft figure. However, if the view is turned to the front, people will be horrified to find that this goddess, who can be called the back killer, has no skin on her body, only exposed blood vessels and muscles. Although from the goddess's face, if this beauty has skin, she will definitely be a peerless beauty, but the blood-red twisted face still makes people feel afraid. Rohan didn't know what kind of terrifying face the woman opposite had, but he still bowed politely and said, "Excuse me for refusing. I'm the chosen one Rohan, of the Lady of the Mist. This time I came to talk with you to make you swear allegiance to the Lady of the Mist." "Rohan, right? You are willing to kill dozens of my priests just to find me. I'm very happy, but I'm very dissatisfied with what you said just now." After listening to Rohan's answer, Arida silently picked up the wine glass filled with blood, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her twisted mouth. The last guy who dared to speak to her like this was called Edgar Egram, a demon giant warrior under her who tried to replace her position. I didn't expect that. Just after sending away Agrim, another one came who didn't know what was good for him. He was simply tired of living. Rohan had no intention of explaining Arida's dissatisfaction. Instead, he patiently told him about the changes that had happened on the continent of Penda during this period. "You may not have paid attention to the situation on the continent of Penda for a while. It seems that I need to explain to you what has happened recently. The 5 major kingdoms have all been destroyed by our Durachi elves, and the remaining humans have all surrendered to us. Only the Jatu people are still lingering. At present, the only major resistance forces left on the continent of Penda are you heretics and snake worshippers, but Azidahaka must die, so I came to you." After saying that, he couldn't help but pick up a piece of firewood from the ground, poked the skull holding the fire with some curiosity, and looked at the branches that quickly turned into ashes, and couldn't help but secretly shocked. After all this time, it turns out that it is not a special effect. I was also going to study the skull. Compared to Rohan, who was fiddling with the skull, Arida on the other side of the skull shrine frowned and began to think carefully about what Rohan had just said. Indeed, Since a few months ago, the number of souls sacrificed by believers has become less and less, and sometimes they even use the flesh and blood of animals that are not tasty to the devil to make up for it. Although the demon army under his command does not refuse these flesh and blood, how can a noble demon goddess be compared with those ordinary fallen people? Now it seems that the reason why my food has become so bad is entirely because of you elves who claim to be Dorichi. Looking at Rohan's face, that was constantly shaking on the crystal ball, Erida drank the blood in her hand directly, and then pretended to be delicate and artificial and said, "How rude. You are such a handsome elf. Don't you know that I can only become strong by relying on human flesh and soul? Your behavior is cutting off my financial resources. Don't worry, as long as you can swear allegiance to the Lady of the Mist, you can have almost endless human flesh and blood." Rohan agreed to Erida's request without hesitation, but he had no intention of promising the human soul that could allow the other party to obtain the body. After all, human flesh and blood can be replaced by the corpses of enemies, but if you really want to become stronger by sacrificing human souls, then you are no different from the Chaos Evil God. However, Erida obviously noticed this. Although she was satisfied with being able to provide unlimited fresh flesh and blood, this obviously did not include the soul issue. After all, as a god who had been abandoned for hundreds of years, if she wanted to restore her entity, she would need a lot of sacrifices so that she could come to the real world again. Moreover, her ambition would not allow him to succumb to the goddess who called herself Lady of the Mist. If she could not regain her own entity and then redominate the continent of Penda that had expelled her, then what was the meaning of her humiliation for 100 years? But if I want to restore my previous strength, I will inevitably need human souls as sacrifices. Do you have any good ideas? Facing Erida's repeated questioning, the smile on Rohan's face gradually faded, but his tone was still gentle and reminded, "Maybe we will consider handing over some humans who have committed unforgivable crimes to you. But if you want to be as reckless as in the past, I'm afraid it won't work. That's really troublesome. Then I have another question. Can you let me talk to your Lord God? I hope to discuss the ownership of the continent of Pan with him in person." Hearing the contempt from the skull, the smile on Rohan's face finally disappeared completely. He directly pinched the skull in front of him with his left claw and said disdainfully, "Erida, right? I advise you to give up those abacus in your heart. The reason why I gave you a chance to surrender is that I think highly of you, but now it seems that there is no need for that." Snap. After that, Rohan directly crushed the skull in his hand, looking at the green flame attached to his left claw, and couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. A female evil god like Erida, who is not even worthy of holding up the skirt of Lady Mist, actually wants to discuss the ownership of the world of Penda? For Rohan, who owns infinite worlds, this Erida is just an evil god who can be dispensable. He can find a replacement in other worlds. If he didn't want to see with his own eyes how glorious it is when demons fight demons, he wouldn't have tried so hard to persuade such a person. It's a pity that my little wish can't be fulfilled, so I can only vent my anger on you heretics. I think you are not good people, right? Looking at the skull that gradually turned into ashes in his hand, Rohan slowly aimed his eyes at the heretics, who had not left, and then decisively drew his sword. Seeing this, several heretics in the crowd hurriedly dropped their weapons and shouted, "It's none of our business. We are just peasants who were forcibly captured and bled. We have never killed anyone. Please let us go. Please spare us. We must be of use to you. Isn't there an atonement camp in Silion? Please let us go there. Yes, we can also fight for the Lady of the Mist. Please let us go." Hearing this, Rohan looked at these heretics who had put down their weapons. From their somewhat hunched bodies, it was not difficult to see that these words were most likely true. After thinking for a while, Rohan still put down his sword and waved his hand at these people with some disgust, signaling them to get out of the way. It's not that he wants to show mercy to these bastards, but there is a high probability that a battle with the demon goddess will occur next, and he has to rush back in advance to prepare. Quick, make way for the angel. The surrounding heretics stood up in surprise, looking at Rohan's back as he flew away into the sky, their eyes full of gratitude. Could it be that they can finally survive? Exclamation mark. However, the heretics who were celebrating at this time did not notice that the corner of his mouth who was ignoring Rohan in the sky, could not help but rise. A few minutes later, just as the heretics began to pack up and prepare to leave, a teasing shout suddenly came from outside the cave. "Please open the mountain gate. The Inquisition is here to investigate the arson of the mountain. PS. I'm writing my graduation thesis recently, so it may be a bit watery. I hope all book friends can understand." Chapter 255 Dario's Jealousy. As for those heretics who were purged by the Inquisition, Rohan did not know that they would eventually be tied to the cross and burned at the stake. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. After all, assembling a strong army and preparing to fight the demon goddess was what he would deal with next. As for the Jatu people on the other side, with tens of thousands of mortal auxiliary troops as reinforcement, I believe that with Dario's military talent, he can still find a way to hold the Long River town as a border. Let those Jatu people fight with the older elves and wait for him to free up his hands to reap the benefits. It's really wonderful. As for the demon goddess and her army, they can ask the Lady of the Mist to help monitor the movements of demons on the entire Penda continent and be prepared to respond at any time. Long River Town, Inquisition Fortress. Hundreds of elves and humans wearing white robes are holding a Bible full of runes in their hands, kneeling on one knee in front of the holy statue of the Lady of the Mist, praying devoutly. For the members of the Inquisition, they must always remain loyal to Lady Mist and Rohan, and strengthen their faith in their hearts. Praise Lady Mist. Repeat 100 times a day. Feeling this inner peace, each member of the Inquisition showed a gentle smile on his face, and was obviously very satisfied with his current life. It seems that everyone is in good spirits. It is still necessary to remain loyal to Lord Rohan every day. Remember to use more heart. Located on the second floor of the fortress, Dario looked at the members of the Inquisition kneeling outside with satisfaction, then turned back to the table and asked the adjutant next to him, "How is the arrest of heretics going?" Lord Rohan came down personally to clear out those heretic believers of the devil, so we must not slack off. Don't worry, Judge. Our members are now all over the Penda continent. Last week alone, we have killed thousands of suspected heretics and implicated believers. It can be said that we have gained a lot. Facing Dario's inquiry, the adjutant was full of confidence in the recent eradication operation. After all, the members of the Inquisition would not lie about military intelligence, and each encirclement and suppression operation was carried out only after finding evidence of heresy. Although occasionally one or two innocent villages were implicated and massacred, for the entire Penda, this was just a small price to pay in the elimination of heresy. Facing his loyal adjutant, Dario thought for a moment, and then picked up a list, recording and reminding him, "Is that so? Then keep up the good work, but pay attention to reducing civilian casualties. Many mayors have expressed their dissatisfaction to me. If the matter is really brought to Lord Rohan, if the Lord is really angry, then even I can't protect you." Dario was not completely ignorant of what his subordinates did, but because those civilians were also at risk of being corrupted by heresy, they would rather kill the innocent than let them go. According to his original intention, he hoped that the Inquisition could be a little more restrained, and not always make rude actions such as slaughtering villages and burning fields, or catching robbers as military merits. It's a pity that the adjutant obviously didn't understand what Dario meant. After learning that someone had reported him, the adjutant fell into a brief thought, then raised his head firmly and smiled. "Oh, dissatisfied? I think I understand. Please rest assured, sir, I will deal with those objections. I'm glad to know. You can go down." At this time, Dario didn't know how serious the security consequences would be to the continent of Penda due to the adjutant's temporary misunderstanding of his meaning. 1 month later, in the palace of Salian City, Rohan was sitting on the golden throne, complaining to the many Darachi captains below in a somewhat distressed voice. According to the information provided by Lady Mist, the army of the demon goddess has never appeared in our sphere of influence. This makes me suspect that she may be trying to do something bad. For this reason, I think that relying solely on 15,000 Darachi warriors and 120,000 auxiliary troops may still be defeated, so I suggest expanding the army again. As soon as this was said, many captains in the audience began to discuss it. Among them, an experienced captain stood up and asked in confusion, "Sir, according to previous intelligence, The demon army is just a large number of heretic followers and a small number of demon armies. Do we need to be so cautious? Facing the captain's doubts, Rohan silently took out an ice stick from the box full of ice cubes next to him. After thinking for a moment, he said firmly, no matter what, it's right to be cautious. Besides, we have other enemies besides the demon goddess. We must not take it lightly at this time. Jatu, Nolda, and the snake cult are all forces that threaten our all and must be dealt a heavy blow. Even if my personal strength is enough to defeat the chosen ones of their Lord God, it will be useless if we cannot recover the lost land and population on the battlefield. Then the military expenditure. Don't worry about that. The current income of the treasury is enough to equip all the armies with the strongest armor and the sharpest weapons. There is no need to worry about the expenditure. Rohan is fully confident about the military expenditure. After all, the Higgs family's wealth is so rich that he can't spend it, even if he squanders it for decades. As long as he can ensure that his treasury is always in a state of growth, it is no problem to spend some of the savings obtained from the war. Anyway, the selected craftsmen are all locals of Grantown, and the currency is always circulated in his own territory. In the end, it will not return to his hands. Looking at the captains and nobles who were lost in thought below, Rohan silently licked the popsicle in his hand, and then turned his attention to Dario at the end of the team. At this time, Dario was resting with his eyes closed. As the commander of Changtown, although he had to attend a collective meeting every month, he was still quite leisurely. It was a pity that, although Dario wanted to experience a leisurely life, his subordinates were a little unconscious. Ahem. After eating all the popsicles in his hand, Rohan coughed lightly, then jumped up from the golden throne and landed directly among the captains. Seeing that Lord Rohan actually stepped down in person, the captains around hurriedly made way for the other party's wide wings, but then heard Rohan's somewhat dissatisfied voice. Recently, I have heard a lot of bad rumors. It is said that when our soldiers are hunting down heretics, they often attack farmers who are powerless. As he spoke, Rohan had quietly walked into the ranks of officers and immediately scared the officers to kneel on one knee on the ground, recalling all the mistakes they had made in their lives. Although they used to be some very ungentle slave owners, they often did things that bullied and discriminated against human slaves. But since Rohan revised the laws and military regulations and allowed more and more humans to join the ranks of the auxiliary army, they dared not look down on humans openly, let alone massacre. When the officers were lost in thought, Rohan's footsteps suddenly stopped for a few seconds behind Dario and then flew towards the golden throne. Warning: because of this incident, many mayors have petitioned me jointly, hoping that I can severely punish those who participated in the massacre and comfort those souls who died unjustly. Although the matter has been barely suppressed, many people have witnessed the elves slaughtering innocent villagers. Please pay attention to your men and don't cause trouble. After saying that, he took out another popsicle and waved his hand impatiently to the many captains below, indicating that they could leave. The captains looked at Dario with a gloomy face thoughtfully and obviously noticed Rohan stopped behind them. In their impression, Dario has always been a qualified lieutenant who obeys Rohan's orders. He is kind to everyone. He doesn't seem like someone who would order a massacre. Obviously, they don't have the authority to know the existence of the Inquisition and don't know about Dario's heresy elimination plan, so they can only attribute it to the expansion after gaining power. I didn't expect that Dario would do such a thing behind the Lord's back. Massacre the village. Pender is now our territory. Is this considered killing our own people? Humph, those villagers are also believers of the Lady of the Mist. They can be forgiven for committing such a crime. We should thank Lord Rohan for his generosity. Hearing the constant doubts and ridicules from his colleagues around him, Dario's mouth, which was covered by his broken hair, couldn't help but twitch slightly. After the warning just now, he could roughly guess that the so-called village massacre was done by the Inquisition under his command. Those bastards. I asked them to restrain themselves, but I didn't expect these guys to misunderstand and think they were eradicating the roots. Looking at Rohan, who was leaning on Isabel's arms and enjoying the brain pad wave massage on the throne, Dario could only sigh secretly and then left the palace. There was no way the incident was indeed caused by him, so he could only start with those paradigm judges. One day later, Changtown, you are so bold. I asked you to restrain yourself, but you actually upgraded your status to slaughter the village. On the second floor of the fortress, Dario was looking angrily at the many judges who dared not speak in their seats, and began to vent his anger in the palace. Do you know that I was personally held accountable by Lord Rohan for this matter? What a shame. Everyone, including the adjutant, sat in their seats in fear, lowering their heads for fear of offending Dario. Among them, several judges who committed crimes knelt on the ground and trembled, not understanding why things turned into what they are now. This shouldn't be the case. They would obviously slaughter all the villages within a radius of more than 10 kilometers every time. In addition, the archers were responsible for hunting down witnesses. There was no chance of any accidents. It seems that it was not handled properly after all. This thought came to almost everyone's mind, including the adjutant. After all, strictly speaking, this matter was indeed caused by their poor handling. Damn heretics. It seems that they need to be eradicated more strictly in the future. After scolding for an unknown period of time, Dario finally sat back in his chair with a breath. After looking at the people present tiredly, he closed his eyes and sighed. I also know that it is too troublesome to deal with heretics. Once there is a fish that slips through the net, it is easy to cause the spread of evil beliefs in an area, but the approach does need to be improved. Yes, sir. Many judges immediately stood up from their seats and agreed with Dario's opinion with a serious face, as if they really intended to improve the way of judging heretics. However, the gleam in their eyes made Dario doubt the truth of their words. Looking at the many judges who left the conference room, Dario leaned back in his chair, looking at the statue of the Lady of the Mist outside the window and the warriors on the training ground with a dazed look. Looking at the swords shining with the light of the Lady of the Mist, and the elven warriors whose every attack was enough to easily penetrate the armor, Dario's eyes revealed an imperceptible jealousy. He was so pious and hardworking, why couldn't he get the blessing from the Lady of the Mist? As the first adjutant to follow Rohan, he thought that his loyalty and faith were indeed far beyond those elves who received the blessing. But what exactly made him become the awkward appearance of being neither strong nor weak? He was not dissatisfied with Lord Rohan, who always encouraged him. After all, compared with other dreadlords, Lord Rohan's way of treating his own people was indeed generous. But at the same time, he was indeed very pious to the Lady of the Mist. Whether it was responsible for building the statues of the mist in various worlds, or setting up a tribunal to maintain the majesty of the lady, it was something he was willing to do from the bottom of his heart. But why? Lady Mist never responded to him. Just as Dario propped up his chin and looked out the window, wondering whether he should drink to relieve his sorrow, a charming and lazy female voice suddenly came into his ears. You are confused. Is it because your god is unwilling to give you powerful power? Who is it? The moment he heard this voice, Dario's sleepiness that had been silent in his heart disappeared, and then he suddenly pulled out the black rapier that Rohan gave him that year, and looked around vigilantly. There was no trace of any living creature in the empty meeting room, which made Dario wonder if he had a mental illness and eventually suffered from auditory hallucinations. After confirming that there were no unexpected situations around, Dario quickly took out a small ball from his hand and threw it out of the window. Although I don't know what the situation is, according to Lord Rohan's guidance, the first reaction to encountering various supernatural events is to call for help first. Chapter 256 Devil's Blessing. Swoosh, the flare flew out of the window at a high speed, which made Dario smile. As the highest officer of the Inquisition, he had seen a lot in the past few months, so he had naturally heard rumors about the devils bewitching people. Although he had not experienced it personally, it did not affect his cautious attitude towards the auditory hallucinations just now. In the reports submitted by the Inquisitors who were responsible for cleaning up heretics in the past, he had already learned some methods to fight heretics. As long as someone kept reciting the blessing Bible of the Lady of the Mist around him, the holy light could be summoned to dispel the evil in the body. What's more, the statue of the Lady of the Mist stood in this fortress. In this place full of glory and holy light, even the chaos demon could not invade. As long as the signal could be transmitted to the outside, let alone the so-called demon goddess, even the chaos demon would die. You are just as cold as your master. I just came to chat with you. Why are you in such a hurry to drive me away? However, the opposite happened. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air, accompanied by the lazy and charming voice's constant teasing, and actually turned his flare into powder out of thin air. The space in the whole room seemed to be distorted. The purple fluctuations like a portal covered the entire wall. The distorted scene was enough to make people's minds collapse. Not good. It seems that the hateful demon goddess came to me in the morning. It's really a headache. Looking at the purple fluctuations on the surrounding walls, Dario's mind immediately recalled the information that Rohan had told him about the demon goddess Erida, one of the few main gods on the continent of Penda who can master the dimensional portal skillfully, plus the countless demon legions under her command. The overall strength cannot be underestimated, and the words of the demon seem to have the power to bewitch people. There used to be many adventurers who were corrupted and became fallen because of the charm of the demon. In the dimensional rift, Erida looked at Dario in the crystal ball with some surprise and finally spoke in praise. I heard your complaints, young elf warrior. A cautious and excellent officer like you should not be buried here, but should become a general. That little bitch named Mist Lady obviously didn't notice your talent. I think you are fully qualified to be my exclusive chosen one. Chosen one? Hearing that the demon goddess actually wanted to make him her chosen one, Dario's originally cautious and calm heart immediately turned a little ripple. Although his current strength is still outstanding compared to ordinary elf warriors, compared to those comrades who have become living saints, it is still a little bit inferior. Even though he has nearly 1,000 years of combat experience, he still feels very powerless when facing those comrades who have received blessings. Everyone seems to regard him as a governor who is only suitable for handling internal affairs, but only he knows that he has always buried a dream of becoming a warrior in his heart. Sensing Dario's inner hesitation, Erida's blood-veined mouth corners slightly raised, and then continued to seduce the other party. I've heard of you. Those guys under your command who call themselves judges have been hunting down my believers recently, which has caused me deep trouble. It's obviously of no benefit to you to do this, and you have to trouble me to keep looking for my useless believers. It's really hard for you, since the Lady of the Mist is unwilling to reward you. Why don't you accept my power? It's all power anyway. What's the difference? As soon as the words fell, a black portal suddenly appeared in front of Dario, and the undisguised evil aura around it made the surrounding air extremely cold. Seeing Dario's eyes gradually becoming dull, Erida couldn't help licking her lips, and then whispered in his ear with divine power, "Don't worry, I give you the purest energy, a power that even the Lady of the Mist can't detect." Seeing Dario staggering towards the portal, Erida couldn't help but pick up the wine glass and started drinking again to suppress her excitement. To be honest, compared to the somewhat ordinary elf in front of her, she hoped to bring the handsome and gentle Rohan under her command. After all, who can refuse a handsome elf with enhanced strength and eloquence to act as their chosen one? Moreover, when she thought of such a handsome elf chosen one, it was very likely that he was being played around by the guy who claimed to be the Lady of the Mist. She couldn't stop jealousy in her heart. Damn, let go of that elf and let me do it. However, as a demon goddess, she is not an ignorant person. Compared with hatching directly with despicable means, she hopes to get Rohan intact. And to achieve this goal, it is necessary to plant spies around the other party in advance. Because of this, she will find Dario, who has not accepted the blessing of the Lady of the Mist, and is also a powerful elf minister. As long as Dario can be used to spread some false information, and at the same time, use the other party's dissatisfaction with the Lady of the Mist to corrupt Rohan's army, won't there be more chances of winning? At that time, as long as Rohan's army is led to the one who has betrayed her, Devourer Agram, she can reap the benefits. According to her expectations, Agram has absolutely no chance of winning Rohan, but his corruption ability comparable to hers is enough to give Lady of the Mist a headache. And when the war is over, Agram's soul and the flesh and blood of those who died in the war can be used by her, enough to make her comparable to that Lady of the Mist. At that time, she will personally go out to deal with the Lady of the Mist, and then use the skin and flesh of the Lady of the Mist to conquer Rohan. Wouldn't that be done? Thinking of this, Erida's eyes turned gentle when she looked at Dario. After all, if this chess piece is played well, then it can achieve a complete win. Well, although it is just a chess piece that is thrown away after use, it will eventually play a big role in the next mission. After thinking for a moment, in order to make the elf general fall faster, Erida decided to add a layer of insurance by drawing a pie in the sky. What are you still hesitating about? Just accept my power, and you will even have the opportunity to replace your master Rohan and become the new leader of the elves. Replace Lord Rohan. Hearing this, Dario's eyes immediately flashed with an imperceptible strange color. After hesitating for a moment, he dropped the rapier in his hand and walked towards the portal with a firm look. He needed power. Even though he knew that this power belonged to the evil god, he still wanted to take it for himself. Moreover, as the first Druzy elf to swear allegiance to the demon goddess, he believed that he would not be treated unfairly. Congratulations, you have chosen the right path, so you are eligible to receive my grace. Seeing that the first step of his plan was successfully implemented, Erida could not help but look at Dario with satisfaction, obviously very satisfied with the elf who was willing to submit to him. Looking at Dario who was walking out of the portal in front of him, Erida changed into a set of charming human skin, then came to the other party and stretched out his hand and said, "It's our first meeting. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the demon goddess you have been looking for, and I'm also the main god who will bless you in the future." Erida, may I ask where this is? This is a dimensional rift. Since I was expelled from Penda by the gods, I have led my demon army to accumulate strength here, ready to counterattack the continent at any time. Erida was naturally full of goodwill for this handsome guy who was willing to surrender to him, so he did not care about his location and intelligence. After all, this is her old nest that she has been operating for many years. Not only is it full of magical barriers that isolate the space, but it is also guarded by tens of thousands of demon armies. Moreover, his own strength is not weak. After all, he used to need the gods of the entire Penda to join forces to defeat him. His strength is naturally not to be underestimated. It is no exaggeration to say that after hundreds of years of operation, the entire dimensional rift has been built by him as solid as a fortress. Even the Mist Lady cannot break through from the front. As for breaking from the inside, it is even more ridiculous. Unlike other Penda gods who only specialize in one thing, she can be said to be a versatile person who understands all kinds of magic and there is no possibility of defeat. How is it, my future chosen one? Are you amazed by my magnificent palace? Looking at the twisted walls that were completely covered with blood and organs, and the countless rotating eyeballs embedded in the walls, Dario could only reluctantly admire. It is worthy of being the palace of the demon goddess. Ordinary people like me cannot understand the mystery at all. Maybe this is the beauty of the grotesque. Oh, your little mouth is so sweet. It seems that I did not choose the wrong person. Hearing that for the first time in thousands of years, someone did not feel disgusted with her aesthetics, but praised the palace she designed personally. Erida could not help laughing. After all, she had been in prison for hundreds of years, and every day, when she looked up, she saw the skeleton faces of her subordinates, which had already made her feel bored. Although she personally liked these demon warriors created by her own hands, which were made up of various blood vessels and eyeballs, it did not mean that her sexual taste was as disgusting as this. The reason why she felt a strong possessiveness towards Rohan was not only because Rohan looked particularly handsome, but also because this was the first elf she had seen in hundreds of years. How that Mist Lady is so lucky, she actually has a warm-hearted boy who is always available. It's really enviable. After secretly complaining in her heart, Erida turned her eyes to Dario, who was far inferior to Rohan in both appearance and tone, and then stretched out her left hand and said solemnly, "In the name of the demon goddess Erida, from now on you are the chosen one blessed by me personally. You must serve me well in the future. I will not treat my own people badly, please rest assured. Miss Erida, I will do my best to complete your task." Well, very good. Then you will be responsible for accepting my blessing, and then continue to lurk beside your former master, and wait for my orders. Do you understand? Looking at Dario kneeling on one knee in front of her, Erida nodded with satisfaction. After all, it is rare to see an elf kneeling on one knee to her. However, Erida did not know that for Dario, who had never been blessed by the Mist Lady, if he really only needed to kneel once to get the blessing, he would rather kneel for a year. Buzz with a flash of scarlet light, Erida placed her left hand on Dario's hair and generously distributed her divine power to him. Looking at Dario kneeling on the ground and trembling, Erida's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and then decisively accelerated the speed of transferring divine power. She was not worried that Dario would betray her. After all, she was very confident in her bewitching magic. This elf must have completely surrendered to her, right? Cillian City, Royal Palace. In summary, the residence of the demon goddess Erida is hidden in the dimensional rift, and she is guarded by tens of thousands of demon warriors. Her strength is very strong. Looking at Dario kneeling in front of him, Rohan, who was sitting on the golden throne, opened his eyes and looked at the adjutant who had followed him for many years with gentle eyes and comforted him. Don't worry, this palace has been covered by the holy light of the Lady of the Mist, and Erida will not know about our conversation. It's better to be careful, Lord Rohan. The demon left a symbol on me, which should be able to control me. If necessary, please kill me. Dario looked at the demon wings behind him silently, and then looked at the horns on his head, and his heart was in great torment. Hearing that Dario actually wanted him to kill him, Rohan narrowed his eyes and set his sights on the blasphemous symbol on Dario's back. System, can you analyze this symbol? Ding. This is the mental seal used by the demon goddess Erida to control the souls of living things. Once activated, Dario will completely lose his self-awareness, and eventually become a puppet. The emotionless voice of the system entered Rohan's brain, and immediately made Rohan's already frowning brows even more furrowed. The seal of mental control. Although the rebirth pills can eliminate low-level soul curses, they don't have much effect on this kind of mental seal. He has a lot of magic items that can be used to resist mental attacks, but curing mental seals, that's really difficult. I have handed over all the information. In order to prevent the demon goddess from getting suspicious, I need to return to Changtown first. If it really comes to the necessary moment, please don't be soft-hearted. Seeing that Rohan on the throne had not spoken for a long time, Dario also knew that the seal on his body was probably a tricky thing, so he prepared to leave first. Watching Dario's receding back, Rohan subconsciously stood up from the throne and asked in confusion, "The Lady of the Mist is willing to remove the curse on you and has also promised to bless you. Why do you refuse?" Hearing this, Dario, who was about to leave, couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a long time, he turned around and looked at the holy figure on the throne and smiled. "Excuse me, sir, although it may be a bit blasphemous to say this, the object of my faith has never been the Lady of the Mist. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 257 Black Dragon Rises, King Luohan. Late at night, over Changtown, with a whistling sound, Dario was flapping his pair of flesh wings behind him, soaring under the moonlight. Below him was a fortress that had been built as solid as a copper wall and iron wall. Countless cannons and musketeers were standing on it, guarding it very strictly. At the same time, the surface of the city wall was constantly shining with purple light, which also confirmed that these walls had all been strengthened by runes. After taking in everything below, Dario couldn't help but flash a touch of imperceptible emotion in his eyes, and then flew towards the direction of the castle. TSK, what a beautiful city. It's a pity that there is no blood and bones on the city wall, otherwise it would be the best outpost. The low moan of the demon goddess kept coming to his ears, accompanied by the resonance caused by the demon power in his body, which made Dario feel that his consciousness was in a trance. I don't know if it's because of the effect of the demon spell behind him. Dario will share the vision with Erida at any time. It's great I haven't seen the human world for a long time. Those priests don't know what this goddess wants, they only know to sacrifice souls. Looking at the prosperous streets below, Erida, who had lost her body, laughed excitedly. She hadn't seen the real world for a long time. Although the human flesh and soul sacrificed to her would allow her to recover her body faster, she still wanted to see the bright and colorful real world with her own eyes to satisfy her craving. After all, she can only exist as a spiritual body. Although she can still eat and drink well, she can't taste the sweetness of blood and souls at all. And although the entire dimensional rift was built into a fortress by her, the demons who only know how to fight don't know what design and clothing are. After all, she is also a goddess, but she can only use her divine power to construct a linen skirt for herself. Isn't this too shabby? She noticed that the statue of the little bitch who called herself Mist Lady was decorated with the most gorgeous white gauze and jewels, which was so gorgeous under the sun. MD, she herself didn't have such treatment. Looking at the statue of the Misty Saint erected in the Fortress of the Inquisition, which was worshipped by believers day and night, Erida felt angry and wronged in her heart. Frankly speaking, as a goddess who often favored and blessed her subordinates, she could be regarded as a qualified good god, even more conscientious than some decent gods. If nothing unexpected happened, other statues should be erected in various places in Penda, decorated with the most gorgeous gold, silver, jewels and accessories, so that she could be admired by the whole world. But now, not only was she sealed in the dimensional rift and lost her body, but she also had to watch an outsider take away everything that originally belonged to her. Why did that outsider take away all the good things? Obviously, she was the native god of Penda. Thinking of this, Erida's dissatisfaction with the Misty Lady in her heart became stronger, and at the same time, she wanted to take over everything that the other party had more and more. At the same time, Erida felt more and more annoyed with the erected statue of the mist, so she whispered in Dario's ear, "My chosen one, now that you have inherited my power, it is time to make a contribution to your Lord God. Although we are not in a hurry to spread the faith of the devil, we must strike the power of the Lady of the Mist as much as possible and use all means to move the statue. Destroy the statue. But I'm now the presiding judge of the tribunal. If I propose to destroy the statue of the Lady of the Mist, it will definitely be strongly opposed. I don't care. I don't want to see the statue of the Lady of the Mist appear in this fortress anyway. Even if there is no way, you have to think about it." After giving the order with some shame and anger, Erida took the initiative to disconnect from Dario, and then retracted her consciousness into the dimensional crack. Even the statue of the Lady of the Mist has the power to dispel evil, which is commonly known as Corrosion 6. Therefore, although Erida is separated from the real world by Dario, this power emitting a faint holy light still makes her feel annoyed. Bon voyage. After realizing that the disgusting power on his body had disappeared, Dario slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then activated the skill, Teleport, he had learned when he received the blessing. Boom! With a strange sound, the mistwalkers on the ground subconsciously drew their weapons, and looked up at the sky, thinking that they were attacked by the enemy. However, except for a slowly dispersing cloud, there was no trace of any living creature in the sky, which made them fall into confusion. Just as they were confused, the windowsill on the second floor suddenly opened, and then Leo poked his head out and scolded them. "Why are you all idle over there? Don't you need to continue to sweep the heretics? Let all your buds freeze. In addition, notify all the inquisitors to come to the meeting." Yes. After hearing the order of the chief judge, the soldiers of the Inquisition in the fortress put aside their worries and continued to be busy with their own things. A few hours later, the conference room was filled with inquisitors who had come from afar. Most of them looked exhausted and were obviously busy cleaning up the heresy. Looking at the vacant main seat in the conference room, the inquisitors could not help but whisper to each other, "What's going on? Why did you suddenly call back all the inquisitors outside?" "I don't know. I was sweeping the snake worshippers in the Empire at the time, and suddenly they said there was an emergency and asked me to come back. I don't know if something happened. Could it be that the heretic army has finally appeared? My sword is thirsty." After confirming that they were all urgently recalled, the inquisitors became excited, and their eyes burst into fierce fighting spirit and loyalty. With the personal approval of Lord Rohan, the power of the Inquisition is now almost second to one person, and above 10,000 people. Whether it is the contradiction between elves and humans, or various hostile spies trying to infiltrate the continent of Penda, or even heretic demons, they are all their targets. More importantly, as the latest armed department, the Inquisition naturally needs new military funds, and Rohan is not stingy about this. The latest rune weapons, the latest magic armor, the best personnel supplements, and the best logistical support. Even when necessary, the Inquisitor can forcibly recruit the garrison of the local town and bring it under his command in a short time. Of course, being able to cover such a wide range of powers and enjoying various benefits naturally aroused the hostility of other former colleagues. It is no exaggeration to say that Dario receives complaints and accusations from other captains almost every day, and he almost spit all these things to Rohan. It is precisely because of the frequent resentment with colleagues that all the inquisitors are holding back a breath of anger, ready to give those colleagues who look down on them a big job, that is, solo heretic army. Don't look at the current Inquisition seems to be very weak in military strength. That is entirely because all the Inquisitors lead their own troops to suppress heretics on the periphery. Once they really find the movement of the heretic army, they can quickly gather tens of thousands of human elites, hundreds of elven warriors and various weapons in a short period of time. Although they may not be as many as the heretic army, don't underestimate these devout fanatics. After all, even in the Rohan army, which is famous for its luxurious equipment, it is not necessarily possible to gather dozens of ash dragon riders and bearclaw berserkers from the north to support. Since Rohan has signed a contract with the cat god of the north, the Inquisition has naturally been assigned a lot of bearclaw berserkers who believe in the cat god. Although some inquisitors do not trust these northern barbarians who neither believe in the Lady of Mist nor are loyal to Lord Rohan, this does not mean that they will underestimate those giant axes. After all, who can refuse a group of powerful meat grinders that are more than 2 meters tall and equipped with full plate armor and giant axes? It is no exaggeration to say that even some Durachi warriors who have not received the blessing of the Lady of Mist will feel very strenuous when facing these violent bearclaw berserkers. It is with such confidence that the Inquisition can search for traces of heresy without any scruples. You all seem to be having a great time chatting. Why don't you go up to the stage and continue speaking? I'll watch from the side. Just as the Inquisitor was lost in his reverie about his future life, Dario suddenly walked into the conference room in a white robe, looking at these impatient Inquisitors with dissatisfaction. Seeing the protagonist appear, the Inquisitors stood up from their seats in a hurry, and then looked at the black dragon mark on Dario's hand, which symbolized Rohan, with some surprise. Seeing that everyone's eyes were all on him, Dario slowly sat down in the main seat, and then motioned the Inquisitors to sit down and said, "The main reason for calling all of you here today is to deal with a very important matter, which is to prepare to dismantle the mist statue in the fortress." What? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Dario, who looked calm, with unbelievable eyes. They didn't expect such an absurd thing to come from the mouth of the chief inquisitor. An experienced judge stood up from his seat as if insulted, and then asked with anger, "Although I don't know why the presiding judge made such a suggestion, this behavior is obviously contrary to Lord Rohan's idea, so I will never agree to this happening. Yes, even if you are the presiding judge, it is too ridiculous to make such a suggestion. Faith and loyalty are our shields. Do you want to watch us cut off one of our arms?" Facing the doubts of the crowd, Dario did not show any panic, but expressed his long-planned thoughts in his heart. "Everyone, I don't mean to blaspheme the Lady of the Mist, but the reason why I put forward this opinion is entirely for the development of Changtown. Nowadays, the general belief of the people is the Lady of the Mist. They expect to get free help from the generous lady, but they have no intention of fighting side by side with Lord Rohan. Is this good or not?" Seeing that the judges present were finally shocked by his words, Dario secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "Although we do not expect the believers in the civilian world to sacrifice themselves for our great cause in times of crisis, the army cannot be without our own military spirit. Therefore, I suggest that the statue of the Lady of the Mist be moved outside the fortress for the world to admire, and then a statue of Lord Rohan be built. I have been following Lord Rohan's adjutant from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Lord Rohan has paid too much to fight against chaos. Isn't such a feat worthy of a statue?" After saying that, Dario stood up from the main seat excitedly, looking at the inquisitors around him with some excitement, hoping that they would agree with his opinion. The inquisitors obviously did not expect Dario to make such a proposal. They all froze in their seats and bowed their heads to think about the feasibility of this plan. Although it sounds absurd, it is true that the reason why they are willing to take the risk to come to the other world and find a way to fight chaos is more out of loyalty to Lord Rohan. After all, their essence is first the Durachi elves, and then when they join Rohan, they become believers of the Lady of the Mist. So they skipped the Lady of the Mist and went straight to believe in Rohan himself. It seems that there is no problem. Just as Dario said, Lord Rohan has made outstanding contributions to fighting against chaos and the Asur elves, and can be called a hero of the Durachi elves. But isn't it strange that such a hero doesn't have a statue of his own? After sorting out this logic, most of the Inquisitors silently lowered their heads and agreed to Dario's proposal. After all, it is not a complete change of belief in the Lady of the Mist, but just adding Lord Rohan to the belief, which will not cause any problems. However, a small number of Inquisitors still expressed doubts about this, and couldn't help asking Dario, after all, it is to remove the statue. Don't we need to ask Lord Rohan for permission for such a thing? What if he blames us? No, we are not destroying the statue, but just moving it to the city center, so that more citizens can admire the holy light. Dario didn't care about the doubts of his subordinates. After all, whether it was to complete the task of the demon goddess, or out of loyalty from the heart, he planned to do so. After the last bit of opposition was eliminated, Dario pointed to the misty statue outside the window with some excitement, and reminded everyone, we are not going to destroy this statue, we just want to move it to the city center, so we hope you can coordinate more. Yes, sir. When they heard that they were going to make a statue for Lord Rohan, all the judges became interested and stood up from their seats, ready to join the construction process. At this time, they did not know what serious changes their actions would bring to Rohan. Chapter 258 New World. It's so strange. Recently, the upper limit of my divine power has been slowly increasing, even though I haven't had time to practice recently. In the evening in the palace of Salian City, Rohan looked at the slowly increasing divine power on his system panel with some curiosity, and his little head was full of doubts. Since the threat of the world of Penda has dissipated, the only remaining ones are some heretics and the Barclay Empire on the other side of the ocean, which will not pose a major threat at all. Although the reward for completing the artifact mission is full of temptation. Facing the demon goddess hiding in the dimensional rift, even the mist lady who lacks coordinates has no good way. In this case, Rohan began to shift the focus of his work to the goal of finding another habitable world. Unexpectedly, just when he was worried about finding a new target, he unexpectedly found that the divine power in his body was growing at a slow but steady rate. Looking at the confused Rohan, Isabel, who was practicing life magic in front of a pot of plants, did not have so many doubts, but comforted him. There is nothing to worry about, Law. After all, other people can't improve their strength, even if they want to. You can become stronger for no reason now, so what is there to worry about? That's right, then let's put this matter aside for the time being. After thinking carefully, Rohan finally sighed and sat back on the bed, secretly lamenting in his heart that the system was of little use. Obviously, so many years have passed. According to other novels and comics about traveling to other worlds, shouldn't it become stronger and stronger? As a result, until now, it has no ability to analyze unknown situations, and it is also extremely lacking in intelligence. Isn't this too low? At the same time, Isabel also put down the flower pot in her hand with satisfaction, and then flew directly to the soft big bed, fiddling with the wings behind Rohan and asked, by the way, it has been so long, how is the progress of the exploration of the new world? Have you found any worlds suitable for living? Not very good. I don't know if my luck has run out. I haven't found a planet suitable for spreading faith for a long time. Looking at his white wings, Rohan couldn't help but sigh again, and then got up and walked towards the direction of the bath. He was too tired. Although he didn't feel any fatigue physically, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the busy work that lasted for nearly a year. Unlike the past, when he only needed to manage one grand town, now he needs to deal with government affairs from 3 worlds, which can be said to be very busy. Even with Isabel, who has become the Clo Queen, helping him deal with government affairs, these tasks still make him feel extremely bored. I'm going to take a bath. I'll leave the next government affairs to you. I'm so sorry. It's okay. You really need to relax. Looking at Rohan's slightly swaying body, Isabel's eyes were full of worry. She had never seen Rohan so tired. After all, during this year of companionship, Isabel could be said to have witnessed Rohan falling into endless wars. Even the Khant demons did not fight so frequently. Maybe I should think of a way to let him relax. In the bathroom, after taking off all his clothes, Rohan slowly walked into the bathtub that was the size of several basketball courts, and then slowly closed his eyes. Feeling his feathers being soaked and the warm water washing his muscles, Rohan couldn't help but lean himself against a stone wall, sighing and muttering, "I'm so tired. Isn't there any messy goddess from another world who needs a hero? Hurry up and use his summoning spell to take me away from this sea of suffering." Lacking a political team, he simply didn't have enough talents to help him complete these government affairs, so he had to do many things himself. After all, as the captain of the guards who once served the Witch King, Rohan is well aware of the degree of corruption in all levels and positions. Compared to finding some agents who might enrich themselves, Rohan hopes to be able to make a profit without any middlemen and take all the good roads into his own pocket. It seems that in the next world, I can consider looking for a few helpers who can help me deal with government affairs. Rohan, who was taking a leisurely bath at this time, did not notice that when he was secretly sighing in his heart, in the depths of his soul, the system bound to him suddenly moved slightly. After an unknown period of time, the vibration of the system slowly stopped, and Rohan, who closed his eyes, did not notice anything that had just happened. After an unknown amount of time, Rohan finally heard a soft and charming voice in the bathing pool shrouded in mist. "Lord Rohan, Lady Isabel ordered me to bring you a new bath towel and to help you clean your feathers. Well, you've worked hard." After using his divine power to sense the exquisite and graceful body behind him, Rohan ignored the visitor and slowly swam to the center of the bathing pool and sat down. It must be said that although bathing is indeed a leisure activity that can relieve inner stress, it always takes too much time. Although the wins rewarded by Lady Mist are tough, it is a time-consuming and laborious chore to comb them every time. Even Rohan himself does not like such a tedious way of care. Every time, he simply uses his divine power to flick away the dust mixed in the feathers. Not long after, Rohan sensed a sound of water flowing from behind him, and then a female elf walked towards him. The voice just now seemed familiar. Could it be the Aliona that Ildarian had been talking about? A female elf from the Noldor. I wonder if there is any difference between her and the Druki elves. But after the mist slowly dissipated, Rohan saw the face of the visitor and frowned. Then he asked with some dissatisfaction, "If I remember correctly, you are Higgs's sister, right? Didn't I arrange you to be a maid in charge of chores in the palace? Who allowed you to come in?" "My lord, my name is Undine. Lady Isabel ordered me to clean your wings." Facing the imposing Rohan, Undine, a canary that had been kept in a cage since childhood, was immediately frightened and hurried to explain. She even fell into the bathtub because she was too scared. Feeling the pain when her buttocks hit the cold stone wall, Undine felt very wronged, and a crystal tear appeared in the corner of her eyes. Since she was a child, she was imprisoned by her father in a tower, where no one could see her. She could only be accompanied by a taciturn maid all day long, and all those cumbersome noble etiquette and magic. Finally one day, her father took her away from the stone tower, where she had been imprisoned for more than 10 years, and brought her to a young and handsome male noble. "Undine, in order to maintain peace and stability between the two families, you must find a way to become the spouse of Lord Rohan, or do everything possible to give birth to his child. Understand?" She still remembers the whispers in her ears before she left, and the eyes that were devoid of any family affection. However, she didn't care about the family honor and the so-called peace at that time. She only knew one thing, that is, she finally escaped from the cage successfully. However, just when she thought that she had finally gotten rid of the cage and could finally welcome her own freedom, she found that she was just in another cage. "I'm not a believer of the joy cult. Why should I add a female elf to the property I gave away? This does not seem to be included in the session agreement, right?" "It doesn't matter, Lord Rohan. Undine is my youngest daughter and Higgs's sister. You can do whatever you want to her. And Undine has learned some shallow necromancy. Although it is just a copy of the 9 volumes of Nagash, its power should not be underestimated. Undyne still remembers that her father once promoted her to the Lord, named Rohan in front of her, as if she were a commodity. From then on, she completely severed her already weak family relationship with the Higgs family in her heart, and planned to be alone from now on. However, fate did not seem to give her enough choices. It seemed that, because of her brother Higgs whom she had only met once, Rohan's attitude towards her was not very friendly. All kinds of heavy chores, as well as the bullying of another arrogant maid named Alena, made this simple girl feel exhausted. If it weren't for Lady Isabel's kindness to choose her as a maid, I'm afraid she would have chosen to commit suicide long ago, because she couldn't stand the pressure. After listening to Undyne sobbing about her miserable life, Rohan couldn't help but twitch a little at the corner of his mouth. How come he seemed to have become a villain in the end? However, because he was too busy recently, Rohan did neglect to take care of Undyne and Lena. Watching Undyne pick up the wet towel again and shiver in the corner of the bathtub like a frightened kitten, Rohan could only sigh, turn around and spread his wings and said, "Isabel asked you to come, so you should do what you should do." Yes. Seeing that Rohan finally stopped looking at him with hostility as before, Undyne's tear-stained face finally showed a smile, and then came behind Rohan with a towel. Feeling Undyne wiping his wings with delicate hands, Rohan lazily lay on the stone platform, and then took the initiative to break the deadlock and asked, "You said you can use necromancy. Can you tell me what you can do?" "Actually, my father lied. I was imprisoned, and had no chance to come into contact with powerful spells like the 9 volumes of Nagash. It's just that I have a good affinity with Dal." Darkwind Dal actually refers to the dark magic created by Supreme Sorceress Morith. When the dark magic was just born, many sorceresses tried to use this evil magic to control the dead, but they all failed. Unlike other magic winds, the dark wind is far superior to other magic winds in terms of power and learning difficulty, and even the higher winds are difficult to reach. Unlike other magic winds that can be mobilized at will, and different from the higher winds formed by the fusion of 2 or more magic winds, the dark wind emphasizes destruction. Forcibly drain and crush all the magic winds in the nearby range, and release them all at once. This is a violent and evil dark wind. Precisely because it is very difficult to use, the dark wind is extremely strict with its users, especially the need for strong mental strength. After all, not everyone can distort the magic wind by their own will. So, not only have you not systematically studied dark magic, but you have also failed to properly study undead magic. Doesn't that mean you don't know anything? Facing Rohan's questioning, Undyne's cheeks suddenly swelled up, and then she refuted in a low voice with uncertainty, "Not really. If the conditions are sufficient, I should be able to revive a dozen skeleton warriors. At least I can play a role." In her opinion, summoning a dozen skeleton warriors holding shields and spears out of thin air can at least prove her magical talent. However, when she thought of Rohan in front of her as the chosen one who could destroy a city with a single spell, Undyne stopped whispering. Feeling the pressure behind him gradually decrease, Rohan could only sigh secretly, and then gently wrapped his wings around the little girl, who was the same age as Isabel, and comforted her. "Don't worry, a simple girl like you, even if you really don't have any magical talent, I won't blame you anymore. You will be responsible for being my maid from now on." "Really? Thank you, sir." Looking at the holy wings that completely wrapped her, Undyne's charming face hidden behind her purple hair once again showed a charming smile. And Rohan once again leisurely lay on the stone platform and continued to enjoy all kinds of massages and comfort from Undyne. A maid with a talent for undead magic. 9 volumes of Nagash is too dangerous, so let's see if there is any way to find some undead magic from another world. Unknown place empty, accompanied by a strange loud noise. The blue circular portal was slowly opened, and then a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out of the portal. Ahem. "It's so cold." The woman with short white hair fell to the ground suddenly. The blood oozing from her abdomen showed that she was seriously injured. The whistling cold wind kept coming into her ears, which inevitably made her feel a little sad and helpless. Is this also a destroyed world? After supporting her weak body with the long sword at her waist, the woman turned her gaze to a castle that appeared in the distance, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. "It seems that I'm lucky. It hurts." Looking at the white snow covered with her own blood, the woman couldn't help but smile bitterly and then staggered towards the direction of the castle in the distance. She didn't know whether she could hold on to the castle, but she knew that if she chose to stop in this snow, she would be frozen into an ice stick sooner or later. However, the woman did not notice that the blood flowing from her wound was a precious source of food for the animals living in this world of ice and snow. Several figures that blended into the snow slowly walked towards the woman. They were like sharks that smelled blood, hungry, cunning and cruel. Winter was coming, and they had not caught prey to fill their stomachs for a long time. Chapter 259 Siri. A series of wolf howls came from behind her, but the white-haired woman, who had lost too much blood at this time, had no power to fight back. With her keen perception, the white-haired woman immediately sensed the threat gradually approaching from behind, so she could only cover her wound and curse in a low voice. Damn it, I didn't expect to be caught up at this time. Because she was seriously injured in the previous battle, she no longer had enough physical strength to continue to create a new portal, so she could only raise her sword helplessly and look back. Several white snow wolves with a body size of more than 2 meters were approaching her at a very fast speed, and their sharp fangs and claws were obviously not just for show. Seeing that the injured prey dared to turn around and look at them, the snow wolves immediately scattered around, watching the white-haired woman with a sharp blade in her hand with vigilance. They were not stupid. The long sword in the white-haired woman's hand was obviously enough to pierce their fur, and in this cruel world of ice and snow, any minor injury was enough to be fatal. Therefore, even when facing the injured woman, the snow wolves did not choose to rush forward, but began to linger around the woman, exhausting her physical strength through roaring and intimidation. Roar. Go to hell, you beasts. Damn it, I must find a way to treat my injury quickly. Feeling her eyelids getting heavier, the woman could only use her long sword to look at a snow wolf that tried to sneak attack her, and then continued to walk towards the castle. In the past, these weak snow wolves were not enough to pose any threat to her, but to let the tiger fall to the plain and be bullied by the dog. The snow wolves licked the blood dripping from the white-haired woman on the snow with thirst, and then looked at the increasingly weak figure, and finally couldn't help showing their fangs. A woo, accompanied by a wolf howl that cut through the ice. The snow wolves immediately pounced on the kneeling woman with thirst, ready to enjoy a feast of flesh and blood. Am I going to die here? I'm sorry, Father Vesemir. I'm afraid we will never see each other again. Looking at the snow wolves that were rushing towards her, the white-haired woman used up her last bit of strength to stand up and raise her sword, obviously ready to fight to the last moment. A snow wolf rushed forward first, trying to use its bloody mouth and weight advantage to press the petite prey under its body and then tear the opponent's neck. Facing the snow wolf that was about to pounce on her, the white-haired woman suddenly raised the long sword in her hand, as if she was going to force a melee with the sturdy snow wolf in front of her. Seeing this scene, the snow wolf's mouth revealed a humanized grin, as if it had seen the pleasure of sweet flesh rolling in its mouth. However, before its front paws touched the woman in front of it, the woman in front of it suddenly turned into a blue light and disappeared like a ghost. Roar. Seeing this scene, the snow wolf that had already pounced in the air couldn't help but let out a puzzled roar, but then suddenly felt a black screen in front of its eyes, and then lost consciousness. Go to hell, you beast. The woman, who had teleported to the side of the snow wolf at some point, swung down the steel sword in her hand, her eyes full of murderous intent towards the snow wolf. Puff. The sharp sword blade instantly cut through the snow wolf's flexible fur, and the power was so great that it even cut off the wolf's head from the wolf. The two parts of the wolf's body instantly fell to the ground, and the hot blood splashed everywhere, immediately causing the surrounding snow wolves, who had already been hungry, to pounce on the wolf's corpse. Hurry up now. Looking at the snow wolves that were gnawing on the corpses of their own kind, the woman injured the wounds that had cracked again because of the force just now, and walked towards the direction of the castle with difficulty. She didn't know how long a wolf corpse could hold back the wolves, and she only hoped that the guards of the castle would be able to discover her predicament as soon as possible. The blizzard was getting stronger and stronger, and the howling cold wind made her feel desperate. If she hadn't been able to vaguely see the fire on the castle, she would probably have thought that the world had been destroyed. Through the blizzard, she could already vaguely see the unfamiliar flag on the castle in the distance, which made her feel happy. Come on, Ciri, you can't fall down here. Ow. The woman named Ciri kept trying to speed up her legs, but the wolf howling behind her obviously prevented her from getting what she wanted. Obviously, after eating the bodies of their companions, the hungry wolves once again set their sights on Ciri, who was already powerless to resist. The heavy and frequent footsteps kept coming from behind, which made Ciri grit her teeth and then raise the steel sword in her hand again, but her body stumbled involuntarily. The previous teleportation and slashing had consumed all the remaining strength in her body. Now, let alone the snow wolf, even the water ghost could easily defeat her. Looking at the approaching wolf pack, Ciri, who fell to the ground, couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. It seemed that this time it was really over. I didn't expect to die in a different world far away from my homeland. It seems that there is a destiny in the dark. A cursed woman like me is destined to be buried in the ice and snow, right? Whoosh. Just when Ciri thought she was about to be buried in the wolf's mouth, a sharp arrow suddenly flew from a distance and shot directly through the throat of the snow wolf in front. Then there was a sound of horse hooves, and several cavalrymen holding bows and spears slowly emerged from the ice and snow and attacked the snow wolves. Under the attack of the cavalry, the snow wolves, who were just wild beasts, immediately abandoned the bodies of their companions and fled in all directions, not caring about those who were trapped in the encirclement. Kill all those damn snow wolves, don't let any of them go. Hearing the familiar English coming from her ears, Ciri used up her last bit of strength to confirm the identity of the human on the horse, and finally fainted. She didn't know whether these humans who saved her were enemies or friends, but it didn't matter to her anymore. In a trance, she seemed to hear the conversations between the cavalrymen. Sir Roderick, this thinly dressed girl has fainted. She must be a very strong girl to have been able to hold out for so long under the siege of the wolf pack. Take her to rest. The attacks of dire elves have become more and more serious recently. This is not a good sign. I will report this to Lord Stark. After receiving the order, a cavalryman took the initiative to jump off the horse, wrapped Ciri's thin body with his wolfskin coat, and then took her back on the horse. After the cavalryman cleaned up the white wolf corpses on the ground, they rode together towards the huge fortress in the distance. On the flags of their lances, the silver-white dire wolf emblem was so eye-catching. Pender continent, Celine city compared to Ciri, who has the ability to travel through different worlds. Rohan, who also has the ability to open portals, seems to be more unlucky recently. Another different world with only ice and snow. Why is it always like this recently? Through the portal, Rohan used his divine power to carefully scan the world on the other side. He couldn't help but close the portal angrily and return to the throne depressed. For some reason, the other side of the portal he opened recently is always snow white. Not only is there no trace of any living creatures, there is not even a trace of civilization. Although the Durachi elves have become accustomed to living in the world of ice and snow, even Rohan doesn't look down on a world like this that has no development value and is completely covered by ice and snow. After all, development also requires costs. Unless that world is really important and requires Rohan to mobilize materials from other worlds to develop, he will never make a loss-making deal. Every world occupied by Rohan must at least be self-sufficient in food supplies to prevent the collapse of each world after Rohan disappears. Because of this, Rohan would not focus on those worlds completely covered by ice and snow, but would look for the next habitable world. But if this situation only occurred for a short period of time, Rohan could still choose to look for the next world. But if several such worlds appeared in succession, something was very wrong. This is already the 16th portal. Even if it is just an accident, it is too coincidental, isn't it? Beside the golden throne, Isabel, who was also holding a staff and on guard, was also a little confused. She had never seen such a situation before, so it was difficult to make any suggestions. She was asked by Rohan to conduct experiments in other worlds, and she was going to use her life magic to create plants in those ice and snow worlds, to try to restore the ecology. However, those worlds covered by ice and snow are like the wasteland of the chaotic wasteland. There is almost no nutrients in the soil, and it is impossible to grow them by natural growth. Even plants that are ripened by magic will quickly wither after losing Isabel's magic input, and the whole world will have no vitality at all. Faced with this situation, Rohan scratched the back of his head in annoyance and then complained to Isabel, "Mrs. Misty can't help us with this matter. She said that those ice and snow worlds don't have any creatures that can spread faith, and it's not worth wasting divine power to purify them." No way, lore. After all, those ice and snow worlds don't even have the most basic magic power, and no one wants to put all the energy into it in vain. Looking at Rohan, who was in anxiety, Isabel felt a little distressed, but she could only use magic to appease his emotions. To open up a new world, it seems that you only need to open a portal and then explore it. It looks very simple. However, only Isabel knows what kind of pressure Rohan is carrying every time he opens a portal. Since the last time he accidentally went to the Marvel world by opening a random portal, Rohan has been very vigilant about each random teleportation, and always spends a lot of divine power to arrange defenses. A lot of preliminary preparations, as well as the possibility of facing the disruption of the demon goddess and the invasion of powerful enemies from other worlds at any time, make Rohan feel exhausted. This is also the reason why Rohan has only opened the portal more than a dozen times, even though 4 months have passed. But it seems that God played a strange joke on him. After opening the portal more than a dozen times in a row, the other side is all a lifeless ice and snow world. After recovering his wasted divine power, Rohan stood up from the throne again, and then said to Isabel beside him, "Okay, this is the last time. If it is that damn ice and snow world again, we will look for a new world after we have dealt with the demon goddess. Don't worry, Lore, you will succeed." With Isabel's encouragement, Rohan began to raise his hands again, and the anger in his eyes was almost dazzling. The equally exhausted personal soldiers in the palace also raised their weapons again, and looked vigilantly at the gradually expanding purple portal in the air. Kerala, the familiar sound of breaking came again. Isabel protected Undine, who didn't know what was going on, behind her, and then aimed her staff at the portal. As the portal was gradually opened, a gust of cold wind gradually blew into the palace, immediately making everyone in summer clothes shiver. No way, it's the ice field again. Looking at the endless snow on the other side of the portal, Rohan angrily stopped the portal from expanding, and then punched the throne next to him. Boom. The golden throne was instantly shattered by Rohan's strange power, turning into several gold nuggets of different sizes scattered on the ground, attracting the attention of all the elves present. However, Rohan didn't care about it. He didn't even want to use his divine power to explore the world on the other side of the portal. Instead, he sat back on the broken throne and complained again. This is the 17th time. Even the most unlucky people have never had such an experience. Why? As he spoke, he took out an ice cream, ready to use the food to suppress the anger and murderous intent in his heart. Even the surrounding personal soldiers put down their weapons and returned to their respective posts in a somewhat lazy manner, ready to wait for Rohan's next order. However, perhaps because he was dissatisfied with Rohan and the others' disregard, or because the purple portal was too abrupt, a roar suddenly broke the peace of the palace. Roar. A black figure suddenly fell out of the portal, and then took advantage of a penned auxiliary soldier next to him not paying attention and suddenly pulled out a rusty sword in his hand and stabbed him. The auxiliary soldier obviously did not expect that he would be attacked by surprise. He was caught off guard and was stabbed in the throat without protection almost instantly and fell to the ground in despair. Plop. The movement immediately attracted everyone around, and another auxiliary soldier holding a mace next to him immediately reacted and hurriedly hit the opponent's head with the hammer. However, the seemingly thin figure also reacted quickly and immediately raised his right hand to try to block the incoming mace with the rusty sword, but the whole person was smashed out. Rohan suddenly jumped up from the throne and then hurriedly closed the portal in front of him, looking at the monster that was still struggling and muttered, "What kind of monster is that?" Chapter 260 Blood Surge. Everyone, pay attention, there's an intruder. The movement in the palace immediately attracted the guards outside. Dozens of silver mist guards immediately raised their halberds and rushed into the palace, looking at the unknown creature vigilantly. Beside the throne, Isabel's body also flashed with a faint glow, and the green lightning that kept jumping on her staff was telling of her inner anger. Even Rohan put his hand on his sword, squinting his eyes and constantly summoning a fire phoenix with his free palm, ready to fight at any time. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if a Khant demon was teleported into the palace now, it would probably be exiled under the siege of everyone. Roar. As the humanoid creature on the ground roared and raised its head, everyone present was able to witness the true face of this monster. The dry and twisted face was as disgusting as a corpse drained by a vampire. The body with only bones and rotten flesh was wrapped in a few pieces of broken animal skins, and the whole body exuded a rotten smell. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of lifeless eyes completely covered in blue, which were constantly looking at everyone present. Looking at this zombie that came from nowhere, Rohan subconsciously covered the other's body with divine power. After sensing it for a moment, he took the initiative to step down from the throne and sneered, "A clever trick. Although I don't know whether you are a vampire or something else, I didn't expect that you can actually share vision with zombies. It seems that you are quite capable." He could feel that this monster that looked similar to a zombie was actually a rotten body that was controlled, and its own strength was not to be feared at all. This was like a low-level necromancy spell. The only difference was that this necromancy spell did not require any magical wind, but was a very rare power. If he could master this magic to control zombies, then maybe Rohan could completely not rely on the so-called 9 volumes of Nagash, but create a new necromancy system himself. Roar. Hearing that Rohan had actually seen through his true colors, the zombie immediately roared in exasperation, and then raised his broken sword and rushed towards the surrounding silver mist warriors. Obviously, the mastermind behind this zombie had no intention of normal negotiations, but wanted to kill as many living creatures around as possible before being destroyed. However, unlike the previous sneak attack, this zombie was just a corpse without any powerful power. Not to mention the elf warriors, even the auxiliary army could deal with it head on. After all, the mortal warriors of Pendor were excellent warriors comparable to the Norse berserkers. How could they lose to a mere skeleton? Go to hell, monster. Looking at the distorted monster in front of him, a Pendor auxiliary soldier raised the mace in his hand angrily and smashed it at the zombie's body. Catcher, the zombie's expulsion immediately exploded like a flower scattered by a fairy, and then it fell apart in midair and turned into a pile of bones on the ground. The skull kept rolling on the ground and finally fell at Rohan's feet, opening and closing its mouth continuously, as if it was going to bite Rohan's calf. Not very strong, but quite arrogant. It seems we have picked a very interesting world this time. Looking at this extremely ugly skull, Rohan lost his initial interest and immediately raised his foot to stomp the skull on the ground into pieces. After shaking off the bone fragments stuck to his feet, Rohan turned his gaze to the royal guard champion Lysadilin next to him and ordered, "Go and notify the Black Ark in Imperial Port, as well as all the Silver Dragon Knights and soldiers of the Atonement camp who are walking outside, that it's time to start a new expedition." Hearing that they could finally go to the other world to fight, Lysadilin couldn't help but smile, but then he reminded seriously, "My lord, I have to remind you that the threat of the demon goddess Erida has not been resolved yet, and we can't send too many expeditionary forces to conquer the other world." "I know, so Isabel and most of the elves troops will stay in Pendor, and the main force that will follow me will be the Pendor Auxiliary Army." Auxiliary Army? What if you encounter a strong enemy? Will the combat effectiveness of the auxiliary army be sufficient? Hearing that Rohan intended to use the Pendor auxiliary army as the main force of the expedition, Isabel next to him couldn't help but hesitate. She had not spent much time with those vassal armies, so she only knew that these Pendor people were taller and stronger than the Chloe people, but she did not know much about their fighting capabilities. Seeing Isabel's face full of worry, Rohan walked straight to her, embraced her in his arms with his wings, and then gently comforted her. "Lisa, the moon of my life, I never do anything without preparation, and don't underestimate the strength of the Pendor people. They will be a great help in our fight against the evil gods in the future. In that case, then you must bring your guards, and you must let them guarantee your safety." Hahaha, I would do the same, even if you didn't say it, but I value my life very much after that. He kissed Isabel lightly on the cheek, and then shouted to the soldiers who were still stunned in the palace, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry down and pack up your equipment, and gather at Emperor Port in 2 days. Yes. Changtown, Inquisition Fortress as Rohan's expedition order was issued to the entire Penda continent. Hundreds of thousands of Penda soldiers began to march towards Emperor Port. Unlike the noble wars between the kingdoms in the past, the human warriors who came to participate in the expedition this time were all the best soldiers from each town, and they were the elite among the elite. Although the lords of various places who were attained as nobles by Rohan occasionally coveted money, they dared not fool the great, true son of prophecy in such a major matter of conscription. Moreover, these warriors were only the first batch of reserve troops. After all, although the Black Ark was large, it had limited space and could not really accommodate hundreds of thousands of Penda soldiers. The sea force is still too weak. It seems that it is time to suggest that Lord Rohan purchase a new Black Ark. There are too few people who can use magic, and there are not enough officers who can work independently. We must find a way to recruit some. Looking at the table full of intelligence from all over Penda, Dario couldn't help but touch his smooth chin, and then wrote these suggestions in a letter. Since learning that Lord Rohan was going to start an expedition to the New World, he has been collecting intelligence from all over the military and summarizing the various weaknesses in the current army. Of course, since they were under surveillance from the demon goddess Irida, Dario used the excuse of collecting intelligence to record these shortcomings openly. HMPH. Just as Dario focused all his attention on the report, the curse mark on his back suddenly felt a burning sensation, which made him look a little hideous. Fortunately, the pain did not last long, and the demon goddess's signature lazy and charming voice came to his ears. "Good morning, my favorite chosen one. How are you doing today?" "Good morning, the most beautiful girl in the world. It seems that you have a good sleep. I hope you have prepared your lunch." "Ah, thank you for your concern, but I don't think there is any extra time to talk about food now. I heard that the guy named Rohan is about to lead the army to leave Penda." Irida looked at the intelligence on the table with some anticipation. Since she learned that the human army on the continent of Penda was about to leave, she was so excited that she could hardly close her eyes all night. She thought she might need to lie dormant for several years before she could wait for the opportunity for the continent of Penda to fall into weakness again. I didn't expect that Rohan would take the initiative to bring this opportunity to me. I'm so lucky. After hearing Erida's question, Dario took out a piece of parchment from the table and then introduced it to Erida. The distribution of military power in the continent of Penda is very unbalanced now. About 300,000 human troops have all gathered in the south of the continent, leaving the north of the continent extremely empty. Although due to the previous military expansion policy, tens of thousands of standing troops are still retained in the territory of Ravenstern, but I think they should not be the opponent of the demon army. Hearing the praise from Dario, Erida, who was trapped in the dimensional rift, couldn't help laughing, and then said confidently and proudly, "Of course, if the information you provided is correct, then my demon army can quickly occupy the entire Ravenstern." As for her military plan, Erida told Dario everything without reservation, not because she trusted him so much, but because she did not reveal the location of the attack. What's more, in order to be able to counterattack the continent of Penda as soon as possible, she was full of confidence in the demon army she had spent decades and a lot of energy to create. According to the previous battle power comparison, even a fully armed Nolda warrior would find it difficult to fight against the demon giant warriors under her command, not to mention that she has tens of thousands of soldiers this time, so there is nothing to be afraid of. And according to the information fed back by other believers, Dario did not deceive her in the intelligence. That's enough. Looking at the Ravenstern, even if the number of all human soldiers added together is not as many as the number of demons under her command, no matter how you think about it, the advantage is mine. Thinking of this, Erida looked at Dario, who was still working hard, with satisfaction, and after thinking for a moment, he ordered, "Great. When that Rohan leads his army to leave the Penda continent, you will be responsible for managing your soldiers and resolutely not let them go north to support. Understand?" "Don't worry, goddess. I promise that I will never let any human or elf army go north to support." Dario showed unprecedented sincerity and loyalty to Erida's order, which inevitably made Erida more satisfied with this temporary chosen one. Although she still hoped that her chosen one could be a perfect elf like Rohan, this little guy's performance was not bad. Well, Since you work so hard, I won't consider kicking you aside when the continent of Penda becomes my own Carola." Accompanied by a familiar sound of space tearing, the Scholar Demon portal gradually opened in Dario's office, and then a blood-red curved blade floated out of it. The golden sword body flashed with evil red runes, and the sword guard made of human skulls kept spewing strange flames. This was obviously not a weapon used by mortals. "I'm very satisfied with your loyalty to duty. I remember your name is Dario, right? It seems that it's time to give you some new blessings." Blood Surge, a powerful demon blade, was originally a gift I was going to give to Agraim, but I didn't expect him to betray me. Looking at this blood-red two-handed sword, Irida's eyes burst into an irrepressible murderous intent, so much so that blood and tears even flowed from the corners of her eyes in excitement. Irida the Devourer, Agram, the demon warrior she had placed high hopes on, had been favored by her since the moment he was born. Whether it was the powerful body that was over 3 meters tall due to the blessing, or the underworld warhorse that she personally bred under his crotch, or even the plate armor engraved with blasphemous runes. All of it, was telling of Irida's favor for this newborn demon offspring, almost reaching the level of maternal doting. However, it was her favorite warrior who actually betrayed her during a summoning ceremony from the mortal world, trying to become the demon god of the mortal world alone, and become the new eternity. After the painful memories ended, Erid looked at Dario's projection with gentle eyes, and then reminded him, "I hope you will never betray me, Dario, otherwise my broken heart may not be able to bear the stimulation, and I will kill you regardless of everything. Please rest assured, my most beloved demon goddess, your kindness to me is like a torrent of water. How could I betray you?" Feeling the evil aura coming from the front, Dario did not hesitate to hold the demon blade in front of him, not caring about the spikes on it piercing his palm. Hiss as the spikes rolled in Dario's wound. Countless blood began to flow down the hilt and fell on the grey-white skull. Looking at the strange blue fire that lit up in the black eye sockets of the skull, Dario held the long sword in his hand blankly and did not even react when the wound on his hand had healed. This is a really good sword. Of course, in order to forge this Blood Surge, I used most of the ebony steel that I brought from Penda to the dimensional rift. Seeing that Dario seemed to be shocked by this demon blade, Irida couldn't help but proudly picked up the wine glass and introduced it. "After all, it is a weapon worthy of my chosen one, so I also put a lot of precious runes on its blade, enough to make it comparable to the various divine weapons you know. And you can also use this sword to absorb the vitality of those who are dying, and then use them to heal your own injuries, which can enhance your combat endurance." Hearing this, Dario's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. He had calculated everything, but he really didn't expect that the demon goddess actually regarded him as her own. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Compared with the Lady of the Mist who never blessed him, Irida's grace can be said to be luxurious. At that moment, Dario actually had the idea of worshipping the demon goddess as the main god in his heart. Chapter 261 Heretic Invasion. Dragon Harbor, port. After weeks of military preparations, more and more human warriors began to rush from all over Penda to participate in this new expedition. As the hotel rooms were full, tens of thousands of simple tents were set up outside the Dragon Harbor to accommodate the Penda soldiers who were eager to join the expedition. The 75th round of selection has officially begun. Soldiers who volunteer to participate in the expedition, please gather at the training ground. On the training ground, countless Penda warriors were naked with muscular upper bodies, constantly fighting each other with wooden swords and shields, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Because there were too many people who came to sign up, Rohan had to use this method to select the first batch of Penda auxiliary troops to board the Black Ark. On the deck of the Black Ark, Rasadillan frowned as she looked at the Penda soldiers who were being selected below. Then she said to Mekasa, who was basking in the sun next to her, "Can't you change places? Or you can consider changing into a slightly more conservative outfit. You're easily affecting morale." "What's wrong? You know, this is the latest popular style in Nagaland. Don't you like my clothes?" Facing Rasadillan's questioning, Mekasa not only did not restrain herself, but jumped up from the sun lounger and walked towards Rasadillan with a cat step. Her slender yet plump and charming figure, coupled with the almost naked warlock outfit, immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. However, Facing such a sexy scene, Lysadillen's face did not change at all. Instead, she reminded him with some dissatisfaction, HMPH, put away your macup. The time agreed by Lord Rohan is coming soon. You are not suitable for serious occasions. Because of Rohan's personal blessing and the hidden identity of the members of the Inquisition, Lysadillen had a subconscious wariness towards this sorceress under Morathi. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyalty. Even as an older elf, Lysadillen has a basic understanding of Morathi's identity and background through Dario and books. She is a crazy woman. As a follower of a crazy woman, who can ensure that this sorceress can remain loyal to Lord Rohan in the future when there is a conflict with Morathi? Seeing that Lysadillen did not trust her so much, Mekisha couldn't help but flash a trace of sadness in her eyes, and she didn't understand why everyone seemed to reject her. She was not stupid, so she could naturally see that Rohan's subordinates were wary of her, which made her feel very unhappy. She was just a sorceress who locked herself in the Grand Laboratory and indulged in academic research. Why did everyone think she was a spy sent by Morathi? Although in a sense, she was indeed Morathi's apprentice. After eliminating all the messy thoughts in her mind, Mekisha finally put on a robe honestly, and then couldn't help but said depressedly, our preparations should have been completed, and 100,000 Pen soldiers have boarded the ship. Why hasn't Lord Rohan come yet? Hush. Lord Rohan has his own reasons for doing things. You and I can't guess at will. Wait patiently. Looking at the sun that had begun to set in the west, although Lysadillen was also a little confused in his heart, he still firmly maintained Rohan's majesty in his heart. Anyway, whatever Lord Rohan does is right, they just need to obey. Seeing that her words were repeatedly refuted by the other party, Mekisha couldn't help but lie back on the sun lounger in anger, and couldn't help muttering, you are really heartless. Can an elf like you who doesn't know how to make girls happy really find a female companion? Dimensional rift, demon space on the blood red castle. The demon goddess Erida was looking at the tens of thousands of demon armies below with satisfaction, and was obviously ready for battle. Just as Erida was constantly admiring her work, the voice of Dario suddenly came from the crystal ball behind her, reminding her, my goddess, today is the day when Rohan will lead his main force to leave Penda, but I still suggest you wait a few days before launching an attack to prevent possible ambush. Oh, don't worry, there is no army in the Ravenstern that can fight me head on now. I can definitely get rid of the remaining defenders by myself. Faced with Dario's reminder, Erida didn't take it to heart at all, but picked up the wine glass with a sure victory. According to the information sent back by the demons, the combined forces of the entire Ravenstern realm are not as many as her demons, not to mention that her demon warriors can fight 1 against 100. Moreover, she has already been fully confident about this war. 50,000 powerful demon warriors will be directly teleported to the most central area of Ravenstern realm by her, and then spread to the entire Ravenstern realm like cancer cells. Although she lacks a physical body now, if the Lady of the Mist wants to hurt her demon army, she is confident that she can still fight with the opponent. And because the distance is too far, even if Rohan wants to rush back to Ravenstern realm from Imperial Harbor, by the time he arrives, the entire north has already been turned into her territory. Those people in Ravenstern realm can be corrupted by her into the lowest level of fallen. Although their combat effectiveness is not strong, they are enough to serve as temporary cannon fodder. When that time comes, she will cooperate with Dario to sacrifice all the living creatures in the north of Silian realm, and then she can create a body that can move freely in the mortal world. And even if Rohan really arrived at the battlefield before Ravenstern, she still had the last trump card in her hand. No matter what, the right time, right place, and right people were all on her side in this war, so the advantage was in her. Thinking of the bright future waiting for her, Erida's face also showed a terrifying smile, and then she comforted Dario. Don't worry about this, goddess. I'm absolutely sure of this war. You just need to manage your troops and do what you should do. After that, Erida covered the crystal ball with a black cloth, then walked to the balcony of the room and set her sights on the demon army below. Raw. Countless demon warriors were holding up their demon weapons emitting evil fire, looking at Erida on the stage with fanatical eyes, and constantly roaring excitedly. There was not even a bit of skin on their bodies, and the naked flesh and blood were tightly fused with the heavy enchanted armor, giving them unprecedented defense. Looking at these children created by her own hands, Erida smiled kindly, then slowly raised her palm to suppress the roars of these demons. As the entire dimensional rift slowly fell into calm, Erida raised the demon scepter in her hand and shouted in an excited voice, "Today, we will return to the continent of Penda, take back everything we have lost, and sway our demon blood. Today, the blood of humans will dye the entire earth red, and the soul will forge the flesh of my heart. Let us march to Penda and leave no one alive. Start the war." Roar. Encouraged by Erida, all the demon warriors fell into unprecedented madness, and even the underworld war horses under their crotches continued to spit out green flames and dance with their hooves. Kerala, as the scepter in Erida's hand continued to emit strange light, a purple portal was constantly tearing the dimensional rift, revealing the snow-white land on the opposite side. On the snowy ground, an unlucky woodcutter was holding up his axe in his hand, looking at the demon army covering the entire dimensional crack with panic. There was no doubt that it was Pend. "Go, my children, use your sharp blades and iron hooves to take back everything that should belong to me." Roar. With Erida's order, tens of thousands of demons immediately began to swarm towards the portal, waving their weapons and flying towards the poor woodcutter. "No, don't come over here." Looking at those ferocious demons rushing towards him, the woodcutter waved his axe in despair, as if this behavior could bring him a bit of unwarranted courage. If the woodcutter's opponent was just a wild wolf, he might really be shocked by the woodcutter's courage to face death and consider whether to retreat. Unfortunately, he was facing tens of thousands of demon armies. Watching the woodcutter being chopped into a pool of meat in an instant, Erida reached out and took his sweet soul filled with despair into her body, then smiled and murmured, "Humanity will not see the dawn of the new world. Time is on her side. Now as long as the Lady of the Mist or Rohan appears, she can use her trump card to directly get rid of one of them." Through the portal, Erida can already feel a strong divine power coming towards her. It is obvious that the power of the Lady of the Mist is monitoring her. "Come on, Rajlia, let's see who is the real master of the continent of Penda." At this time, Erida, who was full of confidence, did not notice that in the clouds just above her portal, a figure with holy wings flapping continuously was hiding in it. The faint mist was like a thin veil, covering all the breadth of this figure, so that even Erida could not see the position of this figure clearly. It was Rohan who had hidden in advance above Ravenstern. "I didn't expect you to guess it right. This demon goddess really took Ravenstern as a target for a sneak attack. It seems that everything is going according to plan." Hearing the praise from Lady Misty, Rohan couldn't help but reveal a proud smile, but then he raised the Blade of Gwendarion in his hand and said modestly, "It was also thanks to Dario's sudden order to the Inquisition to retreat to the border of Ravenstern that I was able to react to the demon invasion in the first place. Dario, is that your adjutant who has never received my blessing? There is no way. His loyalty to you is even higher than his piety to me, and my blessing is useless." After recalling Dario's name, Rajlia touched the veil on her face with a headache. It was obviously the first time she encountered such a situation. After all, Dario's behavior is equivalent to an elf from Ulthuan not believing in the eternal King Azurian, but instead taking the Phoenix King as his object of faith. In any case, this behavior is really too strange, right? Exclamation mark. "I heard that he removed my statue from the castle and built a new one for you. Do you have anything to say?" Hearing the teasing voice of Lady Mist, Rohan couldn't help but pause with his hands tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, and then asked uncertainly, "Madam, Dario built my statue without permission. You won't be angry when you know it, right?" "Me? Why should I be angry? As long as you can use the power you have gained to fight against the evil chaos, I will be happy." Compared to the somewhat nervous Rohan, Rajlia didn't have so many concerns. After all, everything they did now was to fight chaos. As long as Rohan didn't use this power to provoke a war with Iris and protect more innocent people from the erosion of chaos, she would be satisfied. Seeing that Rohan seemed shocked by her words, Ladria's consciousness could not help but gently stroke his head and then pointed at the demons that were beginning to wreak havoc below and said, "Let us temporarily put aside those profound principles and focus our attention on the current war with the demon goddess, and don't let more tragedies happen in the continent of Penda. Thank you for your generosity, my lady. I swear to you on my honor that no demon will be able to leave Penda alive today." After hearing the gentle comfort of the Lady of the Mist, Rohan felt that he was full of strength, and then rushed straight to the dimensional crack below. It has come to this point. Even if the current opponent is the exile Scarbrand, Rohan will die with him, even if he has to risk his life. Demons, your opponent is me. Looking at the demon warriors gathered outside the portal below, Rohan gathered his divine power into the giant sword in his hand, roared and chopped at the demons who tried to disperse around. But the orange-red flames immediately burst out from the great sword in Rohan's hand, and in an instant, the demons, including the armor on their bodies, were chopped into pieces of meat. Raw. The purple rotten blood floated on the white snow. Before the other demons around could react, another arc of fire circled chopped towards their bodies. Through the firelight detected from the corner of their eyes, several demons subconsciously raised their weapons to resist, as if they were ready to use the demon weapons in their hands to resist this pure fire. Unfortunately, the demon blade that could easily smash mortal weapons seemed so fragile when facing Rohan's great sword filled with divine power. Looking at the pieces of meat that were turned into pieces on the ground again, Rohan shook the purple bloodstains on the sword that kept emitting green smoke, and then pointed at the demons outside the portal and roared, "Come on, bastards, you are surrounded by me alone." Chapter 262 Soul Warrior. How dare he block the door? Doesn't he know I know Kung Fu? Is he usually so brave? Seeing that Rohan dared to stand in front of his demon army alone, even Irida, who always claimed to be knowledgeable, was a little shocked, thinking that Rohan had set a trap. However, after waiting for a while, Irida was surprised to find that Rohan actually came alone. Even the demon warriors who had just landed on the continent of Penda were a little confused, staring blankly at Rohan, who was waving the flaming blade and constantly killing his compatriots not far away. This is really a little mouse drinking cat milk and jumping high, suck. Compared with those demons who have not yet reacted, Rohan waved the big sword in his hand without hesitation, and at the same time roared, "Go to hell, demon." Wherever the flaming blade went, countless chopped pieces of demon flesh would leave purple-red blood moons on the surrounding white snow, emitting a foul smell. Rohan's broad and nimble figure was like a master's brush that was constantly swinging on a blank sheet of paper, constantly painting his own legendary masterpiece with the blood of demons. As more and more demon warriors were killed by Rohan, Irida came to his senses and pointed at Rohan angrily and ordered, "My children, kill this enemy who tried to stop us from returning to Penda, and use his blood and soul to forge my new body." Raw. After receiving the order from the demon goddess, the demons, who were originally a little confused because of Rohan blocking the door, immediately fell into a frenzy and rushed towards Rohan with roars. Countless sharp blades and flying axes shining with evil flames smashed towards Rohan's position crazily, as if they were about to drown this ignorant elf. "Humph, you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert?" However, facing the flying axes, Rohan just snorted coldly, then raised his golden left hand and placed the magic shield in front of him. The abundant divine power was continuously injected into the magic shield, making this blue shield with rose patterns like a solid rock that could resist any evil. Even though the demon's flying axe could easily penetrate the knight's plate armor, it could not leave even a scratch on Rohan's magic shield. Looking at the demon's flying axe falling to the ground, Rohan waved his hand to disperse the magic shield in front of him, then held the sword with both hands and grinned, "You have used up all your tricks, so it's my turn next. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Be careful, get out of the way." Erid looked at Rohan, who was accumulating power outside the portal in astonishment, and hurriedly shouted a warning to the demon army crowded beside the portal. She could feel that the sword that was constantly emitting hot energy was gathering a terrifying force that even she was afraid of. Even if her body was hit in the vitals, she would die. You can't escape. However, how could Rohan let go of the heads in front of him? So before the crowded demon army dispersed, he swept the big sword in his hand. Boom, a crescent-like red sword light flew out from the sword in an instant, and the speed was so fast that even Rajlia, who was watching the battle in the air, couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Such a terrifying power is probably not weaker than her full strength attack when she was just born. Although her strength, when she was just born, may not be even better than that of Malekith now, she can be regarded as a low-level god after all. I didn't expect that in just less than 10 years, the Lord of Terror, who was once unable to resist the mutant rat trolls, has now grown to have such strength. Just as Rajlia was in a state of emotion, the battle on the ground continued. How could this happen? Looking at the hundreds of demon warriors who were cut in half by the red sword light in an instant, Irida could no longer suppress her surprise, and looked at Rohan with both hands vigilantly. If Irida originally intended to use this handsome elf lord for her own benefit, now she has completely regarded Rohan as an important threat. This kind of power is obviously not something that an ordinary chosen one can possess. At this time, Rohan did not know that Irida had already begun to kill him, but even if he knew, he would not care. After all, since Irida refused to pledge allegiance to the Lady of the Mist, the relationship between the two sides has become a life and death struggle, and there is no room for compromise at all. After all, the current Penda continent can be said to be dominated by the Durachi elves, and Rohan will not allow any foreign forces to intervene in Penda. If it were placed in other worlds that have not yet been conquered or have low military power, then Rohan's foreign policy might be either my enemy or my friend. But now, the complete unification of the Penda continent is only a final step away, and Rohan will not allow anyone to show up at this time to snatch the cake from him. If they are not my friends, they are all my enemies. Irida was clearly not prepared for Rohan's idea of either being the enemy or me. Instead, she focused on the endless demon army and licked her fangs. Although the attack just now really surprised her, she didn't really think that Rohan could always maintain that flame form. Although the strength of that move just now was good, how many times can you swing your sword in a row with your current strength? As Irida groaned, more demon armies began to take over the empty space previously cut by Rohan, and continued to rush towards the portal. Roar. Under Irida's transformation, all the demon warriors are war machines that know no fatigue and fear. What's more terrifying is that she still has tens of thousands of such war machines. Your physical strength is being consumed all the time, but my demon army is endless. Looking at those fearless demon warriors who kept stepping over the corpses of their compatriots and walking towards him, Rohan couldn't help but stick his sword into the ground and exclaimed, "Roar, instead of running away, you took the initiative to walk towards me, then come closer." Although the previous slash did consume a lot of his divine power, it only consumed about 1/5 of his total divine power. Of course, if it is really calculated according to this killing efficiency, then even if 10 Rohans stand here and throw skills together, they can't completely destroy the tens of thousands of demon armies. But, who said he can only use magic? Seeing more and more demon warriors about to rush out of the portal, Rohan began to continuously inject blue divine power into the sword in his hand, and then roared loudly, "Fight for me, ancient wronged souls who died unjustly." Woo! Along with Rohan's roar, a blood-red halo instantly spread around, followed by countless blue translucent souls gradually flying out of the sword in Rohan's hand. Perhaps it was because of the excessive amount of divine power Rohan had injected, but the Cinder souls who responded to Rohan's call were no longer in the shape of skeletons, but were like real elf warriors. They were wearing rune scales layered like maple leaves, and the dragon helmets on their heads were spreading their wings, as if they were real dragons descending to the world, showing the glory of the Cinder elves in the past. However, if you look closely at this suddenly appearing elven army, you will probably find a strange scene immediately. The strangely shaped long-handled battle blades in the hands of these elven warriors are covered in blood, as if they had just experienced a tragic battle. Although the gorgeous helmets and armor look flawless, Rohan can still see the fatal injuries suffered by their masters from the tiny damage in them. After carefully observing the hundreds of Cinder elf warriors behind him, Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin and sighed. "It's really interesting. If it weren't for the empty eyes and the strange blue light on your body, I'm afraid I would have thought you were a group of living elf warriors." It must be said that, although the summoning consumed more than half of Rohan's divine power, Rohan could still feel the value for money from the remaining murderous aura of these Cinder elves. After all, he could only feel this powerful momentum from the veterans of the Black Guard of Nagaran who had served for more than 100 years. If Rohan was simply impressed by the powerful strength of the Cinder elves he summoned, then Erida was completely in a state of mind. Cinder elves? Aren't these guys dead? As an ancient god of the continent of Penda, Erida naturally knew these abominable elves who had participated in her exile war. After all, even Erida, who always regarded herself as the strongest goddess, did not dare to underestimate the terrifying magic of the Cinder elves that was so powerful that it could be called a miracle. After all, even Erida couldn't sink an entire continent with just one move. Could it be that those damned Cinder bastards weren't completely extinct, but had been hiding in a corner of the world, looking for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow at any time? Exclamation mark. As the saying goes, the more you scare yourself, the more you will be. Thinking of the tragic situation when he was exiled by the Cinder elves, Erida even had the idea of retreating. Wait, these guys, are they dead souls? But it didn't take long for Erida to come back to his senses from the initial panic, and then he began to use his divine power to carefully look at the Cinder elves who were fighting the demons, and gradually found the clues of the matter. Raw. With a huge advantage in numbers, the demon army almost instantly overwhelmed Rohan and the Cinder elves, and it seemed that they were about to complete the encirclement of them. However, for some reason, the battle blades and maces in the hands of the demon warriors, which had been invincible, were completely useless when facing these Cinder elves. The demon blades could easily penetrate the armor of these Cinder elves, and the scarlet flames continued to burn their flesh, as if to burn these elves completely to ashes. However, these Cinder elves seemed to have not suffered any damage. Not only did they not show any signs of wavering, but they waved their battle blades and began to fight back. Countless sword flowers flashing with cold light danced from the hands of the Cinder elves. The uniform movements made them like efficient cutting machines, ruthlessly slashing at the demon army in front of them. Ouch. Strangely, the battlefield was full of the shrill screams of the demons, but there was no purple blood flying out of the demons' wounds, but instead a milky white fluorescence flowed out. The demon warriors who were chopped by the Cinder elves all wailed in pain, and then turned directly into a wisp of flying ash, and disappeared into the air. This is an attack specifically targeting the soul. Is this skill so awesome? Looking at the Cinder warriors who protected him in the middle, even Rohan was shocked by the opponent's superb martial arts and the damage that directly hit the soul, and was speechless. According to his original idea, the skill, Blood Aura, should be an explosive skill from the inside out, similar to Joan of Arc's Maiden's Wrath Aura. However, he didn't expect that this skill was actually a summoning skill! Exclamation mark. Although Rohan could feel that as time went by, the Cinder warriors could only fight for a minute at most. But this attack method against the soul has an unimaginable effect against chaos demons and even any evil creatures. Although I don't know how long you can last, I will buff you. Looking at the Cinder warriors around him who were constantly waving their war blades like indifferent cutting machines, Rohan simply sat on the ground to rest, and took out his staff, and pointed it at the surrounding warriors. The courage of Venerian. Let the power of the ancestors give you the power to fight against evil. Although the Cinder elves probably don't even know who Venerian is, this will not affect Rohan's magic in strengthening these soul warriors. Venerian's courage is a powerful magic created by a white tower wizard in the kingdom of Safri, which can greatly enhance the morale and strength of soldiers. Although Dorichi uses the magic moves created by Asur, it feels a bit like another NTR. But who can blame all the elves for worshipping Venerian? After all, although the three elven races have all split off, all the elves have a good impression of the first Phoenix King who led all the elves of Ulthuan to fight against demons. Looking at the soul warriors around him whose efficiency of killing has obviously increased a lot, Rohan sat on the ground a little tiredly while taking the time to restore the empty divine power while looking at the portal vigilantly. Erida should not invade Penda so easily. She must have some hidden cards that have not been used. We must be careful. For the last truly powerful god on the continent of Penda, Rohan is not naive to think that he can defeat the opponent by relying on the Cinder warriors alone. Although he now seems to be in a position where one man can block 1,000 men, he knows that all this is just an appearance. As long as the other party can send out a demon warrior who is slightly weaker than him, it will be enough for him to deal with it. It seems that the real battle is about to begin. Chapter 263 Defeat the Devourer. Erida angrily watched his demon warriors being slaughtered by the Cinder warriors and couldn't help but raise his staff again and cursed, "What a bunch of trash, can't you even delay time? It seems that I still need to do it myself." Because she needed to guard against the possible sneak attack of the Lady of the Mist, Erida could not cast magic to attack Rohan, who was blocking the portal. But this does not mean that she has no trump card. As time passed, the souls of the Cinder elves around Rohan were gradually becoming dim, and it was obvious that they could not hold on for much longer. Come out, the Oathbreaker imprisoned in the cage. Erida raised the skull staff in his right hand, and the blood-red divine power began to tear the space in the dimensional crack continuously, opening a black portal. Rumble, the strange yellow electric light kept splashing from the portal to the surroundings, and the roar filled the entire dimensional crack, which was frightening. Even the demon army that was originally besieging Rohan subconsciously looked behind them, and their empty eyes revealed human fear. What's going on? After casually chopping a distracted demon in half, Rohan frowned and looked at the black portal inside the portal, obviously not knowing what happened. But not long after, a huge figure suddenly flew out of the black portal and rushed towards Rohan. Roar. A sturdy demon that was twice as big as the demon warrior was waving a demon hammer and rushing towards him. The ordinary demons that blocked in front of him were easily blown away by the other party. Looking at this ugly demon rushing towards him like a giant beast, even Rohan, who claimed to be knowledgeable, couldn't help but tease, "Wow, buddy, you are so ugly. Is this the grotesque beauty that I have never appreciated?" Although he kept teasing, Rohan's hands did not slow down, but decisively swung his sword and took the initiative to meet it. According to the previous experience of fighting against rad trolls and the ever-changing Demon King, if a large unit charges at you, then standing there stupidly is definitely the stupidest choice. After all, a larger size means a larger arm span, so even the well-lined halberd soldiers will inevitably have to pay a painful price. However, these so-called painful prices are only for those provincial troops and low-level infantry with low combat effectiveness, and are not necessarily applicable to everyone. Don't underestimate me, I'm the chosen one of the mist. With Rohan's roar, the rune sword emitting blue light directly hit the warhammer swung by the demon, and the invisible shock wave instantly overturned the surrounding demons to the ground. The snow mist splashed from the ground instantly covered the two warring parties, and at the same time, made the two gods watching the battle in the back lose their vision of their chosen ones. Erida confidently picked up the wine glass, obviously full of confidence in the battle in the snow and fog, and even started opening champagne at halftime. However, before Erida raised the wine glass to her lips, she saw the two figures still confronting each other in the gradually dissipating smoke. She saw that Devourer Agram, who had originally placed high hopes on her, was being pushed towards the portal step by Rohan. In this competition based on strength, Rohan, who was less than half the size of Agram, actually had the upper hand. Not to mention Erida, even Agram's madness was gradually replaced by surprise. Feeling the pain from his mouth, he hurriedly held the hammer with both hands and roared, This is impossible." However, facts speak louder than words. Even if he applied all his strength to the warhammer, Rohan's sword was like a hard rock, shaking his body with steady steps. Is it because Erida, that crazy woman, has sealed me up for too long, so that my strength is even inferior to that of an elf? Why don't you even have the courage to face the cruel reality? Looking at the demon in front of him who was in self-doubt, Rohan couldn't help but smile slightly. Frankly speaking, in terms of physical strength alone, as a magician and martial artist, he is not as strong as a physical demon like Agram, and at most he can only be 4:6. But with the charge bonus brought by the pair of powerful wings behind him, his strength is enough to crush the opponent in a short time. Bang! Seeing Agram's strength gradually equal to his own, Rohan raised his left foot and kicked the opponent's chest and then flew into the air. Seeing this, Agram was secretly relieved, but then he saw Rohan rushing towards him with his sword raised again. "Don't think this is over. Take another move from me." Damn pointy ears. Poof. The swift and heavy blow hit Agram's warhammer again, and the huge force from top to bottom even made this powerful demon god chosen feel better on the tip of his tongue. Looking at Agram, who was struggling to support below, Rohan did not intend to pursue the victory, but took the initiative. to give up the stalemate, and flew into the air again. In the battle with the bloody Queen Vorkia, he was troubled by the opponent's heavy and continuous flying charge. It was too painful to be suppressed by the opponent because of the flying speed and flexibility, and finally could only passively take the beating. Now, it's time to let others feel his pain. My divine power has almost recovered, so I will use magic to bully you, a native demon who can only fight recklessly. Phoenix Flame. Looking at Agram, who was constantly panting below, Rohan did not rush to attack again, but slowly aimed his left claw at the demon below. Buzz accompanied by a dazzling white flame slowly appearing on the left claw. Even Rohan, as the caster, could feel the huge heat brought by this flame. What's more terrifying is that the temperature of this white flame has not weakened with the passage of time, but seems to continue to rise. Even the artifact, Holy Claw, made by the god of craftsman Val himself, could not completely isolate this increasingly strong flame, let alone Rohan's body. It is no exaggeration to say that, if he does not throw this ball of fire out, then his left hand with golden claws will definitely become an iron plate phoenix claw. Looking at Agram, who did not dodge or evade below, Rohan threw the fireball in his hand at the other party with a wicked smile, and muttered, "After all, it is a fire that can make the Lord Witch King feel painful and embarrassed. It is your honor to die under this move." The Azure Unholy Fire that almost turned Malekith into a barbecue was an advanced version of the high-level spell, Phoenix Flame, which can only be mastered by the high-level priests of the temple. Although Rohan's Phoenix Flame is not as powerful as the real Azure Unholy Fire, it is still very easy to use it to fight against these mortal demons. Humph, a small flame like this, do you want to defeat the powerful devourer? It's just a foolish dream. Looking at the small white fireball falling from the sky, Agram has already felt the high temperature from the other party, but he didn't take it to heart. As a powerful demon who once swept across the entire Penda continent, although he lost some face in the melee just now, it does not mean that he is a retard. He is confident that he is not worse than the opponent in melee combat. He has the advantage in magic strength. As an elf, I admit that your strength is indeed enough, so I will not stay any longer. The demon hammer in Agram's hand continued to emit blood-red fluorescence, and the magic fluctuations filled with blood began to gather and spread to the surroundings. As the blood-colored magic continued to expand, the surrounding demon warriors immediately began to fall like harvested wheat and instantly turned into dust. Feeling the increasingly strong sense of threat from Agram, Rohan carefully looked down at more and more demon warriors turning into ashes, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. This scene is exactly the same as those demon warriors killed by the Sign de Soul. This guy's absorbing the souls of his compatriots. Stop, you idiot. Who allowed you to use this trick here? Seeing more and more of her children being sucked into Agram's body mercilessly, Erida did not care to continue to be vigilant against Lady Mist, and hurriedly raised her wand to cast a spell to stop it. However, how could Lady Mist, who had always focused on Erida, watch the other party ruin this good show? Fate is unpredictable, my dear demon goddess. This is a war that only belongs to the chosen ones. Do you want to break the only tacit understanding between us? A gentle voice suddenly spread throughout the dimensional rift, and Erida was suddenly horrified to find that the spell she cast was instantly ineffective. The bright holy light gradually shone in the dim dimensional cracks, and Erida hurriedly looked at the noble figure that gradually appeared. Mist Lady, and the damn cat god of Misty Mountain, you are willing to become someone else's servant. Don't you want the dignity of God at all? Looking at the noble figure covered by the mist and the snow white mountain cat stretching at the other's feet, Erida's face gradually became a little ugly. She had calculated everything, but she really didn't expect that she would have to fight against two gods at once. Hearing the secret ridicule of the demon goddess, the cat god couldn't help but slightly open his eyes and look at Erida below, and then ask disdainfully, God's dignity? Can that thing be eaten as a meal? Since becoming a subordinate god of Rajlia, the cat god originally thought that he might become the other party's tool cat, and even inevitable the fate of being absorbed. For this reason, it has even been prepared to sacrifice itself and find a way out for the believers of Misty Mountain. However, the facts proved to him that if God closed a door for him, it was not because he needed to open the window for him next, but to make it easier to write the word demolition with red paint. The generous Lady of the Mist not only treated it and its believers well, but also built a temple for it, so that it finally didn't have to sleep in the shaman's cave anymore. In daily life, he only needed to rely on his own experience to bless and train those giants, and at the same time, assist the Lady of the Mist to complete some combat work, which was not a difficult job. The most important thing is that he can finally leave the Misty Mountains, where he has been bored for a long time, and can set foot in other regions and worlds at will. With such a leisurely and happy life, what else can awaken the ambition of the lying little cat? It's terrible. I didn't expect you to have the magic to control the gods. It's really terrible. Looking at the cat god who had no ambition at all, Erida's face became even uglier. He didn't understand why the other party gave up the dignity of god and chose to be a house cat for others. It seems that the cat god has been controlled by Lady Mist with unknown evil means. She is really an evil elf goddess. When she thought that, if she lost the battle, she might also suffer the same fate as the cat god, Erida could not help but clench the staff in her hand and looked at Rajulia with a firm gaze and said, although I don't know what kind of despicable means you use, even as a demon goddess, I have a bottom line. Draw your weapon, Lady Mist, or you are just a shameless god who can only use despicable means. Then you can use this evil magic on me. But I tell you, even if you can make my body submit to you, you can't get my soul. After that, she took the initiative to gather divine power, vigilantly paying attention to Rajulia's every move, as if she was ready to take the initiative in the next battle. Lady Mist, cat god, looking at Erida, who seemed to be ready to die generously, and the other party's strange speech, the two gods obviously didn't react in the first time. What's going on? It seems that we are the villains? Boom. However, before they could savor Erida's completely irrelevant speech, a loud noise suddenly came from the side of the portal and instantly attracted their attention. Roar. RRR. It hurts so much. RRR. Agram was wrapped in white flames all over his body, and even the extremely hard demon armor on his body began to melt and merge with his flesh and blood. He never thought that he would be tortured to such an extent by a mere flame. Because he had absorbed the souls of tens of thousands of demons, Agram almost did not defend himself in the beginning, but completely suppressed Rohan. Although the flames that fell on his body were a little painful, in his eyes they were just some small sparks, and there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as he could find a way to get rid of Rohan in a short time, he could completely use his best blood magic to dispel these flames, and then challenge Erida. In this way, I'm the real Demon King. Looking at the huge voice gradually falling into the flames, Rohan, who was suspended in the air, couldn't help but touch the slightly concave silver armor on his chest, and then hurriedly took several rebirth pills. Because Agram suddenly became stronger, he was not in a hurry to dodge, and was accidentally hit by the opponent's hammer, and was almost knocked down from the air. It was a close call. More than 8,000 health points were directly reduced by 100 drops. This is as good as the Witch King's casual attack, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Bomber. After watching his health bar gradually recover, Rohan finally let go of his nervousness and turned his fierce eyes to the remaining demon warriors. That hammer just now almost cracked my armor. It's time to collect some interest from you. Because Agram's attack just now was so unexpected, when the health bar suddenly began to decrease, Rohan almost scared himself to death. Unlike the health bar in the game in his previous life, Rohan, who traveled through time and space in the flesh, almost always ensured that his health bar was at full health to deal with any possible emergencies. Even if it was 99.9% of the health, as long as it was not at full health, he would feel uneasy. Raw, seeing that Rohan dared to stuff pills into his mouth without paying attention to others, the demon warriors who felt ignored raised their weapons in anger and roared towards Rohan again. It was a pity that compared with the overwhelming number of demons, the loose formation of the demon army could not pose much threat to Rohan. Looking at the three gods about to fight in the distance, Rohan hurriedly flew backwards out of the dimensional crack, then shook his head helplessly and said, "Mist Lady is staring at the demon goddess, and the demon's chosen one has also died in the battle. It seems that these demon armies will be my task next." Although he said so, the magic he cast in the previous battle had consumed too much of his divine power, and he could only maintain the most basic weapon enchantment. Moreover, there are at least nearly 30,000 demon warriors left on the battlefield. Although most of them are just weak fallen and low level demons, they are enough to kill Rohan with numbers. But, who stipulated that only demons can recruit people to fight in groups? Just as Rohan was about to launch a counterattack against the demon army, a burst of electric current suddenly came from the intercom hanging on his waist. Squeak. This is the second bomber flight squadron, which is about to launch a bombing operation on the unknown purple portal. Please leave the current position immediately. Hearing the warning from the intercom, Rohan's mouth corners immediately began to rise, and then he put the big sword in his hand back into the scabbard on his back. He has already been in the limelight in this battle, and now it is time to give the military merit to the newly established experimental troops. Although he didn't know whether the demons could understand what he meant, Rohan still firmly raised a middle finger to them, and then deliberately taunted in a sharp voice, "Come on, you skin dirty creatures, if you have the guts, chase out of the portal, and continue to fight me." Or, the demon warriors, who didn't have much wisdom to speak of, immediately rushed out of the portal, and didn't even notice the dense black dots that were already filled in the sky. Seeing more and more demons rushing out of the portal, Rohan spread his wings, and flew into the air, then turned on the intercom and shouted, "I'm Rohan, all bombers aim at the portal and drop all the bombs you brought." After that, he flapped his wings and flew away. He didn't want to be bombed by his own people. If he didn't want to be roasted chicken, he had better leave this place as soon as possible. At an altitude of several thousand meters, dozens of dragonfly-shaped biplane bombers were circling around the direction of the portal. In the cabin, after receiving the order from Rohan, the captain hurriedly opened the ground telescope and ordered on the intercom, "All bombers, start to freely select targets for bombing immediately." Received. Opening the hatch. Hearing this, the bombardier in the cabin immediately began to pull the wrench next to it and opened the hatch at the tail. Kerala, accompanied by the sound of sliding chains, the strong wind in the sky immediately began to whistle into the cabin, and even the fuselage began to tremble constantly. Damn it, that's why I was assigned to the experimental unit. Feeling the shaking of the plane that was about to disintegrate, even the elf captain couldn't help but hold the silver cross on his chest tightly and began to pray in his heart. Although during the flight training, the great mechanic Anson repeatedly assured them of the safety of the new bomber. But now, judging from the degree of shaking of the plane, this guarantee is not convincing at all. I saw it. It was Lord Rohan and those damn demons. Start bombing. Through the ground telescope, the captain looked at the demon army that was overlapping with the Croshers with some excitement and couldn't wait to give the order to start bombing. Start bombing. Hearing that the bombardment could finally start, the bombardier at the tail of the cabin immediately excitedly pulled the chain that had been prepared in his hand. Crash. Dozens of high-powered bombs wrapped with steel balls instantly turned into after images and were thrown out of the cabin like a meal of diarrhea, falling downwards. Seeing this, the other bombers around followed suit and began to throw out all the shells in the cabin, letting them hit the demons. Whoa, damn, these guys must be thinking about going back to fish quickly, and they actually ignored me, an old man, in the bombing range. With his keen hearing, Rohan immediately noticed the whistling sound coming from above his head, so he hurriedly began to speed up his upward flight. You know, these bombs have all been slightly enchanted, and their power is even enough to penetrate slightly weaker rune plate armor. Although Rohan didn't know whether he would be injured by such a bomb, he wouldn't be so stupid as to try it with his own body. But it was obvious that, although Rohan could escape from danger with his wings, the demons below were not so lucky. Ayo. Exclamation mark. Seeing Rohan flying higher and higher, the demons also began to flap their wings behind them, obviously preparing to catch up with Rohan in the air and continue to fight with him. But, Puchy, once you accept this setting, these demons look pretty cute, don't they? looking at the demon warriors below who were flying clumsily like beginners and howling because they couldn't catch up with him. Rohan, who had escaped to a safe distance, couldn't help but stop and laugh. There was no way, because Erida didn't make skins for them when he created them, so the way these demons flew looked like flying steaks. I won't play with you anymore. I'll rest for 5 minutes and then come out to continue fighting with you. Glancing at the bombs that began to fall from the sky, Rohan smiled evilly and waved to the demons below and then hid in the system space under their dull eyes. Chapter 265 Goddess Woo Miserable. It's so peaceful. I haven't entered the system space for a long time, right? Looking at the familiar objects floating in the air, Rohan drank juice with a straw while looking at the spoils around him with emotion. Because he has been troubled by various wars in recent years, he has not entered the system space in person for a long time. So many old objects have been forgotten by him. Come to think of it, I have given away a lot of them, but there are still so many enchanted weapons in my space. I have to thank Higgs. Wow, isn't this the sword skills of Hoth given to me by the Witch King? I forgot it here all the time. The heavenly spells of Safri fate and astrology. They seem to be some useless magic books. No wonder they are piled up here. Looking at the various books and skills and moves piled up in the corner by himself, Rohan picked up the sword skills of Hoth with some regret, ready to find an opportunity to learn the skills in it. Once in the military camp, Rohan's two-handed sword skills were based on what he learned from a seasoned executioner from Halgansi. Halgansi executioner. Don't underestimate them, just because their names contain the word executioner. You should know that each of them is a top swordsman. Rohan once witnessed an execution ceremony presided over by an executioner. That was also his first time to come into contact with a two-handed sword. The sharp serrated long knife can directly cut off the internal flesh of the prisoner without hurting his skin. The bloody and elegant execution process can be called a true art. But even so, such an elegant decapitation sword technique still cannot enter Rohan's eyes, because this sword technique is not suitable for the front battlefield at all, and is only suitable for bullying light armor targets. Hoth Sword Saint. It should be more open and closed than the sword technique used for execution, right? After placing the sword technique book in a conspicuous place, Rohan stretched and then prepared to leave the space. However, just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly caught the small box in the corner, and he couldn't help but smile. It was the dragon egg that hadn't reacted so far. After the battle is over, I'll find a chance to roast and eat this hopeless dragon egg. Braised, steamed, boiled, and fried. What else can compare to the delicious fried dragon eggs? Humming a cheerful little tune, Rohan left the system space in a flash, and at the same time, drew the two-handed sword on his back, ready to fight the remaining demons. Clang clang clang. Not long after Rohan left the space, the wooden box in the corner suddenly began to shake violently, as if something was about to break free from it. Pand continent. In front of the portal, it must be said that the effect of the magic bee-bomb can be said to be far beyond everyone's expectations, and it can even be called a terrifying overfulfillment of the task. The flesh and blood of countless demons were splashed on this white snow, and the purple stinking blood continued to penetrate into this pure land, corroding the vitality in it. Of the more than 30,000 demon warriors who had rushed out of the portal, only 1 in 10 survived in this round of fierce and intensive bombing. Humahap, a dying demon, was falling to the ground in pain. It was not difficult to see from the half of his body and the countless blood holes on his body that he was about to face the end of his life. Although the demon would not feel too much pain due to the blasphemous runes on his body, the steel balls flying around on the magic bee-bomb were all enchanted. Therefore, even the demons who were enchanted could only wail in pain after being attacked by the silver bullets flying everywhere. Although the cost of a magic bee-bomb is dozens of gold coins, its power is completely worth its price. What's more, these enchanted silver bullets can be recycled. It stinks. It stinks too much. Rohan walked out of the system space with a look of disgust, looking at the original white snow world full of disgusting purple snow. He felt that his spirit was polluted. It's over. It has become a snow world. Sat, I guess only those worlds corrupted by the followers of Nurgle can be compared with this disgusting smell, right? After casually giving the wailing demons on the ground a good blow, Rohan turned his eyes to the remaining demons around him and asked curiously, "You are the only ones left, are there no other demons?" Because he stayed in the system space for a while, Rohan did not witness the tragedy outside with his own eyes, but was taking the time to recover his divine power. Although he only recovered less than 1/5 of his strength, it was enough for him to easily deal with the remaining demon warriors. "Hurry!" Exclamation mark. The demons obviously did not expect Rohan to appear again. After all, as survivors, they did not see Rohan leave. However, after a brief hesitation, they raised their weapons again and rushed towards him tirelessly and fanatically. Looking at these demon warriors rushing over, Rohan silently raised the greatsword in his hand, not because he did not want to talk trash, but simply because the air around him was too smelly. The blue sword energy kept flying in the air, like a blooming rose, constantly moving around the battlefield. Although more and more demons began to attack him, Rohan was not panicked at all. Because, "I can fly. How do you know how valuable it is to have wings and unlimited physical strength? Let me show you." Rohan, who breathed in fresh air again, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Looking at the demon warriors below who tried to fly up to play ace air combat with him, he couldn't help licking his lips. "I still have to thank Volkir a lot. Thanks to the dogfighting experience accumulated from fighting with her, he can become a real air combat expert. In order to repay this education, let her die faster next time. You bitch asterisk asterisk asterisk." In the dimensional rift, the poor demon goddess Erida was pressed to the ground by the cat god, and even the originally gorgeous skull staff was shattered to the ground, and the whole person looked embarrassed. It was clearly her home court, and everything was going according to her plan. She only needed to defeat Lady Mist to get double the happiness. Why did she become like this? Exclamation mark. Erida struggled to raise her head, but the cat god sitting on her back held her head down with one claw and said with a grin, "Be honest, you are the loser now. Damn. I will remember this humiliation." Feeling the pressure from above, Erida could only fall to the ground helplessly, and the anger and unwillingness in her heart also rose. "Dario, now I can only rely on you. You must find a way to revive me." Chapter 266 Create a Demon Prince. Dimensional Rift, Demon Castle. It's so miserable. I didn't expect that the demon goddess who claimed to capture me alive would become so embarrassed now. Rohan commanded the belated Ravenstern army to move the treasures in the demon castle, while sneering at a reader who was tied up with chains. As the Dreadlord of Duruchi, Rohan has never been an open-minded elf. He has not forgotten Arida's rude words to him when they first met. "Haha, it's just a matter of success and failure, but you don't have to be too proud. One day my believers will take revenge on you." Arida responded to Rohan's ridicule with a sneer. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was kneeling on the ground at this time, Rohan would probably think that the other party still had some big moves hidden. Hearing the confident rebuttal of the demon goddess, Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin, his eyes full of thought. Indeed, as a god who survives in the world by relying on faith, unless Rohan eliminates all of Arida's believers in the continent of Penda, there is no way to really kill the other party. Faith is like cancer. If it cannot be completely eliminated at once, it will eventually spread. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but if she is sealed up like before, there is still a possibility of escaping. Indeed, we must think of a way to have the best of both worlds. Even Lady Misty and Cat God were troubled by this problem and began to think about it. Although Erida was easily defeated by their joint efforts, it does not mean that Erida is the same as other native gods of Penda, because the other party is an alien god. In simple terms, native gods of Penda like Eunomia and Ulvad only need to destroy their bodies or spirits, and then subtly influence the beliefs of the Penda people to completely eradicate them. But the demon goddess Erida is different. This guy is similar to Azidahaka. Even if their bodies are destroyed, as long as there are humans who have received their blessings, they can use this power to regenerate infinitely. If you want to completely eliminate them, you must get rid of all their chosen ones. Hahaha, don't waste your energy. As long as my believers are still willing to spread their faith for me, I will be eternal. Looking at the distressed people, Erida, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laugh, just like a skinned snake. However, Rohan didn't pay too much attention to Erida at this time. Instead, he suddenly remembered something and began to repeat Erida's words in a low voice. Spread faith, faith. I seem to have a way. Suddenly, the figure of Dario flashed in Rohan's mind, so he raised his head and looked at the two gods excitedly. Since the devil's believers cannot be completely eradicated, why don't we let them change their object of faith? Change the object of faith? What do you mean? Hearing Rohan's constructive proposal, the two gods turned their curious eyes to Rohan, and even Erida hurriedly twisted his body, trying to hear more information. Rohan's face was full of teasing smiles, but he didn't rush to speak immediately. Instead, he asked himself, a few months ago, I have been doubting one thing, that is, why Dario, the supreme judge of the tribunal, inexplicably reduced the number of soldiers in the former Sarlian. Just a few days ago, my spy suddenly told me that the area around Dravenstern was suddenly blocked by the tribunal, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. At that time, I was already suspecting that there must be some hidden secrets. After saying that, he took the initiative to tell all his doubts about Dario and the news that the tribunal was suspected of being corrupted during this period. Of course, the above content is purely fictional. If there are similarities, then they are similar. Hearing Rohan shift the topic to Dario, Erida, who was still eavesdropping, immediately shrank her pupils, but still didn't say much. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Maybe this guy doesn't know that Dario is my chosen one. At this time, Erida, who was praying in her heart, didn't notice that behind her, Rohan was looking at her with a teasing look. Poor Erida, being played around with. I guess this poor demon goddess won't know Dario's undercover identity until the moment when the smoke disappears, right? Thinking of this, Rohan continued to speak without hesitation, although I don't doubt Dario's loyalty. After all, the successive abnormal movements really make me worried. There may be some kind of relationship between him and the demon goddess. Since we can't get rid of the demon goddess, why not make Dario a new demon god? After all, Dario has become Erida's chosen one, and in a sense, he can be regarded as the successor of the demon goddess's will. Let those heretic worshippers believe in an elf that can be killed, so that the believers who originally belonged to Erida can become Dario's believers, right? Despicable. Hearing this, Erida finally couldn't suppress her inner anger, and her terrifying eyes, like a frog with only a small black dot, were staring at Rohan. Seeing this, Rohan was naturally not to be outdone, and also responded with a sharp look. He is the chosen one of the mist gods. He has never been afraid of anyone who can hold out longer without blinking. Okay, stop playing tricks. You'll be busy next. Seeing that Rohan actually had the time to play tricks with Erida, the beautiful eyes of the mist lady under her veil couldn't help but roll her eyes, and then reminded him seriously, I won't interfere too much in Dario's affairs. I believe you should have made corresponding plans. Remember not to forget that you still have a new world to explore. Don't worry, I will arrange everything before leaving. Well, since you are so confident, I won't interfere too much. Erida will be in my care for the time being, and I will seal her in the Mist Temple. After that, the Mist Lady took Erida and the cat god out of the dimensional rift, and then disappeared from Rohan's sight. After the figures of the gods disappeared from his sight, Rohan turned his attention to the soldiers, who were still carrying the spoils from the demon castle, and shouted with satisfaction, hurry up and move. Don't let go of the stone walls used to build the castle. Tear down everything that can be torn down. Chapter 267, The Witcher of Winterfell. How slow, why hasn't Lord Rohan come yet? I put on my macup to welcome him on the Black Ark. Mekasa looked at the moonlight rising slowly in the sky with boredom. She couldn't help but take out a small mirror from her arms and impatiently put on macup. In order to attract Rohan's attention, she spent a lot of time and energy on macup, but now it's all wasted. The idiot next to her is a reckless man who doesn't know how to appreciate her beauty. It's really frustrating. After glancing at Lysadolin, who didn't know how to appreciate her beauty, Mekasa yawned and walked towards the castle, ready to find an opportunity to catch up on some sleep. Not only Mekasa, but even many of the Pend auxiliary soldiers who had completed boarding had returned to their cabins to rest. After all, they were just mortal bodies that had not been blessed. It was not easy for them to stand guard until now with a firm will. And suddenly, loud dragon roars streaked across the sky, causing Rhyssadilin, who was dozing on the chair, to open his eyes and quickly run to the rock deck to look up. Dozens of huge silver dragons, each over 70 meters in size, were flying towards the Black Ark at an astonishing speed, and they seemed to be ready to land. It's Lord Rohan's personal guard dragon knights. I didn't expect that he would send 60 silver dragon knights. It seems that Lord Rohan is determined to win this expedition, and he even brought the Ashes battle flag. Through the telescope, Rhyssadilin was carefully looking at the leader holding a burning flag, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Ashes battle flag is a striking flag that is constantly burning, and it is also the flag that Rohan always lets his personal soldiers carry with him. Rhyssadilin knew that it was a powerful battle flag endowed with mysterious magic. Even the most ordinary soldiers would be filled with endless fighting spirit after seeing the light of that flag. Morale of the whole army +10. Such precious flags were sent to the Black Ark, which made Rhysadilin's mouth rise uncontrollably. The good show is about to begin. Unknown world, unknown castle, ha, ha, ha. Draw your sword steadily. I have taught you so many times. Remember to stab the enemy with the pointed end. Yes, Sir Roderick. Grey clouds covered the entire sky, and the sound of falling snowflakes and soldiers receiving training spread throughout the castle. This is not a castle of great scale, but it is small but complete. The infrastructure that a city should have is almost complete here. The grey-white ice wolf flag fluttered on the city wall, and dozens of guards were guarding the city wall to protect this peaceful city. A pure black crow was flying on the branch outside the window, spying on the white-haired woman lying on the bed in the room with a pair of curious eyes. Not only because of the crows outside the window, but also because of the emptiness in her stomach. Ciri finally opened her eyes from the coma of serious injury. Ah, it's so noisy. Where is this? Looking at the strange ceiling, Ciri subconsciously touched her wound wrapped in bandages, and then set her eyes on the water cup beside the bed. I don't know if it's because the wound has not yet healed completely. Even if Ciri tries her best, she can't stretch her arms and can only whisper in a hoarse voice, "Is there anyone?" I don't know if it's because she heard the movement in the room. An old lady pushed open the wooden door of the room in surprise and then brought Ciri a cup of water to comfort her. "You woke up. You must be thirsty. Drink some water quickly. I'll prepare some meat porridge for you later. You have a good rest first." "Thank you, Grandma." After taking the cup of water handed by the old lady, Ciri hurriedly raised it to her mouth and didn't stop until the sweet warm water continued to moisten her dry throat. After casually placing the empty water cup on the table, Ciri tried to stand up and prepared to take her clothes and luggage to leave. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious, but she only knew one thing, that is, the longer she stayed in this unknown place, the more likely the Wild Hunt would catch up. In order to catch her, the king of the Wild Hunt has traveled through countless worlds occupied by White Frost, and it is estimated that it will not take long for him to find her trace. She didn't want to see the kind old lady die for her. What a harmonious and stable town. We must not let the Wild Hunt destroy this place. Holding the edge of the wall and coming to the window, Ciri looked at the children playing and fighting below, and the crowded market, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Looking at the young children playing snowballs, Ciri couldn't help but put her hands on the window and began to fall into memories of the past. The last time I played snowballs was when I was very young, playing with Vesemir and Geralt in Kaer Morhen. If she hadn't had to escape from the Wild Hunt, she really wanted to go downstairs and play with the children there. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ciri was staring at the city below, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then she heard a middle-aged man's voice asking her, "Ma'am, is it convenient for me to come in now?" "Oh, of course." Looking at her body in underwear, Ciri took a towel from the shelf to cover her vital parts, and then sat on the bed. Catcher, a dignified middle-aged man, opened the wooden door with hot meat porridge. Seeing that Ciri had nothing but a towel on her body, he turned his head and asked subconsciously, "Madam, your clothes have been washed because they are stained with blood. Do you need me to arrange for someone to bring you some other clothes?" "Thank you for your generosity, sir. May I ask if you saved me?" "You're welcome. Let's talk after you finish your porridge and put on your clothes. After all, the weather in the north is too cold. I hope you don't freeze your body." looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was trying his best to avoid her body while putting the meat porridge on the table. Ciri immediately had some good feelings for this polite man. People who know etiquette like this are much more gentlemanly than those rude men in the Velen area. After drinking the meat porridge on the table, Ciri put on her own witcher clothes that had been washed and then walked out of the door. "You're awake. If you don't mind, can I ask you some questions?" The middle-aged man had been waiting outside the door for a long time, but his face did not show any impatience. Instead, he politely took the initiative to introduce himself. "This is Winterfell. I'm Lord Ned Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. I want to know why you appeared in the wilderness and why you were attacked by a dire wolf." Chapter 268 Duke Ned. Looking at the white-haired beauty with a scar on her face, Ned was still gentlemanly on the surface, but he was secretly alert in his heart. After all, in his opinion, this woman was not simple. According to Mr. Lewin's examination, the cause of the woman's wound was a knife wound, and there was no trace of dire wolf bites or scratches on her body. A woman who was alone in the wild, after being attacked by someone unknown, was able to kill a dire wolf, which was enough to prove the strength of this woman. Of course, if it was just a security issue of some wandering robbers attacking a lone woman, it would not be necessary for Ned, the Duke, to come and take care of it personally. He paid more attention to the woman's hair color, silver white hair. In this continent of Westeros, only the dragon family, that once ruled this continent for hundreds of years, the Targaryen family, has a unique hair color. It is rumored that the Targaryen remnant Daenerys on the other side of the strait is a young and beautiful woman, and her age is exactly the same as the woman in front of him. Although Ned did not think that the white-haired woman in front of him would be the legendary Daenerys, it is very likely that she has some connection with the Targaryens. "Thank you for your hospitality, my Lord Duke. Your men saved my life. I will find a chance to repay you." At this time, Ciri obviously did not know that Ned had already regarded her as a remnant of the previous dynasty, and still replied politely, "My name is Ciri. I'm a demon hunter apprentice who traveled to this world to avoid being hunted down. So in order not to cause trouble to you, I need to leave here as soon as possible." Traveled through time. Demon hunter? Being hunted down? Ned listened to Ciri's self-introduction with a confused face. Obviously, such an answer was far beyond his expectations. He could clearly understand every word the other party said, but it seemed as if he had heard nothing. Seeing Ned's face full of confusion, Ciri couldn't help but sigh secretly, and obviously did not expect the other party to fully understand what she meant. But now is not the time to explain. She has been unconscious for so long, and the king of the wild hunt may have caught up with her. Looking at the children playing outside the window, Ciri could feel that the wild hunt seemed to have locked onto her position, so she anxiously asked Ned, who was still thinking, "It's too late to explain, my lord. Please return my weapon to me as soon as possible. I must leave here quickly." Hearing this, Ned frowned, obviously not understanding why Ciri wanted to leave so anxiously. Could it be that the robbers and wildlings now are still bold enough to attack Winterfell? After thinking for a moment, Ned's face showed a resolute expression, and then he comforted Ciri, who was still anxious. "Don't be afraid, girl. Although I don't fully understand what you mean, I probably understand that your situation should be very dangerous, so I can't just stand by and watch you die. Your wounds have not yet healed completely. During this period, you can stay in the castle of Winterfell temporarily, and don't have to worry about those who are chasing you. Don't worry, the Stark family guards will protect the safety of the city, and will never let any suspicious people enter Winterfell. You can rest assured to recover here." As the Guardian of the North, he would not watch a hunt for a lady in his territory and remain indifferent. Even if Ciri is really a member of the Targaryen family who is scattered abroad, the honor of the Stark family will not allow him to stand by and watch her die. Whether it is out of his own honor or suspicion of Ciri's complicated identity, he will not let Ciri die easily in Winterfell. Looking at the upright Duke in front of her, Ciri's heart was full of emotion, but she still shook her head and explained, "No. You don't know how terrible those guys who are chasing me are. They are. There is no right or wrong. You should rest and recuperate in the city during this period of time. Don't worry about other things." When your injuries have almost recovered, I will arrange a caravan to take you to the south. Before Ciri finished speaking, Ned pushed open the door and prepared to leave. At the same time, he turned around and comforted Ciri. Don't worry, I will let the servants bring food and daily water, and leave the assassins matter to me. Watching Ned close the door and leave without hesitation, Ciri stood there stupidly, obviously not expecting things to develop into what they are now. But think about it carefully, now her wounds have not healed completely. Even if she can open the portal to leave this world now, it is difficult to escape the pursuit of the wild hunt. Why not, just like Duke Ned said, take good care of your injuries first? After leaning against the wall and slowly lying back on the bed, Ciri couldn't help but touch the Witcher pendant on her chest, and then slowly closed her eyes. There was no way. She had just recovered from her serious injury, and even her weapons had been taken away by the people who rescued her. Obviously, they were not going to be returned to her in the short term. Fortunately, the Duke named Ned had no ill will towards her, so it was okay for her to stay here, to recover for a while. I just hope that the wild hunt won't catch up so soon. A few days later, Pender Continent Imperial Harbor. This is really spectacular. It is worthy of being the son of prophecy who can unify Pender in the legend. Only a huge warship like this is worthy of the status of His Majesty Rohan, right? So many dragons. Lady Mist, I saw at least hundreds of flying dragons circling. Countless human warriors were looking at the floating island warships on the sea level in shock, constantly sighing and exclaiming. They were all young soldiers who had just arrived at Imperial Harbor. Although they might not be as good as those experienced old warriors in combat skills, they should not be underestimated in terms of morale and physical strength. After all, even a Darachi warrior who has not received the blessing of the Lady of the Mist will feel very weak when facing more than 2 pen servants. After nearly a month of gathering, more than 300,000 selected penned warriors have gathered outside the city of Imperial Port, almost covering the entire periphery of Imperial Port. If it weren't for Dario's foresight and spending a lot of money and effort to build infrastructure in advance, I'm afraid the city would have been filthy and smelly. But even so, the total number of more than 400,000 penned auxiliary troops is enough to overload all the facilities in the city. If we don't set off soon, it is estimated that the mountains of domestic garbage will be enough to completely submerge the city. Chapter 269 Becoming a God. Why haven't you come yet? Even if you want to stand me up, you can't do it for so many days in a row. Mekasa was lying on the sun lounger board. She had been basking in the sun for more than a week, but she still hadn't received any news from Rohan. The only news she got was that Rohan mobilized the experimental troops in the Ravenstern to carry out a large-scale bombing operation. Did our invincible Lord Rohan fall down while fighting the heretic demon? In this case, can we consider breaking up and dividing the luggage? You go back to your grand town, and I go back to my Gorand? There is something moving at high speed in the distant sky. Please be on guard. Just as Mekasa's mind was full of random thoughts, the sentinel on the wall of the Black Ark suddenly sounded the alarm and began to shout continuously. After hearing the noise, Lysadilin, who had been dozing on the deck, suddenly opened his eyes, then took the telescope from the soldier next to him and asked, "Is Lord Rohan back?" It's hard to say. We observed 2 figures, one black and one white, also a silver dragon rider and an ash dragon rider. Through the telescope, the sentinel looked at the black shadow approaching rapidly in the distance with some doubts, and it was difficult to draw a conclusion for a while. It's impossible to fly a dragon, notify the long-range troops to prepare for battle, and at the same time, let the dragon knights take off immediately. It is very likely that they are our enemies. Lysadilin would not believe such nonsense. After all, the Black Ark would not be short of just 2 dragon riders at the moment. How could they land on the Black Ark in Twassen threes like this? You have to know that the situation on the Black Ark is completely different from when it first arrived in Pender. 100,000 trained Pender auxiliary troops, 5,000 powerful mist warriors, 200 ash dragon riders, 60 silver dragon riders and 3 high-level female sorcerers who have accepted the faith of the Lady of the Mist. More importantly, this giant Black Ark is also equipped with nearly 1,000 artillery and several powerful magic turrets, which are enough to make it almost invincible on the sea level. Such a large number of troops in the Warhammer world, let alone those weak southern kingdoms, even the elf kingdom would have a headache. The most important thing is that the troops coming to join the expedition are all organized to join the army, and it is impossible for 1 or 2 dragons to come to surrender. There must be something wrong with these 2 UFOs. The anti-aircraft crossbows are ready and can be fired at any time. The magic turrets are also in place. You can fire a fireball at him at any time. Very good. Fire as soon as they enter the range. Hearing the constant shouts of the gunner and Mechasser, Lysadilin nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the 2 small black dots in the sky with a murderous look. As an older elf, he knew that there were all kinds of fantasy creatures in this world. Griffins, trolls, and even dragons hundreds of meters long were all terrible creatures that once roamed the magical continent. Could it be that the remnants of those fantasy creatures have fled to the Pender continent? No, they must not be allowed to destroy Lord Rohan's long-planned expedition plan. After finishing his inner drama, Lysadilin raised his head with a loyal face, waved his hand, and shouted to the gunners around him, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of shells with faith bonuses, under the loyal gaze of the gunners, flew unwaveringly towards the 2 small black dots in the sky. The sky above the Black Ark does not allow the existence of small black dots. Above the Black Ark I have been busy for so long. When I return to the Black Ark, I must take a good bath before setting off again. By the way, Dario, how does it feel to become a god? Do you feel that your strength has become much stronger than before? It has indeed been greatly enhanced, but even if Erida transferred all the remaining divine power into my body before being destroyed, there is still a big gap between us, right? In the sky, Rohan was looking at Dario flying behind him with satisfaction. Looking at the demon mask on his face and the demon wings behind him, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Under his deliberate planning with Lady Mist, Erida finally escaped from the cage of the Temple of Mist one night. However, since he had been defeated by Lady Mist once, Erida did not choose to launch another ash sneak attack, but found Dario to perform the entrustment ceremony as Rohan expected. Since he had guessed that he was in danger, Erida almost gave up the idea of regaining his freedom, and gave all his divinity to Dario. As long as a heretic can be placed in the upper elves, Erida will be able to revive again one day, and descend on this land. At the last moment, the messenger of justice, Rohan, arrived at the scene, and joined Lady Mist to rescue the coerced judge from the evil demon goddess. Of course, at least the dead Erida thought so. However, even now, I have to praise your ability to respond on the spot. You are worthy of being my adjutant. After sighing at the 2 of them competing with each other in acting a few days ago, Rohan looked at the wings of hell on Dario's back with some amazement, and praised, with your future achievements, as long as you can find more believers who believe in you, you can become a secondary god. Even if you are not good enough, your future is limitless. Just kidding. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. I have always been your little adjutant. Compared to Rohan, who kept praising him, Dario's eyes did not have too many waves, as if he was not a so-called god at all. During this period, Rohan and Dario have been recruiting those heretics in the continent of Pender, and finally made those guys all become Dario's believers. In other words, although Dario's strength is still very weak now, he is already a veritable god. Looking at the taciturn Dario, Rohan didn't know what to say for a while, and could only give some awkward instructions. That's great, but we are about to reach the Black Ark. In the next period of time, you must learn how to fly well. Don't worry, I will definitely hold a grand welcome ceremony for you on the Black Ark today to officially celebrate the day you become a god. Hearing Rohan's words, Dario nodded silently, but after glancing at the Black Ark below, he was so scared that he quickly folded his wings and reminded Rohan, "Thank you, sir. The Black Ark below seems to welcome us, and the response is very enthusiastic." Really? Let me see. Damn. Chapter 270 Departure. Fire. Shoot down those 2 unknown flying objects in the sky. Looking at the 2 figures dodging the shells in the sky, Lysadilin's mouth corners slightly raised, obviously not thinking that the 2 figures, one black and one white, were Lord Rohan. It was not because he had a false rebellious heart, but simply because Rohan changed into a set of armor, and Dario also wore a mask and wings. Even with a telescope for observation, the crew could not distinguish Rohan's handsome face from the two fast-moving figures. The only thing that could be seen clearly was Dario's devil prince-like outfit, which was as terrifying as a demon descending to the world. Needless to say, a guy dressed so heretically is definitely our enemy. Dario, if you want to dodge those shells flexibly, remember not to use equal force when flapping your wings, so that you can turn faster. In the air, Rohan had also recovered from his initial surprise. Looking at Dario, who was a little embarrassed next to him, he couldn't help but smile and began to instruct him. After all, in order to learn how to fly, he went to the mountains of Iris with the help of Lady of the Mist and lived with wild griffins for a while. As a newcomer who had just learned to fly for less than a week, Dario's performance should not be much better than his own, right? How did you do it? Looking at Dario twisting his body flexibly like a water snake in the air, Rohan, who had originally planned to regard himself as a senior, couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The graceful movements were as gorgeous as the most elegant dancers, and could be called an artist. Although I'm not as proficient as you in flying, it seems that I have a good talent in this area. Even Dario was a little surprised at his flying skills. Obviously, he didn't expect that he could show such a strong reaction ability in extreme anger. Compared with the past, he only felt that his body's reaction speed and strength were at least 3 times more than before. The shells and magic that were once extremely fast in his eyes were now as slow as a snail under the gaze of his red devil's eyes. Is this the power of God? Exclamation mark. Looking at Dario's flexible body with some envy, Rohan looked at the Black Ark warriors below who were still wasting their own artillery fire, and his eyes couldn't help twitching. Okay, I know you are very strong now, so don't show off over there, let's go down quickly. After saying that, he took out the walkie-talkie from his arms and shouted to the crew below with some anger, "Don't waste shells, you are hitting friendly forces, our own people." Hearing the shouting from the walkie-talkie on his waist, the faint smile on Lysadilon's face immediately froze, and then hurriedly stopped the surrounding artillery. Who the hell would know that the demon flapping its wings in the sky would be one of his own? I finally became Lord Rohan's champion warrior. I won't be stripped of the title because of this siege by friendly forces, right? You're screwed. You actually ordered people to use cannons to bombard Lord Rohan. I guess you're going to be in trouble in the next battle. Looking at the ugly looking Lysadilon, Mekasa offered her ridicule without any consideration, as if she had forgotten that she was the one who enjoyed the most with the magic turrets just now. But even so, Mekasa was not worried that Rohan would settle accounts with them. After all these years of getting along with each other, she has already figured out Rohan's character. As long as he doesn't betray him, then Rohan can definitely be called the most gentle Lord of Fear. Lord Rohan, I'm sorry that such a misunderstanding happened. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Looking at Rohan slowly landing on the deck, Lysadilon hurried forward to confirm the other's injuries. After confirming that he was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dario also slowly floated down to the deck, looking at the guilty Lysadilon and sarcastically said, "You'd better really feel sorry for this incident. If you really accidentally leave a wound on Lord Rohan's body, I will definitely tear your head off." Hearing that this guy dressed as a demon dared to speak so arrogantly, Lysadilon's forehead was bulging with blue veins, but then he still asked politely, "Excuse me, who are you?" He was not naive to think that the unidentified person who could fly beside Lord Rohan would be someone he could afford to offend. Although you have performed well during this period, don't think that this can offset your mistakes just now. As expected, the mysterious masked man snorted coldly, and after glancing at Lysadilon with his red demon eyes, he walked towards the direction of the Black Ark castle skillfully. Now his body was full of the smell of gunpowder left by the artillery fire, and he had to hurry up and wash it off. Looking at the frowning Lysadilon, Rohan did not mind the friendly siege just now, but laughed and patted Lysadilon on the shoulder and introduced, "Ahahaha, I didn't expect you didn't recognize this voice. Don't be surprised, here's Dario." "Mr. Dario? How did he become like this? Really? Has he believed in the chaos gods?" As soon as these words came out, Lysadilon was so scared that his eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets, staring blankly at Dario's back as he walked away. Even Mekasa, who had been preparing to watch the show, was surprised to spit out the lollipop in her mouth and looked curiously at the demon wings behind Dario. According to her understanding, only those elves who have received the blessing of the Chaos God can grow demon wings like this from their backs. Is a lord ready to learn from Lord Morathi and try to accept some power from the Chaos God? Or is he not happy with our Lord Witch King and is ready to go out on his own? If that's the case, can we use the power of another world to plot the Phoenix Throne that the Druchii elves have been longing for? As she was thinking wildly, Mekasa put her head in front of Rohan with malice and asked excitedly, "Boss, when are we going to kill Malekith?" Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Rohan directly slapped the opponent's head and then looked at Mekasa, who was squatting with her head in her hands, and complained, "What the hell? I thought you were an elegant girl, but I didn't expect you to be so rebellious." Being able to say such a violent statement in front of the former captain of the Witch King's guards, 99 pounds of her 100 pounds of weight, must be rebellious, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Different World. After some simple repairs, Rohan put on a new set of armor and stood majestically on the castle. In the square below the castle, 100,000 soldiers who had been ready were looking at the castle and the misty statue in the center of the castle with fanaticism. This is really too shocking. Dario and other officials were nervously looking at the huge army below, and even Rohan felt a little uncomfortable. After all, whether in his previous life or this life, he had never been stared at by tens of thousands of people with such fanatical eyes at the same time. Looking at the auxiliary Penda soldiers wearing black plate armor and the elves wearing silver armor, Rohan swallowed his saliva and shouted with a voice full of divine power, "Warriors, polish your swords. Today is the day for you to shed your blood in the other world. Don't let Lady Mist and I look down on you. For the Black Dragon flag, for Lady Mist, blood-stained idol, skull-offering temple." Hearing this, the Penda warriors roared excitedly, constantly hitting their shields and armor with their weapons, and all roared excitedly. This moment, they have been looking forward to for a long time. Although they joined the expeditionary force because of Rohan's call and the temptation of money, they also yearned for the other world. There are not many middle school students who can refuse the fairy tale of traveling to another world at public expense, going through all kinds of hardships, and finally obtaining mysterious treasures. As for the battles with the dead and magical creatures mentioned by the recruiting officers, come on, can you have a fantasy adventure like the legendary Child of Prophecy and even fight against the living dead and dragons? Is there anything cooler than this? Looking at the excited warriors, Rohan nodded with satisfaction, and then continued in an excited voice, "We have now received accurate information that the road of that other world will be filled with countless living dead zombies and various unknown threats. Are you afraid?" "No." "Good job," said Sale. "Woo woo woo," accompanied by a series of low military trumpets. The giant black ark, that is several kilometers long, began to slowly leave the port and move towards the endless deep sea. Feeling the salty sea breeze blowing across his cheeks, Rohan gently flapped the wings behind him and flew to the bow under the admiring gaze of everyone. Ding. It has been detected that no enemies are found within 500 meters. Do you want to open the designated coordinate portal? Hearing the familiar system prompt in his ear, Rohan's mouth twitched slightly and then ignored the other party's plan. Opening the portal was clearly an ability I gained when I died in my previous life. So why could this system ask me so shamelessly? Well, anyway, the function of this system now is just to serve as a store and practice, so just treat it as a tool that can detect items. Facing the whistling sea breeze, Rohan slowly raised his hands, feeling his vague connection with the previous alien world, and then began to exert force secretly. Kerala. Purple energy suddenly began to fly out of Rohan's body out of thin air, constantly tearing the space in front of Rohan. Rohan seriously felt his own physical strength constantly draining away, secretly clenched his back teeth, and tried to expand this purple portal that was already 3 kilometers wide. Damn, this is the first time I opened such a large portal. I didn't expect it to be so strenuous. There was no way. Since the Witch King specially arranged for the sorceress of Goran to repair his black arc, the volume of this black arc has reached an astonishing length of 8 kilometers and a width of 5 kilometers. Normally, Rohan would open a portal hundreds of meters wide, which was enough for him and his army to pass through smoothly. Looking at his uncontrollably shaking arms and feeling the long lost fatigue in his body, a silver light flashed in Rohan's eyes, and then he roared, "Damn it, open it for me." Huolala. Along with Rohan's roar, the space that was originally pulled by the purple energy immediately exploded like a broken mirror, slowly drifting around. And the portal that was large enough to accommodate the Black Ark finally appeared on the sea. All the crew members on the Black Ark stared blankly at the space fragments floating in the air, obviously unable to believe their eyes. Lord Rohan tore the space apart! Exclamation mark. Whoosh whoosh, just as everyone was confused, a burst of cold wind suddenly blew from the opposite side of the portal, immediately making everyone present shiver. But not long after, everyone's face showed ecstasy, because they can already see the white snow falling on the Black Ark through the portal. It's another world. A few days later, Westeros, the land of eternal winter, covered with ice and snow, has been an extremely cold place, where no creature can survive since ancient times. Even the bravest and fearless wildlings would seem so powerless when facing the seemingly endless glaciers and the vast world of snow. However, who could have guessed that in this world, covered with ice and snow, there are some existences that are enough to scare any creature. Alien creatures. In a dark cave somewhere, a pair of eyes as blue as 1,000-year-old ice gradually lit up from the darkness and turned their gaze to the innermost part of the cave. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps gradually came from the deepest part of the cave, and all eyes focused on the ice blue body. Some worn leather armor was wrapped around a human-shaped body without any temperature, and the grey-white long hair was slowly fluttering in the cold wind, like a cold corpse. However, the strange thing was that this cold creature that should have been buried in the soil just silently looked at its compatriots around it, and then slowly raised its hands. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp ice spikes flew out of the ground in an instant, and in an instant, thousands of frozen spears were formed that were enough to equip the army. The war of ice and fire does not need other outsiders. Kill them all. Hearing the order from the cave, the leading cold creature suddenly let out a shrill scream, and then took the lead in pulling out the ice spike spear, and walked out of the cave. Watching the cold figure gradually walk out of the cave, a gust of sea breeze blew out of the cave, which immediately filled those lifeless blue eyes with spirituality. We need more troops. Kill all those expanding humans, expand our army, and then head south. Chapter 272 White Ghost. On the endless snowfield, only the toughest pine needle trees and the hay with strong vitality can survive in this cruel environment. Russell a cute fat snow rabbit slowly crawled out of its cave, its white fur almost blending into the surrounding environment. Looking at a somewhat dry grass not far from the cave, the rabbit's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. Although it doesn't like to gnaw on this kind of grass roots without juice, in this icy and snowy environment, this is already one of the few foods that can fill its stomach. Although there is a saying that rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, the premise is that there is grass growing near the nest. If it is not really short of food, it will not risk leaving its safe cave and running outside to find food. Squeak, humming a little tune that only rabbits can understand, the rabbit jumped towards the hay in the distance and began to gnaw on the chewy grass. Finally out. The snow rabbit, who was struggling with the grass, didn't notice that on the treetop not far away, a pair of cold eyes were staring at his plump body. Looking at the fat rabbit on the ground, the figure covered by snow slowly pulled the bowstring in his hand and then aimed a simple bone arrow at the rabbit that hadn't noticed yet. Bang, nice. Looking at the rabbit nailed directly to the snow by the arrow, the figure on the tree excitedly shook off the snow on his body and then climbed down from the tree skillfully. Looking at the trophy he had finally obtained, after waiting for hours, the young man pulled out the arrow from the rabbit, then pulled out a sharp iron dagger, and while dissecting the rabbit he sighed. The weather is getting colder and colder, and there are fewer and fewer irresistible prey like this one. Yeah, Hawk, there are fewer and fewer irresistible prey, so could you please not resist and just give me the rabbit? Who is it? Hearing the noise behind him, The young man named Hawk hurriedly raised his hunting bow and pointed it around, only to find that his situation did not seem too good. At some point, several free people holding stone spears and short bows suddenly walked out of the bushes in the distance, and the leader was wearing a rare set of chainmail. Seeing the free people surrounding him, Hawk's face gradually became ugly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Pammy, this is not your hunting range. Do you want to break the rules set by the clan?" Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? We are free people. Since when do free people like us need to abide by any rules? Looking at the fat snow rabbit at Hawk's feet and the iron dagger on his waist, Pammy's eyes showed a greedy look. As free people living north of the Great Wall, most of the tools they use in their lives are bone knives and stone axes that are easily damaged and inefficient. After all, although they look down on those kneeling people who claim to be civilized south of the Great Wall, they have to admit that the iron tools and tools used by those nobles are very easy to use. But even so, as vicious people born in a vicious place, expecting them to obediently develop iron civilization is obviously overestimating them. After all, without the constraints of law and morality, a nomadic life of muddling through life is always more practical than the slow returning civilization development. Therefore, the freeman can only obtain the scarce and precious ironware by risking crossing the Great Wall to plunder, or exchanging with smugglers who are willing to trade with them. And being able to own an iron weapon, even if it is just a dagger used for dissection, is enough to greatly improve the nomadic life of a freeman. Seeing that Hawk did not seem to intend to give up his prey, Pammy suddenly pulled out the mace hanging on his waist and smashed it on the ground, shouting arrogantly, "Don't be stupid, this is already the northernmost end of the clan's territory. Even giants will not patronize this extremely cold land, and no one will come to save you. Damn, give it to you." Looking at the mace inlaid with sharp copper blades and the covetous Pammy accomplices around him, Hawk could only pick up the fat rabbit at his feet and throw it to Pammy. Looking at the plump snow rabbit at his feet, Pammy couldn't help licking his lips, and then continued to coerce greedily, "If you want to return to the clan alive, a snow rabbit's blood money is not enough to redeem your worthless life. Blood money is a very old tradition among free people. Any free people who accept blood money from others cannot hurt the other party for any reason. This blood money can be gold, silver, jewelry, or their own children as collateral, which is similar to the guest etiquette of the nobles in the south. But the difference is that blood money is used to exchange for life." Seeing that Pammy was still unwilling to let him go, Hawk angrily pulled out the bone blade and dagger from his waist and loudly rebuked, "You have already got my rabbit, aren't you satisfied? These are not enough to exchange for your life, but if you can hand over the dagger in your hand, then maybe I will consider letting you go back. Don't even think about it. I challenge you in the name of the gods. If you have the guts, come to me in a duel." Hearing that Pammy actually calculated on his dagger, Hawk's eyes were immediately filled with anger, and he pointed the dagger at the other party. This was the last relic left to him by his mother, and even if he died, he couldn't let a scum like Pammy get his hands on it. Seeing this, the wild men who were watching around immediately became interested, put down their spears and teased Pammy. "Go ahead, Pammy, this will be a glorious duel watched by the gods. You are still wearing armor. How can you be afraid of a young man who has just learned to go out hunting? Ha ha ha, if you really capsize in the ditch, don't expect us to avenge you." Hearing the constant ridicule and sarcasm from his companions around him, Pammy pretended to look at the young man on the snow with disdain, but he had already started thinking about how to avoid the battle. He was able to survive until now, not only because of his strong martial arts and excellent armor, but also because of his cautious attitude towards life. This is the land outside the Great Wall, which can be said to be the most unsuitable place for human habitation in the world. In this barren land with a lack of medical care and medicine, any simple wound or illness, as long as you are not careful, will evolve into a terrifying disease that takes your life. He would not risk getting hurt in a duel with a young man, just for an iron dagger, that can only be used for dissection and segmentation. If he could really rely on the power of numbers to make Hawk hand over the iron dagger to him, then of course he would choose to accept it respectfully. It's a pity that young people nowadays are so angry that they don't know how to properly preserve their strength in this land of eternal winter. The society of free people is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Picking up the fat snow rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms from the ground, Pammy said, forget it. Since the meat of this snow rabbit is so tender, I won't bother you too much this time. Ha ha ha, Pammy, when did you become such a coward? I remember you already. A puff, a sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh suddenly came from the back of the team. The Freeman warriors immediately raised their weapons and looked back alertly. The Freeman who had spoken earlier had been pierced through the chest by a strange ice spike, and the bright red blood was condensing into ice crystals along the ice spikes spit out from the opponent's chest and falling to the ground. Everyone was frightened by this sudden scene. After confirming that there were no enemies around, Pammy subconsciously looked up at the top of the woods. Could it be that this unlucky guy was stabbed to death by the condensed ice spike? Just when everyone was confused about the sudden casualties, a white light suddenly flashed in the distance, causing Pammy's face to change immediately. Even with his many years of combat experience, he could only barely see a sharp ice cone flying towards them. The speed was so fast that he could not react at all. He only had time to shout, "Be careful." Unfortunately, the warning was still a step too late. Another Freeman warrior next to him followed suit and was pierced through the chest by the sharp ice cone. Seeing this, everyone no longer cared about the previous grudges between the two sides and began to look for shelter to hide. Seeing that the two corpses on the ground were actually covered with white frost under the influence of the ice cone, Pamir angrily retracted his mace and drew out his short bow to ask, "Did you see clearly who attacked us? How dare he sneak attack us so boldly? Over there is a white-haired man wearing black iron armor, and it is heavy armor. It seems that we are going to make a fortune." Looking at the figure slowly approaching in the distance, the only archer holding a horn bow excitedly put a feather arrow on the bowstring and then aimed at the black figure. Although the Freeman had no concept of private property and all the items between them were taken by force, they still had the priority to kill the prey. As long as he could kill the weirdo, he could possess the armor. Thinking of this, the archer took a deep breath, then held his breath to make the arrow more stable and stared at the target. Pang under the gaze of everyone, the arrow turned into a black shadow and shot straight towards the strange white figure in the distance. Everyone, including Hawk, prayed secretly, watching nervously that the arrow hit the weirdo holding the ice cone spear, and a spark was created. No defense was broken. The weirdo looked down at the white marks on his armor, touched the armor with his hands, covered with white frost, and continued to walk towards them with the ice spear in his hand. Such a weird scene made everyone present feel cold in their hearts, and they felt as if their blood was about to coagulate. Looking at the increasingly clear pale face, Pammy suddenly recalled the rumors that the elders of the clan had passed down from mouth to mouth. He was so scared that he couldn't help shivering and said, "Could it be a white ghost that is traveling through?" As the figure got closer and closer to the shelter of the crowd, everyone witnessed the terrible white monster. The dark reflective armor was constantly changing color along with the tall and withered body, and the skin color was as pale as a person who was frozen to death, which looked so weird. What made them even more terrified was the pair of blue eyes that burned coldly like 1,000-year-old ice. Those eyes were much deeper and bluer than any human pupils, as scary as being able to see through people's hearts, like blue stars. Although Pamir and his companions didn't know what it was, they were sure of one thing, that guy was definitely not a human. Shoot, don't let him get any closer. Pay attention to the heavy armor he's wearing. Focus on shooting at his head. I'm going to use his skull as a bowl. The savages roared passionately, as if only such passionate roars could make them feel that they were living creatures. White Ghost silently looked at the humans around him who were aiming their bows and arrows at him, and murmured in a hoarse ancient language in the air, "Too few. We need more soldiers." Before he finished speaking, several arrows stabbed at his head, obviously not giving him time to think. Looking at these weak arrows, White Ghost's apostrophe eyes flashed with human disdain, and then he waved the ice spear in his hand to block in front of him. Huolala. Several arrows were instantly knocked down to the ground in the air, and then White Ghost was not to be outdone, and raised the ice spear in his hand, and threw it out. It's impolite to come without returning the favor. The savage hiding behind the tree trunk had not had time to celebrate his escape, and then he was horrified to see that the wooden stake in front of him was pierced directly, and the ice spear pierced his body with undiminished power. Even the bravest savage trembled in his heart after seeing this scene and shouted to Pamir in horror, "This guy's really the legendary white ghost, right? We can't fight him at all. Retreat, Pamir, otherwise we will all die here today." Looking at the panicked eyes of his compatriots around him, Pamir also knew that their fighting spirit had been exhausted, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Don't care about so much, retreat. If that guy's really the legendary white ghost, we must reveal this news to other people in the clan." After saying that, he didn't care about Hawk, who had already left with the rabbit and ran directly to the hunter trail in the distance. The others obviously didn't intend to stay here and wait for death, so they could only choose to helplessly abandon the bodies of their 3 companions and follow Pamir's footsteps to escape into the distance. While running away, Pamir looked back, but he only saw that the white ghost did not choose to catch up with him, but looked at the body of his companion. However, he could no longer care about so much. The most important thing at the moment was to escape. Chapter 273 Thurn. Ha, ha, did that monster catch up? Feeling the constant pain in his lungs, Hawk slowly slowed down his speed and looked back nervously. Fortunately, the powerful white ghost did not catch up as expected, and even Pamir and his companions disappeared. Seeing this, Hawk's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and the fatigue that followed made him unable to help but find a rock to sit down. As early as when the white ghost killed the second world man, he had already picked up the rabbit on the ground with his quick eyes and hands and ran towards the direction of the clan. Now he has climbed over 2 hills in a row. With his familiarity with the hunter's trail, he must have successfully shaken off the monster, right? Thinking of this, Hawk grabbed a handful of snow from the snow pile next to him and stuffed it into his mouth. Tiredly but firmly, he stood up again and ran towards the farther, Frostfang Mountains. No matter what, the news of the appearance of the white ghost must be reported to the other people in the clan to prevent the legendary story from coming true. The land of eternal winter, the frozen coast on the sea covered with ice and snow, the 1,000-year-old ice layer several meters thick is covering this lifeless sea surface, making the entire coast look like a world of white snow. However, even in such a harsh environment, it still cannot stop the expeditionaries' conquest steps full of blood and fire. Crack, crack on the sea. A black ark is using its huge ram to easily smash all the reefs and ice along the way, and is heading straight towards the coast. It's so cold, and you are still wearing such revealing clothes. Aren't you sorceresses afraid of catching a cold? On the deck of the Black Ark, Rohan looked at Mekasa, who was wearing a belly-exposing magic robe, with some curiosity, and couldn't help asking curiously. After all, even in the cold Nagaroth region, Rohan had never seen these sorceresses wearing any kind of clothing that could protect them from the cold. Almost all of them wore bikini-like 3-point robes. Although such an outfit was indeed pleasing to the eye, as the highest commander of the army, Rohan believed that he still had an obligation to care about the living problems of his female subordinates. After all, whether it was the Durachi elves or the Pendor auxiliary army, they would not mind that the sorceresses wore too little. Those LSs would at most only hope that the sorceresses could wear even less. What, do I hope so too? That's fine. Yeah? That's a really good question. I thought you guys only care about our bodies and don't care about our clothes. Mekasa looked at Rohan with some surprise, then she twisted her slender waist and walked over to him, took Rohan's arm and introduced, "Don't worry, our warlock robes will be cast with a small spell that can keep our body temperature from being affected by the outside environment. If you don't believe it, do you want to touch it? Really? Then I'll try it." Feeling the 2 big lumps of hot meat buns on his arm, Rohan slowly put his hand into the other's robe under Mekasa's expectant gaze. Indeed, Mekasa's skin did not become cold because of the surrounding ice and snow, but was particularly warm and smooth. Do other female warlocks also use this method to avoid the cold current? It seems that I must give it a try. Thinking of this, Rohan clenched his palms tightly, and under the gaze of Mekasa, he cast a magic and roared, "Val's destruction." Snap! A sound like broken glass suddenly came from Mekasa's robe, and then Rohan noticed that Mekasa's delicate body could not stop trembling. Then, Mekasa took the initiative to press her plump body against Rohan's lion-skin coat and asked in a trembling voice, "My lord, what are you doing?" Nothing, just to see if you lied just now. I didn't expect it to be really useful. Rohan's face was full of smirks, and then he gently pushed the beauty in his arms away and walked towards the deck in the distance. Val's destruction is the most special type of magic in the advanced spells. This single target magic has no offensive or defensive properties, so even the mages of Ulthuan rarely use it. However, Val's destruction is the first powerful magic in history that can directly eliminate the enchantment effect on magic items. Although due to his lack of experience, Rohan could only temporarily block the runes on Mekasa's robe for a few minutes, it was already powerful enough. Maybe in the future, I can use it as an unexpected trick in a duel. Looking at Mekasa, who was half squatting on the deck and shivering in the cold wind, Rohan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the effect of this magic is still good. Lord Rohan, we are close to the coast. In a few minutes, we can arrange for the soldiers to land. Just as Rohan was holding a pocket watch to record Mekasa, who was blowing the cold wind, an attendant suddenly shouted to him, indicating that they were about to reach their destination. Seeing this, Rohan set his sights on the distant continent completely covered by snow-capped mountains, frowned and shouted to the soldiers, "Send out the scout dragons to carefully check the situation on the continent and report back immediately if you find anything unusual." Understood. As Rohan's orders began to be issued, 10 40-meter long ash dragons took off from the flight deck with the riders on their backs, flying towards the distant white continent. Looking at the dragon riders gradually turning into small black dots and flying away, Rohan's mind was full of the zombie that accidentally broke into the Pent Palace. Being able to control zombies to fight, it seems that our enemy's attainments in necromancy this time are probably comparable to vampires. If it is just a necromancer who can simply control dozens of zombies, then even if those zombies can show good combat effectiveness, they are not to be feared after all. But if it is a necromancer who can control tens of zombies, then it will be interesting. I don't know which is stronger, the necromancy of this world or the one in the main world called Nagash, the originator of necromancy. However, thinking that there might be countless zombies waiting for him to fall into the trap on the shore, Rohan shouted to the messenger with some vigilance, "Notify all crew members to stay where they are. We will decide whether to land now after the scouting dragoons come back." "Yes, sir." Frostfang, the land of eternal winter. Frostfang is the largest mountain range located in the north of the wall. The peaks of this jagged mountain range are covered with ice and snow all year round. Countless peaks are far away from each other. It is so huge, lonely, cold and desolate. According to the legend among the wild people, a small number of wild people live in the deepest valley of Frostfang. However, even the bravest and fearless wild people dare not live alone in this uninhabited mountain range under the coming long winter. However, although humans dare not, it does not mean that some things other than humans cannot survive in this environment. They are coming. Invaders from another world. They must be eliminated. A hoarse voice slowly came out from the valley, and the voice was like the biting wind under the extreme cold, enough to make everyone who heard the voice feel terrified. Looking from a distance, this black valley seems to be integrated with the surrounding environment, and people can't detect any weirdness at all. However, if you zoom in, you will clearly see the scene that is enough to horrify the entire Westeros continent. Hundreds of thousands of corpses of various kinds are piled up in the cracks of the valley that are several kilometers long, stacked like a 1,000-layer cake, but the taste of this 1,000-layer cake is probably very memorable. It is not difficult to see from the worn fur and old-fashioned rusty copper armor on the corpses that the owners of these corpses were once wild people from the land beyond the wall, as well as some remains from ancient times. Wake up, sleeping ancient resentment. Use your sharp blades to take away the flames of those invaders. The obscure and cold ancient language spread throughout the Frostfang, as if it possessed some kind of powerful magic, causing the entire mountain range to begin to tremble slightly. As the ancient language spread throughout the mountain range, in the depths of the unattended canyon, no creature noticed the terrifying army that was slowly rising. Crackling ding dang, the sound of bones and metal rubbing against each other spread throughout the canyon, and the eyes flashing with bright blue light lit up like stars in the sky, covering the entire dark canyon. The dry bodies and rusty weapons made these bone warriors look very weak, as if a young man could easily deal with them. Unfortunately, sometimes quantitative changes are enough to cause qualitative changes. Booming, the deafening footsteps came out from the canyon continuously, as if it was enough to make the entire mountain range tremble. Go, take away the fire of those humans, sacrifice them to the great cold god, expand our army, for war. The wild people living in the mountains raised their heads in fear. They could not understand or hear the low moans that spread across the mountains. They could only feel the whistling cold wind and the terrible earthquake. How could they know that on the other side of the mountains, an overwhelming army of whites was pouring out of the canyon, like black dragons crossing over to the other side of the mountains? A catastrophe for the wild people is coming. Frostfang, Thurn. In order to make it easier for everyone to understand the terrain of Westeros, I will put a map of Westeros in the book post. Thurn, a wild man gathering place located at the northernmost end of Frostfang, can also become the most civilized place for wild men. If people from the south of the Great Wall come to Thurn, they will probably be shocked to find that the wild men, who are as savage as animals in their eyes, actually built a castle on the glacier. Of course, it is called a castle, but in fact it is just a simple wooden pile made of wooden stakes and ice blocks, and a few arrow towers for shooting. But even so, this castle is enough to make the Then synonymous with civilized people among the wildlings. After all, compared with the wildlings who have graduated from prenatal education, and whose tools are still in the Stone Age, the Thens who can make bronze weapons and tools are definitely advanced element among the wildlings. Finally here. Looking at the Then castle not far away, Hawk, with a ruddy face, endured the discomfort of his body, continued to drain his physical potential, and ran towards the castle in the distance. The defenders on the castle seemed to have noticed the embarrassed Hawk, so they sent a rider to run towards Hawk. When the rider approached, Hawk noticed that the rider was actually a spearwoman, so he hurriedly shouted, "I'm the hunter of the clan, Hawk. I have something important to say to Mana. It concerns everyone's life." Spearwoman, similar to the Viking shield maiden, roughly meaning female warrior. Mana, the ancient meaning of adult. The Thens have their own laws and lords. Get on the horse. The spearwoman holding the copper lance looked at the panting young hunter in front of her with some doubts, and did not believe the threat made by the other party. But adhering to her duty, the spearwoman finally pulled Hawk onto the horse's back, and then rode towards the direction of the city of Thurn. After all, no matter how reckless a person is, he should not be stupid enough to joke with Mana. After entering the castle, Hawk looked at the thousands of wild warriors and residents in the castle, and couldn't help but hug the spearwoman in front of him with some fear. Not long ago, he was eating delicious roasted rabbit meat on a rock in the mountains, preparing to recover from the psychological trauma caused by the white ghost. However, not long after, he saw Pamir and others dragging their weapons towards him, and the blue light flashing in their eyes frightened him. At that time, Hawk thought that Pammy was going to snatch his rabbit, but he didn't expect that Pammy suddenly howled to the sky, and then raised his mace and smashed it at him. Hawk was terrified at the time, and could only hurriedly stuff the rabbit into his bag, and then hurriedly raised his hunting bow and shot an arrow at the opponent's thigh. He thought that this would make Pammy lose his combat effectiveness, but Pammy not only did not slow down because of the arrow on his leg, but rushed towards him even more frantically. Seeing this situation, he didn't care about any communication and rest, and was so scared that he hurriedly started to flee again. Fortunately, Pam's movement speed was not very fast, so Hawk easily escaped from the opponent's pursuit, and finally escaped from Frostfang alive, and arrived at the city of Thun. You seem scared? Don't worry, this is the city of Thurn. There is no safer place outside the wall than here. Feeling the young man's trembling body behind her, the spear wife couldn't help but comfort him and proudly introduced, "Magna is ready to unite with another wildling lord. Then we can cross the Great Wall and occupy the rich southern land." Hearing this, Hawk's trembling body not only did not stop, but became more violent. The southern land? Haha. The real threat is in the north. Chapter 274 Attack. Really? So according to you, the white ghost that has been sleeping in the Surge land for countless years has finally seen the light of day. This is really terrible. Who knows whether what this frightened young man said is true or not. Maybe he just mistook a deformed giant for a white ghost. That's not the case. This guy is an excellent hunter of our clan. He shouldn't make a fuss about such an issue. In the hall of the Thurn Castle, several leaders of the Wildling clans were sitting on chairs, looking at Hawk, who was kneeling on the ground with some confusion and suspicion. In the center of the seat was the leader of the Thurn people, known as Manor, Sty, looking at the chiefs who were talking around, and Hawk, who was still kneeling on the ground and trembling in the hall. Sty patted the chair angrily and shouted, "Enough. No matter whether what this young man said is true or not, we must gather our people as soon as possible and then go south to respond to Mance's call." As soon as these words came out, the leaders who were still arguing immediately quieted down, and then a more intense debate broke out. Mance refers to the Mance Raider, who is called the King beyond the wall by the southern wildlings. But do we really want to gather under the command of man who used to be a raven? You know he is a traitor. Hearing this, several blue veins immediately appeared on Sty's smooth forehead, and then he stood up and shouted angrily, "Shut up." Although Mance Raider did make some mistakes in the past, he has proved himself to be an excellent leader. There is no doubt about that. Winter is coming, and there is news about the White Walkers in the land of eternal winter. We must be prepared for war and find a way to climb over that damn great wall. Looking at the somewhat angry Sty on the main seat, the clan leaders could only temporarily put aside their doubts and stood up to gather their clansmen. Although they still had all kinds of doubts with Mance Raider, at least Sty was right about one thing, that is, winter is coming. The 4 seasons in Westeros are extremely long, and it often takes several years for each spring, summer, autumn and winter to reach the next season. Usually, the time of each season is basically fixed. The longer the spring, summer and autumn are, the longer the winter is. And this time, the first 3 seasons have lasted for more than 10 years. The cruel environment of the land outside the wall is not enough for hundreds of thousands of wildlings to survive the long winter, so they can only risk crossing the Great Wall. Even the Thenns, who claim to be the civilized people among the wildlings, cannot survive alone in the long winter that is coming. This is not only for Mance Raider and his ambitions, but also for the survival of all the wildlings. HMPH, I hope you can understand the overall situation a little bit. This is a great expedition that concerns the lives of all the free people. Please remember not to hide anything. Looking at the chiefs who had dispersed, Sty couldn't help but snorted coldly, then set his eyes on Hawk, who had recovered, and ordered, "If what you said is true, then we must be prepared to deal with the White Walkers. I will send a few warriors to escort you to meet Mance Raider. You must tell him everything you saw. Do you understand?" Hawk's mind was full of the roasted rabbit in his backpack, so he didn't react immediately until Sty repeated it impatiently. Was he doing a job? After all, he was just a hunter who muddled through before. If he could be a messenger under Magna, he could at least be better than he is now. Thinking of this, Hawk's eyes flashed with a yearning for a better future, and then he nodded firmly and agreed. "Don't worry, Magna, I will definitely tell Lord Mance everything I see and hear, and do a good job as a messenger. Well, if you perform well, then I don't mind letting you become my real messenger. Now go down and rest, and someone will find you later. Don't worry, Magna, I will definitely not let you down." Looking at Hawk with an excited face, Sty couldn't help but sigh secretly. In the next war to the Great Wall, it is estimated that many young people like this will sacrifice in vain. Now we can only hope that Mance Raider will not disappoint everyone's expectations. The other side of the Frost Fang, the frozen coast. Boom boom boom. Bursts of fierce artillery fire spread throughout the ice field, and the fierce flames and the smell of gunpowder spread throughout the Black Ark, making Rohan couldn't help but take a deep breath of the cigarette rolled with refreshing herbs. Just now, the patrolling dragoons returned to the Black Ark and did not find any abnormalities within a radius of dozens of kilometers. However, just as the Black Ark was about to reach the coast, an accident occurred. A huge iceberg suddenly rose from nowhere and lifted the back half of the Black Ark from the sea, causing the entire Black Ark to run aground on the ice. What's worse, countless rotten skeletons hidden in the snow suddenly emerged and rushed towards the Black Ark at a speed far beyond that of ordinary zombies. For a moment, the entire deck fell into chaos, and the Pendor auxiliary army could only push the artillery onto the wall and fire fiercely at the whites pouring in from all directions. Fire! Never let those guys get close to the Black Ark. Lysadillan's angry roar reached Rohan's ears, and he saw that the young older warrior was fearlessly rushing to the forefront of the deck, directing the artillery to counterattack. However, even so, because the Black Ark was stranded on the ice, the angle of the artillery was greatly limited, and only a few dozen artillery could fire normally. Hiss-hoo. After slowly exhaling a smoke ring, Rohan turned his head and shouted to Mekasa, who was behind the Black Ark, "We can't stay here and passively take the beating. When will the ice layer under the Black Continent melt? Are these ice layers all cast with some kind of magic? It will take at least 10 minutes to melt them." Behind the Black Ark, Mekasa manipulated the flame skull to devour the whites who tried to approach, and responded to Rohan distressedly. Looking at the flame skull on the ice, that was only a dozen meters in size, Mekasa couldn't help but sigh secretly. As the most outstanding female fire sorceress in Gorand, she could originally cast a giant skull that was hundreds of meters in size, and its power was enough to turn the entire battle situation. However, now, she couldn't even melt the ice in the ship immediately. There was no other way. After all, this was not the Warhammer world full of magic. Besides, Mekasa had not been blessed by the Lady of the Mist, so she could only do this much. Chapter 275, Tide of Corpses. Hearing that Mekasa would need so long to melt the ice, Rohan couldn't help but sigh, and then spit out the refreshing cigarette in his mouth. Originally, he just wanted to land properly, and then rely on the advantages of flying dragons and magic to fight a large-scale encounter on the ground. Unexpectedly, it turned into a sneak attack, and he could only stay on the Black Ark to passively counterattack. What he hates most is this unexpected situation. You watch here. The controllers of these zombies should be hiding nearby. I'll go to the back to see the situation. Don't worry, sir. If they really dare to come out, I will kill them all without leaving a single one. Looking at Dario, who was leaning against the side of the ship with his arms folded on his chest, Rohan sighed silently. Since this child became a god, he has become more calm and cruel. I really miss the cute adjutant who used to follow me and help me share all kinds of things. After flapping his wings and flying to the rear deck of the Black Ark, Rohan looked at Mekasa, who was fiddling with the incendiary bombs in silence, and couldn't help but teasing. "Hey, isn't this Mekasa? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so lame, ghost? If it weren't for the fact that the magic tide here is almost zero, would I have to use such crude human weapons to fight?" Mekasa summoned a small flame at her fingertips a little irritably, lit the incendiary bomb, and threw it below, then used magic to guide the flame of the incendiary bomb to burn the zombies around. Damn, she also hoped that she could use magic as recklessly as Rohan did. Seeing Rohan fly to the bottom of the Black Ark and summon a fire phoenix with a wingspan of dozens of meters with a wave of his hand, a hint of jealousy flashed in Mekasa's eyes. As a high-level sorceress who usually passes by, Mekasa knows better than anyone how terrible Rohan's self-made and self-selling chosen ones are, unaffected by the wind of magic and tides. This means that they can cast magic in the absence of the wind of magic, and are not even affected by the environment. In the absence of the wind of magic, such a chosen one who can release magic anytime and anywhere can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack for those who are not suitable for the chosen ones. Outside the Black Ark, Rohan looked at the huge iceberg that was hundreds of meters high, and couldn't help frowning. It seems that an iceberg was directly created and topped the Black Ark. This is really rare ice and snow magic. Even Rohan, who claims to be well informed, felt a slight sense of powerlessness when facing this huge iceberg that is nearly 1 kilometer long. It seems that Mekasa did not lie. It really takes a long time to melt such a big guy. However, even the Safri wizards of Ulthuan would find it difficult to create such a magic that can directly create an iceberg. Looking at the ice that was melting under the flames of the fire phoenix, Rohan, after praising it, became more wary of the mastermind behind all this. If nothing unexpected happens, this may be the first magical world he has encountered with large-scale necromancy and ice spells, right? He had also seen a frost witch from Kievan Prague, who was able to cast ice cone magic and small-scale ice storms, which left a great impression on Rohan. However, even the future Kiev Tsarina, Katerin, probably couldn't create such a huge iceberg out of thin air, right? After all, if she really had that ability, she could just perform a medieval version of the heavenly shock star in the Warhammer world, like Uchiha Madara in the Naruto theater next door. Even if it may not be as powerful as a real meteorite, it should still be possible to hit people like the Casadora comet right. Compared to Rohan, who was thinking wildly, Dario on the other side was much busier. You are really hiding deep. It seems that I can only force you out myself. Although he never found the spellcaster hidden in the zombies, Dario still maintained the highest level of vigilance and did not dare to relax for a moment. But now he is no longer the weak ordinary elf, so he naturally does not need to be as cautious and careful as before in his style of doing things. Evil flame entropy. Under the envious gaze of the surrounding elf warriors, Dario suddenly jumped up from the deck, and then his hands continued to emit purple terrifying flames. Like Rohan, Dario, who has divine power and inherited the demon system, can naturally learn and create demon magic that belongs only to his own system. The abnormality in the air naturally attracted the attention of all the creatures present, but even so, the mastermind behind the manipulation of these zombies never revealed his identity. Seeing this, Dario raised his hands, which were emitting purple flames, to his chest, then snorted coldly and pushed his hands towards the zombies. You are quite patient. I want to see how long you can hold on. Disperse. With Dario's roar, a huge purple fireball flew out of his hand immediately, exploding like a fairy scattering flowers, and turned into countless fireballs to smash down. As if sensing the sky, the zombies actually dispersed, as if they had wisdom, trying to avoid the fireballs falling from the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fireball hit the ice surface, immediately making the surrounding snow and ice emit strange corrosion sounds, and melting them at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the results of such a powerful fireball were only a few hundred corpses that turned into a pool of rotten blood. You can actually dodge. Seeing this, Dario, who was recovering his divine power in the air, was slightly surprised. Such a reaction of actively avoiding damage was not something that an unintelligent zombie could do. This is obviously not something that ordinary necromancy can do, and it is definitely not a simple combination of corpses and magic. Someone is controlling them. Thinking of this, Dario slowly closed his eyes and began to recall the method of using divine power that Rohan had taught him before, and then murmured, "Feel the breath of all things. Feel the fluctuations in the air. Is it there?" Dario could only see darkness with his eyes closed, but in that darkness, he could feel a faint magical power guiding him. White silk threads were connecting to the zombies on the ground. Obviously, the mastermind behind the scenes was controlling the zombies in this way. At that time, there were too many, right? Exclamation mark. Dario's face under the mask was as hen. Through his divine power perception, he could see hundreds of thousands of corpses running towards this side. The white silk threads were like the waves of a tsunami, enough to crush any living creature on the road. This is no longer a simple necromancer, and he must fight back with a heavy punch. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.